Boys, good morning. I hope you're all having an absolutely beautiful day on this fine Thursday. Let me tell you what, it's nice as fuck out. It's no longer 90 degrees in the stream room. It's dropped about 20 degrees literally overnight in the stream room. It's 70 degrees and beautiful. I've got sleeves on again. It's a goddamn gorgeous day. 65 degrees outside, slightly sunny. I took my entire dishwasher apart and cleaned it today, and then put it back together, and it still works. It's been a day so far, dude. I've felt productive as shit. We got an absolute banger of a patch on our hands from what we've seen so far. I haven't looked at the full notes yet, but just from what people have been gassing up to me over the course of the day, it definitely sounds like there's a good patch that has hit. So we're gonna be checking out a whole lot today. I did also hear that as soon as I got on, I had to check my damn storage because apparently stack size is increased, which is great. I think better than nothing, but I do still worry a little bit about the actual, like, I don't know, how do I, if I just sort, oh, you're gonna sort and it'll auto condense all your stacks. Oh, that's fucking huge, actually. We truly love to see that. Okay, that's actually massive. Also, Alb, first in chat today. No Leon, no problem, Alb says. Jesus Christ. That's so crazy to see anybody other than Leon get that. Leon gets that like 99% of the time. It's fucking crazy. I think he's dead or something. Also, Nerves, what up? Back to Ashes when? 2035 probably. If I had to guess. Ashes of Square Enix, also owned by Tencent and Microsoft and Activision, coming to you soon. Also on mobile. Yeah, I don't know if that house is still standing, brother. I think that ship might have got condemned shortly after we left. A little bit of a lead paint type situation over there. So grenade. Poinster, what up, dude? What's the best way to grind legendary items? Pray. Pray. Genuinely just hope that you get legendary items. That is my best recommendation. It's basically dungeons over and over and over again until you get a good drop. So it's a large repetitive loop, and those that don't like a large repetitive loop will probably hate the grind to get legendaries. But at the end of the day, it is unfortunately our most optimal route at this point in time. So we must embrace it. We must embrace it. So another day, another load trains. Wait a minute. Furry, what the fuck? Still won't fix our beef fury? I know. I'm kind of pissed about that. Oh, I kind of have words and thoughts and feelings about that. And I don't know if they're good ones. But I definitely have some thoughts on the whole, like, no beef fury fixes right now. It's kind of tragic, if I'm being real. Like, they apparently fixed our trinket, but Beef Fury itself isn't fixed. I don't really know. We're gonna do a patch note review and do some investigating. We're gonna do a little bit of investigating today, but also, Owen, what up, brother? Destiny 2 closing? Yeah, they new worlded Destiny 2. Yeah. Except instead of saying we want to focus on Snoop Dogg's courtroom chaos, they basically said, you know, everything sucks, studio sucks, game's dead, studio's dead. We want to start incubating our next games, which means basically that they want to start cooking their next ideas for the next games, and they have not started incubating their next games yet, and they're going to start. So I think Bungie might get acquired by somebody. I'm not gonna lie. I don't immediately see a world where Bungie just slaps something together after that and they come out with something on time, especially with the investment in Marathon that they had. I don't see them being in a position to just, like, slap a game out in a year or so. I think they're gonna lose a lot of fucking momentum as a studio, so submitted a ticket because the patch notes read that and should have been fixed. Yeah, I mean, it could have also been something that just didn't make it in terms of the fixes, right? It's hard saying why the fixes for Bee Fury didn't make it as a prioritization, but it could also just be the fact that it's a weird bug that they're not familiar with and haven't really fucked with before, if I'm being honest. I'm not 1000% certain, if I'm being honest. I'm not in their studio. I'm not like, you know, I'm not listening to their devs or anything like that. But it is unfortunate that pretty much everything got fixed except Bee Fury, the weapon that has the most game-breaking bugs with it. I was really hoping to see that pop up in the notes, but you know, it is what it is. It is what it is. There'll still be more notes, but their downfall is crazy. Also, Forza Horizon was fun as fuck last night. I don't know, that shit was a car MMO. What do you mean a car MMO? Like, you just go around and do shit and you upgrade your car and then you see other cars around and you like do car stuff? Like, I've never played Forza, but that sounds really interesting. Every 100 yards there's people driving. Right, but like, what do you do with like running into the other people who are driving? Ka-chow! Dude, honestly, a Cars MMO would go so fucking hard. So hard. It would go so good. Events. So you all just pull up to events and then race. So Forza is basically like all of those car guys that wear super skinny jeans still and then just brap around in their car, but video game style. I don't know if I'd enjoy that community. Active world events, cars to find around the map, and a storyline. Are there like world car boss fights as well? Where you've got to chase down the ultimate car baddie and then just kick the shit out of him? You gotta like block him in with a bunch of other cars, and then you gotta have your DPS car come in and like ram him. I need car boss fights so that I'm in there like swimwear, brother. I swear I spent 2 hours smashing into trees and railings. Why? Just because destruction? Or like, is that your flavor of TISM? What led to, because it gives you XP. Nah, that's crazy. My dog's just out here fucking farming XP like crazy by smashing into trees in car MMO. Okay, okay. Listen, I don't know if I'm necessarily about that life, but it sounds fun for car guys everywhere. Like those that are running fucking double spoons in a fucking laptop in a goddamn NOS kit with fucking underglows and driving gloves and shit. I'd see those people liking it. And probably people that don't do that as well. But I don't know. I don't know. I need my combat. If there's no like, if there's no car on car outplaying coming into this, then what am I, a man, supposed to do? I don't want to race for pink slips. I want to demolition derby somebody else's car. There's car PvP. Explain. Explain. Like, if I win, do I just stop them from physically having a car anymore? Or what is a car PvP? Wait a minute. Do you know where I can get a better Credence bow? Credence bow, until they fix the loot tables, is one of the hardest to acquire items in the entire game. Basically, it only comes from a couple of sources of loot in the entire world. Mostly being chests in the open world, which you can only, which you can only loot once. YOLO. You only loot once. So, Credence is unfortunately, it's up there with like Dominion with the very hard to get weapons and items. Same thing with the flamethrower staff for mages. Let's see, what else is it? It's a little unfortunate. A little unfortunate. That was something that we were hoping would make it into the bug fix today, just in terms of like loot table fixes, one-time drop addresses. Seemingly did not, but that's okay. I'm sure they've got another patch cooking up for next week. where they'll address a few more things. The point of early access is to get frequent patches, in my opinion. So as long as they keep throwing patches our way, I don't really see much of an issue with it, but it is inconvenient for the time being, I won't lie. Need to change those one-time drops. Yeah, I agree. I think the world, you know, the world named mobs should be just farmable like everything else in the game is. And then I think the chests should just have a reset timer on them. Yes, that does start to make the chests kind of border on like a daily obligation, so to say, for those that do want to find those. And you would still have alt pumping for the chests to specifically farm the chests if it was deemed that the chests gave, you know, more, so to say. But I think it's a step in the right direction while they work on loot table inaccessibility in general. Loot table inaccessibility is just a big problem right now. Not to mention, like, not spark dust, but spark shards, the blue ones, and then spark crystals as well. All right, people, this was a good run. They're back over there in the corner. I'm letting them get some sunlight. I'm letting them get some sun. I can move them back. They were getting, like, they're all twisted right now. So I brought them off to the side, but yeah, no, they're still there, dog. They're still up, if I'm being honest. It's a little crazy. Yeah, the backdrop looks way different, doesn't it? I almost kind of want to bring them back. I feel like I'm missing something without having those bad boys there. Maybe we truly just let them go until the end of time. But yo, JP, what up, dog? Also, Leon, good day. Thank you for the hydrate, brother. Anybody from rewiring my computer? Oh god, why are you rewiring your computer? That just sounds like it's stress-inducing. I haven't gone near my computer, like, other than basic cleaning, since that shit was put together, bro. Once a box is closed, my goal is to not open it up any more than I have to. Unless something wrong happens. AIO was tweaking. Gross. Is it because you put stream up on it? Shit just tried to off itself after having to watch my content, bro. It's a common problem out here. It's something that, you know, I'm trying to work on, trying to sort it out. But I swear to God, it was fine before you forced my content upon it. I feel like I've kind of been the reason for this. I may have facilitated the death of your AIO. I was messing up beforehand. Oh, okay, cool. Well, I feel less bad then. You just got a shitty AIO then. That makes me feel a lot better. It's not my content's fault. Confirmed. Got your money's worth for sure. I mean, considering Carla bought those shits, yeah, I got my money's worth. Just straight up. I got a ton of money's worth out of those bad boys. Free 99 for balloons that lasted. I mean, they're still up right now on day 56. Like, bro, I'm not gonna lie, those are impressive ass balloons. Some of the most impressive that I have seen. You only kill games? Yeah, imagine if Pirate Software knew I existed during his, like, you know, stop killing games thing. He could have brought me in and really just thrown things over the top if he paid me like he paid his mods, allegedly. Yo, JP, thank you for the 30-day, dog. I appreciate you. Manny, what up, dog? How I feel about the patch? I haven't looked at the patch notes yet fully. I took a glimpse to see kind of, like, main points, but I haven't really dug into them incredibly deep. I try to do that for the first time on stream just so I can, like, yap with y'all about it, my organic thoughts and shit. I obviously, it's hard to avoid any spoilers, so I did hear some, I did hear some things in passing, but it seems like a really good patch. From what I've gathered, unfortunately, B Fury is still not fixed, which is really fucking sad. They allegedly fixed the B trinket, but even in running around, I don't appear to be summoning enemy bees. I don't seem to be summoning any bees throughout this combat off of casting my weapon abilities. And I have a bee trinket on. So I'm not quite sure bee trinket works for me. What's the proc rate on it? Maybe I just have to take mine off and then back on again? Just low chance? Yeah. It's probably really low chance. I don't think I've had one pop up yet. Just off of my weapon abilities. But I guess boss fights would be a better opportunity to see that. Yeah, the low chance on the bee trinket would be kind of a yikers. On top of that, we also have to keep in mind that apparently Bee Fury's still bugged, which is most unfortunate. If I'm being honest, like most unfortunate that Bee Fury's still bugged. I really want Bee Fury to work so I can just play the goddamn game with my intended build. Okay, I found one bee so far. Maybe we do some testing later today to see exactly what we can deduce the proc rate to be, or roughly what we can deduce the proc rate to be. It'll take a little bit of time, but we can basically just sit at a dummy, and I'm not talking about one of you guys, but we can sit at a dummy, and then we can smack the shit out of the dummy, and then just spam weapon abilities, keep track of how many weapon abilities we use, and then keep track of how many bees we see over the course of like 500 weapon abilities. So that way we get a decent test size. If you go too small at 100, then you're not gonna get like a real, you know, sample size. That'll be one go of percentage. And then if you go under that, then like, you get nothing. What's the problem with Bee Fury? Goddamn, y'all developers. Holy. Bee Fury, as of yesterday, has a couple of very core bugs with it. Sorry. The most pressing of which is that it hasn't been consuming our sunlight. So as you can see here, there's no sunlight consumption on Bee Fury whatsoever. So every priest that's trying to use Bee Fury is not proccing our singular best source of damage, which is our talent. So it's been doing this since the early access came out. And as you can see, sunlight buffs up. Unfortunately, no sunlight damage going out whatsoever. So it's really unfortunate. That's the main reason why Bee Fury main hand just can't keep up with any other weapon whatsoever right now, because there's no talent application being brought in whatsoever. You're not getting the sunlight damage itself for the 60% faith, which is basically its own ability. 25% damage, a burn for 50%, 20% additional crit strike. It's unfortunate. Got Bee Fury legendary. Yeah, I put in a lot of time farming, so when the build's fixed, I mean, hear me out, good to go. Good to go if Bee build is actually fixed. I've got my Lego Pocket Hive, my Lego Bee Fury, my Lego Crab Shield. I have an extra Lego pair of wing sabers that I'm not using. And unfortunately, we're down horrendous. The patch notes say that it fixed final attack comment on broken things. But then I'll fix Bee Fury. I haven't read fully through the patch notes yet because I just got on for the day. But I can definitely vouch that it did not fix Bee Fury. So Bee Fury is still down absolutely horrendous, unfortunately. I wish that it were not. But this is the state of affairs that we are in. Bee Fury is struggling at this point in time. There's literally no love for it. They did not upgrade, but they did fix the Bee Trinket. But the Bee Trinket proc rate seems to be quite low. So, got on my 25th run. Yo, my crab RNG was actually great. They literally mentioned every weapon except Bee Fury. Yeah, they did not give Bee Fury any love whatsoever. They do not fuck with us. I'm gonna be completely real. They do not fuck with the B-boys whatsoever, dog. I think a skin for the rarity type of weapon would be cool. Obviously, different skins for different weapons. Almost like different colorways or something. That'd be nice. Or even just like different colorways, kind of like WoW has it, where you have your normal colorway for the item, and then you have your heroic, and then your mythic colorway for the item. That in itself would be quite cool. Bee Trinket's fixed though? Yeah. We have to do some testing today with Bee Trinket to try to figure out what the proc rate is roughly. Because right now, I'm guessing that it's about 5%. Which would mean that you would need to cast about 20 abilities before you summon a single bee, which is not going to be the most conducive to getting a bee army up. Granted, that's just with the Bee Trinket itself, not counting Bee Furies, like Bee Fury and Pocket Hive summons. But we're not summoning a lot just off of the trinket. How many hearts have you stolen? Only yours, baby. 28 today, which isn't too bad. I'm up over 1 per minute of stream. So I could do all of my heart farming today if everything worked out well. Granted, with Bee Fury not being fixed, I think I might be farming up a legendary ram, because I'm thinking the Bee Fury fixes are going to be some time if they weren't able to sort those out today, especially if they took a stab at them. I just I worry about Bee Fury now. So today I'll probably farm up a legendary ram, and then we'll work on upgrading the ram, the Bee Fury, and the crab shield, and then put Pocket Hive on the side burner for now until they actually confirm fix Bee Fury build. Because as of right now, Bee Fury's literally just getting like, you know, stepchild levels of ignored. It's literally like the unwanted kid right now. So, you know, we'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. But pumpkins got added. That's fucking huge. So we can actually craft consumables now. Granted, those consumables are fat. 10 to every single stat. Seems absolutely insane. Is the crafting UI still bugged on these? For the Planeswalker feasts? Oh no, they fixed the UI as well. That's great. Pumpkins and Cauldron. Whoa, wait. Cauldron as well? Oh shit. Yeah, Cauldron's gonna be fixed too, huh? I like that. Because the Cauldron's a +10 everything. And then this is 15 to all of your secondaries. Fucking hell. Even just using that is insane. Like, if you're just rocking both of those, that alone is such a huge additive scaler. What the fuck? Am I unlucky or shit out of luck? Can't get the recipe for Surging Cut Agate. Surging Cut. Right here? I can make them for you if you need it, big dog. Why, what up? I apparently have it. Couldn't tell you where I found it, but I can cut them for you if you need, Johnny. Just send me an invite if so, and I can run up to town and get you some. I try to SSF them. Yeah, that's what I do as well. I don't mind, like, helping people with stuff, but whenever someone tries to give something to me, I'm like, I'll SSF it. I think I did a lot of my recipe farming at the Crimson 3. If you know where that is. If you don't, it is as you cross over the Majorum Bridge. One spawns here, one spawns here, one spawns here. It's just 3 Crimson packs that are roaming around. I want to say that's where I get an overwhelming majority of my recipes. This is where I am. Okay, cool. Yeah, probably just terrible luck then if I had to guess. I will say that, I don't even know at what point I got it, but I got 1 in 3 hours. Oh, God. Oh, my God. Yeah, that's rough. Let's see. What else drops recipes like crazy? Any shiny farms or something? Did 5 characters with 15 minutes on each, collecting all 15 recipes. I think I got everything. Whoa, wait. 5 characters with 15 minutes on each. Collecting all 15 recipes. Wait, what do you mean all 15 recipes? Oh, you do a recipe chest route at the start? So everything right now is just making alts. Bro, why don't they just make the chests have a timer with them and then allow us to farm world bosses, or like world bosses when we can. I also try not to do that. Gang. I love ya, Johnny Pounder. I actually haven't seen that one, but each character can collect 15 recipes around the world. Ah, okay, that makes sense. Yeah, the only stuff that I'm making an alt for, literally stuff that is like forced alt that I can't complete on my main. So I need spark shards to upgrade my weapons. Those are the blue shards for weapon upgrades that you can only get from completing events. I can't get them anymore, so I physically have to make an alt to upgrade my weapons. So I'm gonna do that, and then unfortunately, it appears as though they have not made Levan Glyph's quest repeatable, nor have they added in any other form of gathering crystals. So the alt dream is still there for upgrading my legendary weapons to tier 4 and 5, which that means as of right now, I have to make 18 times 3, 54 alts and run across the world there. I have to make 54 alts, chat. And I have to run across the world 54 times to get my legendaries fully upgraded. Oh, I am immensely sad about that. And I'm almost thinking 54x 5 to 6 minute runs. How many hours is that? That's less than a stream, right? Like, I could do that in one stream, I think. Probably like 6 hours-ish, right? 72 if you want to upgrade all 4 Legos you might use as a build. 4 Legos? Oh, yeah, because my pocket hive. Exactly. Don't forget your 10 blue hearts each time. Well, that's what I'm doing out here. Yep. That's why I'm over here smacking the spirits. So, I'm farming the ephemeral hearts right now. I'm trying to do 180 of these a day. And off of the 180 a day, it should divide it up a little bit. So, like, I could even break up the alts that I'm making each day and run those out, so I don't have to do it as a full day thing. I still have some alt leveling to go, though. Like, not necessarily leveling, but, like, I still have to go get spark shards, the blue ones, before I can upgrade my legendaries even to, like, level 2 and level 3, because I'm out of the spark shards. So I have to make an alt and go through and do more events and shit throughout the world to get spark shards there. So it's a little tragic. A little tragic. I could make another priest, or I could just level something else for a change. But I might just make another priest and blast through all the events as quickly as possible, because I could gear out a priest fast as fuck. I can gear out anything fast as fuck if I'm being honest. But the priestleydom is great. Why this dude on my... What? What? What the fuck is brother trying to do up here? He's just taking my goddamn spirits, bro. I'm trying to blast. About 5 hours. That's not that bad though for 54 alts. Granted, that is no downtime. That is not like, that is non-stop making alt, mounting up, running, not factoring in grabbing hearts, not factoring in yapping, not factoring in anything. That is like fully efficient running an alt across the world. Which is something that I never thought that I would fucking say. At least you have access to a mount immediately. Bruh. Gonna distribute some hearts to people you trust and have them help you. Yeah, I could do that, but I could also just go the route of taking like streamer loot for everything. I feel like one thing that I really like to do is not necessarily just embrace streamer loot for everything and not employ my army for everything, because I could bring in goons and just be like, hey guys, who wants to help me run these things? And honestly, I probably wouldn't have to run many at all. But I feel like that diminishes my knowledge of the grind. And when somebody comes into chat and they're like, Dusty, what do you think about, you know, having to make 54 alts to upgrade your legendaries? I can tell them, I did that shit, it sucks. Instead of being like, oh yeah, that's terrible, man. Fortunately, I had chat to do all mine for me, so I got it done. I like earning the things that I have in games, which sounds a little silly because it's a game. But when I started streaming and like streams started getting larger, I very quickly said like, I can't just be Dustman Gold taking handouts and shit all the time because that devalues so much of my grind. And I made pretty much a first character SSF rule where anytime I'm going on my first character, unless it's a game that forces multiplayer, of course, I try to solo it as much as I can. To the point where, like, I'm not relying on others for my gear. I'm pushing everything that I can. So, you know, after this character, I'll probably be a lot more, multiplayer-y. But even then, it's like, once you have your first character, you can just farm up for your second and third so easily. So, you post your builds anywhere? I will be. I was waiting for today's patch to see what was gonna fuck things, and what was gonna unfuck things. So, I'll be throwing together a couple of build guides over here. I was really hoping my B build would get fixed today. Unfortunately, some of the facilitators for the B build are not in place, so not a huge set of fixes there today. But yeah, I will be putting out build guides over on the YouTube side of things. I also just yap about my build all the time. Right now, I'm just running Amon Ram, Crab Shield, and then Bee Fury in my arsenal. So, Thornlace seems to have gotten nerfed. I know that they threw in quite a few weapon fixes. Again, I haven't, like, deep dove them. I figured I'd hop on and do a little bit of spirit farming to start the day. And then go into the patchies, like, Oh, probably in a few minutes after I get bored of the spirit farming. Because I do need to make sure that I'm farming my hearts. BU was bugged from beta, so I don't have high expectations to be fixed soon. What the fuck do you mean bugged from beta? When was the beta? What do you mean bugged from beta? Why do they hate us? Bro, what the fuck? What do you mean bugged from beta? It's early access now. My brother in Christ. Oh no. Okay, who made the B build that really pissed them off in closed testing? Because somebody clearly made a B build that really fucking pissed off the French. Because this is some goddamn discriminatory bullshit, if I'm being honest. Like, this is anti-B propaganda through and through. Beta was like a few months ago. Those fucking rats. Those fucking rats. Alright, hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Give feedback. Bug. Day, we'll say 126 of B Fury still not consuming sunlight on Priest. The light has left my body. I am filled only with scorn and sin. I have started to play World of Warcraft Midnight again and am parsing 99s everywhere I go, and they have working Thunder Fury, but we don't have working B Fury. Can you fix this, please? Also, I am a streamer and will scream from the mountains that you're all dope as fuck if you fix this. Thank you. It'll be fixed soon. Don't worry. Don't worry. I got you guys. I would never let anything bad happen to my B-boys. The trinket spawns B now? Sometimes. We haven't done enough testing. I haven't been here long enough today to be able to figure out roughly what the proc rate is on it, but that's going to be something that I shall figure out throughout the day today. We have a lot of testing to do. Basically, we get to play this super fun game where I'm going to sit at a dummy and I'm going to spam abilities, and we're going to keep track of how many abilities I spam and also how many bees I spawn, so that way we can infer roughly what the spawn rate would be. And then we have to do multiple 100 abilities, so that way we're not getting a bad feedback loop of running hot or cold. So we have to do multiple sections of 100 ability casts, and then we have to average them out to be able to roughly infer what our proc rate is over it. Because one can always be a fluke, we need to corroborate and try to get a consistent number. So we probably have to do like 300 to 500 ability casts, which is going to take some time on bees, if I'm being honest. Or not on bees, but on dummies. So we'll be sitting at dummies for a decent amount of time, trying to do a few sets of 100 casts, see how many bees we proc over the sets of 100, and then see if there's an outlier, eliminate the outliers because of bad data sampling, and then average out the remainders and see where we're at. Based on what we've seen so far, my guess is between 3 and 5%, but I haven't really tested. I've just been smacking stuff and kind of keeping a rough tally in my head, but it seems to be between 20 and 30 weapon abilities that I end up summoning a bee. Sometimes it goes quicker than that. Like, I just summoned one bee over there, one bee over here, but I've also gone through like a majority of a run without summoning a bee. So it's a little bit interesting. I plan to check it out on a couple of bosses today too and see what I can get, because here you see that I'm running a little bit hot. So if it's a 10% or higher, then that 10% is immediately a game changer, because that's going to facilitate a lot of summons over the course of it. Anything 3 to 5% is, in my opinion, pretty negligible and not the most worth freaking out about, just because it's going to be a longer time to cast. And then it's also dependent on the rest of the build as well. So B build without B Fury kind of just doesn't make sense. You could run it without B Fury while you wait for B Fury to get fixed, because B Fury is not technically summoning any bees, but the instances of damage that B Fury drops out are a large facilitator for bees being, you know, summoned with that build. The B armor, also a very constant tick to keep in mind. So, all things considered, I don't think the build is functional on the B level until we end up getting some actual fixes to the weapon. So, hoping that they realize that this shit is incredibly borked and that's why nobody uses it. And the weapon itself has potential, but it's confined to be an arsenal weapon because it doesn't function right now. I don't really know why we're fixing animations being broken on certain weapons and spending time on that shit when it could be all hands on dick trying to fix the weapons that just physically aren't functional. But I'm sure animators are different than the actual weapon designers. I just feel like there should probably be a big prio in making sure all weapons work before we go too hog wild on making everything pretty. But not gonna be making a ton of ults, so I might just be picking up BDO over the weekend because it seems the game needs some time to cook. I mean, it just depends. Like, it's an early access, if I'm being honest. So with early access, you're definitely going to need to give things time to cook. Like, I think that just kind of is self-explanatory. I also think one thing about the game right now is that there is nothing that forces or necessitates legendary fully upgraded gear whatsoever. On this priest build, am clearing fast enough without fully upgraded weapons, without popping consumes, without going the whole 9 yards for people to come in and be like, wow, Dusty, this build's crazy. And like, for me, I'm getting legendaries because I want to see what the scaling is. I enjoy the grind of it, not necessarily because it's forced. I feel zero actual need to have these Legos. I just kind of want the shiny weapons so I can be more credible to new players when they come in and they're like, oh, look at the shiny weapon, man. That's honestly the largest part of it. So for a lot of people, if the grind is just like, oh man, well, it's all gonna get replaced at some point, then it doesn't really matter that much, right? It's not gonna kill you to take a break when you start to hit the point of burnout. And I also think we need to normalize taking breaks in games before you burn out. You ain't really gotta force yourself to play a game like that, you know? I stream every single day because it's my job and I love it and I don't burn out on it. People that just play video games normally do not have to play video games every day. You could literally take a week break from gaming and just not play anything and go outside for a little bit. Go, you know, for walks for a couple hours a day instead of playing games for a week or something. And then just come back and see what you want to play after the fact. Just kind of like clear your mind type shit. But I think a lot of people just force themselves so heavily to keep playing something when they're like, okay, I like this, but I'm kind of, you know, I'm at my point of completion with it. It's like being able to eat a meal and still have more on your plate and be like, you know what, I'm not gonna overeat. Instead of forcing your entire plate down and then throwing up. If you throw up that meal, then you may not like that meal for a long time, you know? But then Mr. Streamer will be way ahead of me, and I will destroy you! Yes, you must remember, I will also follow you around, and I will take everything from you. You will not be able to compete in this game with no competition. Yes, yes, yes. Don't let Mr. Streamer Man get ahead of you. How do you know this isn't just a ploy so I can get ahead of everybody? Maybe I'm doing it for myself after all. That's ever bad. Just needs time. Don't really want to grind dungeons for Legos if there's no PvP. Yeah, that's gonna get a lot of people. The fact that you can't really implement a lot of the gear you've grinded for, like Idle said, it's not the craziest DPS bump. Like having full legendaries that are fully upgraded, like it's an upgrade to have. But the verticality in this game is not that steep. I've noticed that with the exception of a couple of builds that do scale off of, you know, a modifier that's extremely heavy like a Dominion build, most of the very successful builds outside of haha Dominion hard hit one hit builds basically take a lot of small to mid instances of damage. Like when I was leveling, I still had abilities that hit for 100. I just didn't get them out as frequently. A lot of the scaling in this game right now through popular builds is adding more instances of things happening. Well, yes, increasing how hard those things hit by a little bit, but it's not like this night and day difference where if you're running a level 15 full purple set with this same exact build, like, sure, my damage will be higher because stats are there, but you're still going to be blasting just as many numbers, and the build will function the same proportionally as it does for me. The verticality is not the emphasis of this game, and when you bring in vertical grinders like myself that like to do content, see reward for content, and always have that, it gets a little bit weird on the horizontal scale, because then you're like, oh shit, well, I go around and collect mounts and stuff, but like, I don't really care that much about mounts and stuff. It's cool, but like, I'm not gonna go out of my way for most of them. Maybe when I run out of other stuff to do. But I like the verticality, and even here it's like, okay, well, verticality is great, but we're investing so much like material cost that we can sink into other things to try to prep for the future, when all of this will inevitably just get burnt down to the ground. Like, it is a lot of work and a lot of time invested to get everything on the highest level. We're doing the math out just to see how long I would need to run for in terms of create a character, run to a storage, grab 10 hearts, run it out to Lee Van Glyph, complete the quest. Just the run itself at roughly 6 minutes per is gonna put me in between 5 and 6 hours of running, just total, to try to get out to get enough crystals to upgrade all of my weapons to legendary. About 6 hours. To some people that play video games on a more casual level, that's multiple days of game time. That's 2 to 3 days for your average gamer who plays 2 to 3 hours. That is absurd to me. That's just like the only way that we can actually upgrade our shit. Now, again, that's a temporary pain point, but it is also a pain point where you're looking at the continuity of this game. Or not upgrade your weapon to legendary, sorry, upgrade your legendary fully. My apologies, I misspoke. Upgrade my legendaries fully. But like, that is a continuity point where you're going to run into player pain points and quit points off of that. Like, when you're trying to upgrade anything to 4 and 5 stars, what's max on legendary? 5 upgrades? Yeah. Epic is 4 upgrades and legendary is 5 upgrades. So you'll notice here, 4, here, 5. The thing about it is, to go 4-star and 5-star, you're looking at the crystals that are needed, spark crystals. They are the purple crystals that are only earned through one singular source of content in the game, which is Lee Van Glyph. So the only way to actually upgrade, keep in mind, you need 18 of those crystals per legendary upgrade to 5 stars. It's 3 and then 15. 3 to go to 4-star, 15 to go to 5-star. You need to farm up 180 of the ephemeral hearts that I'm farming up right now, right? I did 180 yesterday. I have 81 so far today in about, I'd say, 40 minutes of farming. You need to farm up 180 of these per weapon. And then you need to put them in your storage, and you need to make 18 characters and run them across the entire playable world to one of the physical furthest points in the world where Lee Van Glyph is from the start. And then you need to turn in the hearts 10 at a time, get the crystal, put the crystal back in your storage, delete the character, and go again. Keep in mind, that's per item. I have my Bee Fury, I have my Crab Shield, and then I'm also probably going to farm up an Amon Ram next, because they are not fixing Bee Fury in a timely manner. So Bee Fury main hand is probably going to be cooked for quite some time, if I had to guess. But I'm looking at, if you've done the math, 54 alts. 54 runs. Roughly 6 hours of running. The motherfucking piece of shit. The character creation screen, making the character, loading in, running to a storage person, grabbing the storage, making it out to that area, yapping with chat. Like, we're probably looking at an entire day, if I do that, of just me running without doing a single thing. Something like a courier would help. Well, they had a really low-hanging fix for this problem right now in this bottleneck. I don't really know what their long-term goal is with it, but they had an incredibly low-hanging fruit with making the quest that gives us the, you know, the crystal repeatable. But they, like, didn't do that. It was super easy when you could teleport to a friend on invite. Oh, shit. Wait. Goddamn. Yeah, and we can't do that anymore, right? Because a lot of people complained about that being a bug, and we can't teleport to a friend anymore. Or can we? Because teleport to a friend would save quite some time. If we can do that still, then that's phenomenal, but I want to say they took that out, right? Fuck, that's tragic. We can't? Yep, that's tragic. 115 times at work for inviting friends into your server? Yeah, we lose all the good things before we even know they're the good things, huh? Yeah, slightly tragic. You also need to use some of those ults to farm star shards. Yeah. We need to definitely get some shard farming done. It is quite unfortunate, but spark shards, spark crystals, all literally the constraints right now. And those are the one-time, you know, gatherables throughout the world. Just first time you kill a boss, first time you, or to kill an open world boss, first time you complete an open world event type shit. It's really unfortunate. They have multiple bottlenecks that exist right now with character prog that I definitely think are going to be issues for the average community once they get here. Where, like, people do get one spark shard. One spark crystal. Like, you can get crystals. Once you get a crystal, people are going to be like, okay, why can't I get more of these since I see I need 3 of these to upgrade my weapon? And then your casual player, who isn't really at the point of worrying about legendaries yet, will eventually get the legendary, and then they'll be like, wait, why can't I make my legendary any better than my other weapons? Other than the stat gain on them, of course. But it's a really unfortunate bottleneck that's created right now that I do think would be some pretty low-hanging fruit to be able to fix. I'm not a dev, so I don't know if low-hanging fruit is truly low-hanging fruit. But I do definitely hope that we see some fixes for those pain points soon. It's a lack of continuity, you know what I mean? Yo, Henry, what up, brother? I hope you're having a beautiful day. It's supposed to drop from heroic mode? Yeah, but heroics aren't planned this year. So, blue will come this year, purple's planned during EA. So, like, they gotta say some stuff for full release. I don't think character, like, progression on a basic level should be gated until release. I think that's where you should bring content gates in and have stuff for 1.0 release, right? But I shouldn't be incapable of progressing my character because of game design or, like, continuity issues. If they wanted us to... Maxing out all your legendaries is not basic character progression. No, it's quite literally the definition of basic character progression, yes. Upgrading a legendary to 5 stars is the same thing as upgrading a blue to 3 stars or upgrading an epic to 4 stars, which is getting a weapon and upgrading that weapon. That is, by definition, basic character progression in this game. Yeah, that's literally by definition basic character progression. Being able to find gear and upgrade that gear is an intended form of progression in this game, whether it's through enchants, armor plates, leveling the weapon, like upgrading it, which is something we're supposed to be able to do. That's a core functionality of the game. And the fact that they give us an upgrade material, basic character progression doesn't include min-maxing. Upgrading something that's upgradable is not min-maxing. That's playing the game. So you're telling me that we shouldn't have shiny companions in the game because people that are getting all the shiny companions are min-maxing their companion gathering? No, that's fucking stupid. Respectfully. If they put a form of content in the game, that is meant to be done. And if you have something that can upgrade to 4 or 5 stars, that tells the player that is meant to be done. If you give a player a crystal that is used for an upgrade, that says this is a form of character progression. If they didn't want character progression to continue past 3 upgrades, why include purple and legendary in the drop tables? Because purple and legendary are meant to drop and are meant to be experienced by the players and tested by the players as a form of basic character progression. Said maxing out every legendary you have isn't basic character progression for a game that's in development. Upgrading your items in the way that the items are intended to be upgraded is basic character progression. I do not know where you are getting this sentiment that me doing what the game systems are is not character progression. It is not min-maxing to fully upgrade an item. The same way it is not min-maxing to enchant an item. The same way it is not min-maxing to cook food. Like, it's just an oversight on their part. If they're intended to be upgraded max right now, they'd probably have made it possible without making tons of vaults and running back and forth across the map. If they didn't want them upgraded right now, then they should have disabled the material. Same reason you can't level up professions past 5 and 6. No, you're an idiot. So that's because of bugs that have been fixed. So all of the professions are actually fixed. You just don't know what you're talking about, and you're sitting there spewing shit that you don't even know. So I'll have you know, they just fixed all of the bugs to not upgrade professions. They just added the pumpkins into the game because you're supposed to upgrade your professions. You just got every single profession gate fixed. You can make the alchemist cauldrons. You can make the pumpkin pies now. Everything that was a progression gate was actually fixed. You are fucking brain dead, my brother. You are legitimately brain dead. Nobody actually understands what you're saying, and you're saying that somebody playing the game in a normal way is min-maxing that should not be played or supported by the developers, and it creates a continuity gap where not even people who are min-maxing, but even casual players will have legendaries, and they may not want to upgrade 3 legendaries, but they want to upgrade their 1 legendary that they have that they're very excited to have, which will still take 18 alts and 18 crystals. If they didn't want to upgrade it, do not put that in the game the first time. Do not put 1 crystal in the game if we need 18 crystals to upgrade. And if you've done that, then you need to just make it repeatable and give us the actual crystal grind without having to make alts. It is the easiest solution in human history to just say, hey, this quest, repeatable now. You still farm up your hearts the same way that you have been, but now you don't have to make a shitload of alts and spend your time running across the map. 07, I have fixed the gap without creating a power vacuum, forcing people to play on alts, and without destroying any of the economy within the game. You still farm up materials, and you exchange those materials for the good that you are looking for. So is the untiltable mountain of positivity? Yes. Yes, it is. Unfortunately, people like that just honestly trigger my empathy more than tilt me, because I try to explain to them very kindly that they're incorrect. That guy didn't even know that trade skills were progressible to max level. But he's coming in here trying to argue with somebody that does this every single day for 8 to 12 hours and follows every single update about this game that comes out, whether it's on Discord, Reddit, anything like that. If there's an update, I know it before I hop on stream. This dumbass tried to come in here and argue with somebody who literally has all the facts and does this for their job, and tried to say that you can't even level your trade skills to max level, which they just put in a bug fix today to allow us to upgrade our trade skills to max level. But this fucking bozo is an actual fucking bozo and knows nothing and wants to go around being confidently wrong, which doesn't tilt me, more so makes me sad, because I wonder how they interact with everybody else in their life. It's like the people that just get into a story and clearly fucking lie in their story just so they can sound like they have a cool story. It's like the people that'll be hanging out and they're like, yeah, so somebody tried to rob me when I went to the store the other day, dog. Fucking fought him off with my bare hands. Big titty bitch walked by, motorboated her titties, fucking milk squirted out, and made a heart on the ground. It's fucking sick. And then I went into the store and everybody clapped for me. They're like, brother, that didn't happen. That didn't fucking happen. You're making that up. You don't know what you're talking about. That is literally the confidently wrong that some MMO players have. Same thing with that guy that came in trying to argue that basic character progression and verticality of scaling is not intended for players to access within their game. Even though that is a basic part of character progression, being able to functionally upgrade your weapons. That is like square one of what makes this game function, because you also get upgrade bonuses when you upgrade aforementioned weapons. It's a basic part of vertical progression with this game, and some people are just so blindly and confidently wrong that it is really unfortunate to see. Again, I can only imagine how those fucking troglodytes interact with people in their daily life, just spewing shit that they haven't even fact-checked because they think that it was right. I just, bro, I just can't. I fucking can't. Confidently wrong is the worst kind of wrong to ever be. And some people just are so set on being confidently wrong all the fucking time. They don't want people to upgrade past 3 stars or whatever. They wouldn't even show the other 2 stars. They wouldn't have put Epic and Legendary in the game right now if they didn't want Epic and Legendary to feel like Epic and Legendary. It is incredibly possible that the dev team of 15 people simply made an oversight. I don't know why that's crazy for some people to grasp, but like, it is possible that the dev team just didn't think of the constraint of, oh, people can only access one of these crystals and they'll need 18 per legendary. Oh no, we don't have heroics in yet, because they're likely looking at the crystals as saying, hey, these come from heroics eventually, but we don't have heroics yet. So most likely answer was an oversight. Yeah, exactly. And everybody wants to talk about like, oh, well, you're not supposed to progress the things that are in the game right now. That's a min-maxy mentality. Like, no, brother, I might have my legendaries before casual players, but when the casual players all get their legendaries, they're gonna want to upgrade them too. It's not just min-maxy, my boy. Game devs can make mistakes. Brother, I played Ashes of Creation and New World before this. You're preaching to the fucking choir there. I have learned that developers are the same people that we are, and it is very likely that they just didn't think of the continuity issue of nerds getting legendaries and wanting to upgrade those, because they were like, oh, well, we have heroics coming in that'll drop these bad boys. And the same way that they are addressing bugs that pop up from emergent gameplay, the same way they will address these bugs that pop up, right? Continuity issues are simply that, continuity issues. And I think people that are denying that there could ever possibly be a continuity issue with a 15-person developed title from a relatively small studio who it's their first title that's actually branching into this genre, I mean, that kind of makes sense, but some people just don't want to, like, accept that whatsoever. It's literally just an oversight that could be fixed in a myriad of ways, and if they added heroics tomorrow, then it would be fixed. Unfortunately, their timetable on heroics isn't that close, so reasonably speaking, just make Lee Van Glyph repeatable until you add heroics, and then just have a repeatable quest in the world. I might be crazy for that, but I feel like that solves the entire problem at its core, where like, oh, we're sick of having to make alts to go get this thing, and we can't get enough of these things. Well, here you go. Or does that the crystals like a drop chance from hard mode dungeons? Yeah, literally. If you add it to hard mode dungeons, you make the quest repeatable. Anything that would allow players to not be fucked on those. Now, keep in mind, before Bozo that was just making himself out to be a bozo, bozoed himself out of chat, I didn't even get a chance to point out that the crystals to upgrade legendaries aren't the only things that are gated right now. So not only do I have to make a bunch of alts to upgrade my legendaries, but I have to make alts to upgrade any weapon now to 1, 2, or 3 star. 1 star to 2 star, not as much, but 2 to 3, 3 to 4. I also have to make an alt for that. Spark shards? Spark shards. The blue ones. Yes, there are 2 literal progression gates that are not only impacting min-maxing, but they're just impacting the core progression of the game itself. The baseline character progression with blue shards. Only from open world boss and chests? Yup, and open world bosses and chests are only one-time completions per character per account. Do you get the shards back if you recycle the old weapon? No. No, you do not. Those spark shards are a finite resource. Very finite. Non-replenishing, a total stock possible through the world that you deplete every time you upgrade. For full completion, you'll get totally like 400 to 500. Yeah, and unfortunately, if you're somebody like me that likes to try out a lot of different weapons and shields and stuff like that, you'll go through them fast. I upgraded weapons while I was leveling because it was my first time playing. And, you know, obviously your first time playing, you're going to want the, you know, you're going to want the power scaling. You're going to want to grow with that. But unfortunately, that kind of fucked me over, you know? We're getting such a cool build variety, they should fix that. Yeah, and hear me out. I'm not out here saying the game's dead because of it. I still very much like the game. I think there's still a lot of possibility. I think some people are so, like, white knighty or doomy about games that anytime somebody like me comes along and they're like, I'm really enjoying the game, but here are the problems with it that I and other players are experiencing, they're like, you couldn't be experiencing problems. Or it's the other side where it's like, no, you're not having fun with this, you're lying, look at all these problems. And I'm like, no, I can still, like, enjoy my time while acknowledging something has problems. I could go to a restaurant and like it and still not have the greatest service. I could have, you know, food that's not the #1 meal that I've ever had, but still really like the restaurant. You know, a cappuccino that hits just right, but it's not the Coffee Builders in Phoenix, which is my favorite coffee place ever. You know, it's possible that things can be good and bad at the same time. Yo, what up, Hard? How you doing, my Glizzy Gobbler? I think people are so sports teamy, you know what I mean, in today's day and age, that you've either got to be on the winning side or the losing side. And then there's me, where I'm just like, man, I'm cheering for the refs in this bitch. Like, I will happily make an alt and do what I need to, but I would also love to advocate for gameplay systems to not require people like me to do the things that we're willing to do to open it up for casuals. I'm not saying make those crystals accessible for me. I'm saying make those crystals accessible for everybody that doesn't want to run 6 hours. Because I will, and hear me out, I run ads and I make money during the 6 hours that I'm doing it. You're telling me a normal fucking person is gonna want to sit there for 6 hours, make 54 alts, and run them to 1 quest giver? No! No, bitch, I'm not advocating for me. I'm advocating for everybody else out here. I don't fucking mind. I sit here 8 hours a day regardless and just yap with you guys. What's on the screen is it's like a simple side project, dude. Most of y'all don't even look at the screen. Y'all just listen. Like, people have sometimes what I say as a streamer so twisted, thinking Streamer Man only wants to benefit Streamer Man. And then when Streamer Man is out here thinking of the mass population and the casual players, it kind of like bends some people's minds, where it's like, hear me out, for me, I should actually be advocating that the legendaries are harder to get. I should be advocating for like lower drop rates for legendaries and more difficulty upgrading them, so that way I have stuff that's gated from other people so I look better. That would benefit Streamer Man more. But I'm like, all right, what if we take this thing that's going to be really arduous for other, you know, normal people that with 9 to 5s and lives and aspirations and shit, and we make it attainable for them. And the people are like, oh my god, streamer, what the fuck? Listen. It is self-motivated still. It's so I can claim that it's the Dusty fix. When it comes in, it's the Dusty patch, and then everybody stands up and claps for me. I get it. Gonna make us epic and above weapons. Broken alchemy of the crystals. Yeah, but then we still have the blue issue. So, like, are we looking at blues also giving the weapon upgrades? I would still like that. Greens break them down, you get the spark dust. Blues break them down, you get the spark shards. Purples break them down, you get the spark crystals. And then, presumably, hear me the fuck out, we'll probably have a legendary upgrade material at some point in time. Sacre bleu! Sacre bleu! It's crazy. We'll probably have a legendary crystal that we have to get at some point post 1.0 launch to upgrade past that. If we get something that is truly past legendary rarity or higher than that, maybe from heroic dungeons, whatever it may be. But there will very likely be a legendary upgrade material that comes in at some point. Typically, games just don't stop their rarity scale one short of the highest rarity as a plan. I don't really see that too frequently. So Ninja, thank you for the 3-day dog. I appreciate you. Kind of coffee you drink? Also, Henry, I appreciate you, dog. Yeah, the music, I put a lot of work into trying to find some banger music for stream. I will say, stuff that just kind of like fits in with the aesthetic, with the vibe, with the flow of everything. I do definitely enjoy that I've taken the time to curate this. I've had a lot of different eras of the music too. I used to do lyrical music at a certain point in time, and then I realized, yo, Destroying, thank you for following myself. I realized with how much I yap, lyrical music almost caused this like muddied audio, where like I'm yapping over other words and it's almost like two people are talking at the same time. So now anytime I go into a stream and there's like lyrical music in the back and the streamer's trying to talk, I realize how unclear their actual words are. And I think audio is actually about 70% of a stream's experience, video being the other 30 from a viewer perspective, because more of your viewers are going to be watching on a second monitor with it, you know, audible but not visible. So audio is truly one of the biggest first appeals for somebody coming into a stream. If people were coming in and they were clicking on the stream and I was screaming into my mic and it was all just deep fried, then people probably aren't going to want to sit there and listen to 10 hours of that. But if I have a pleasant listening experience and then people looking on screen and it's also a pleasant viewing experience, excuse you, that also puts me a little bit, you know, separated from people. So, only missing the red leggy bug mount. Though remember, did you have an extra? Probably. I'll check after my heart farm. I probably have an extra, if I had to guess. Hopefully they make changes like this soon. They're kind of shitting out of pace, so that's good. Oh yeah, their content cadence has been phenomenal so far. This is, again, part of the reason why I'm not really, like, freaking out about things not immediately getting fixed. I have played too many goddamn games at this point in time to freak out about, like, the first round of bug fixes not fixing everything. As long as they... +4. As long as they are making progression regarding the state of the game, I am incredibly happy, as that is what my expectation is for a developer in early access, to progress the same way that we as players progress and gain more information. The developers have no way of knowing everything that's going to go wrong beforehand. They have no way of having the experience that they gain over the course of developing an early access into a 1.0 launch. And realistically, in the same way that we are patient with a baby learning their first steps, and we're not just like, what the fuck, you pussy, why aren't you walking? Been here for 2 months, you're useless. We gotta give them, you know, some time to get their steps underneath them, right? They gotta get their baby legs, and they're gonna be wobbly, and then they're gonna take their first steps towards progressing the game, and those might be shaky and they might fall, but if we're seeing the walking get smoother every time that they try to step, then that means they're on their way towards running. And that's really all that we can hope for with an early access. Anybody getting into an early access that expects fully developed, fully finished, fully polished game, brother, I got some beachfront property in Arizona to sell you. I swear to God. I swear to God. I got just the thing for you. But as long as people are getting into it with the proper expectations, and again, expectations of growth, expectations of progress, bro, I'm happy as shit. I'm happy as shit. My build's still not fixed, the one that I, like, ideally want to run. But in the meantime, I still have a very functioning build that is fun to play, clears all content quite smooth, and I've had pretty solid luck with, you know, some carryover weapons and choices between the two. So, they fix your B-build? Nope. They hate me. We learned today that apparently B-Fury main hand has been bugged since beta, sorry. And unfortunately, it doesn't really seem like it's going to find itself getting fixed anytime soon, which is unfortunate at the end of the day. Like, I really wish they would fix my goddamn build so I could run it. And I don't know what their stats are showing, but I'm sure next to nobody is running B-Fury main hand comparatively, and those that do are probably doing a substantial amount less damage than those that do not run it main hand and run it arsenal. Because it is a great arsenal weapon, it literally does not consume our goddamn sunlight. So, good news, they fixed B-Trinket today. It's a step in the right direction. Bad news, B-Fury itself on the sword side, no fixes to be had at this point in time. So we shall stay anxiously awaiting the arrival of our king. Bug fixes for B-Fury. They got 130 of these so far. I'll probably go fuck up some Monster Chuck, if I'm being honest. Get some revenge on that asshole. I can only farm so many of these before my brain starts melting out of my ears. And I also don't think that I am a large enough fan of B-Trinket right now to really get value out of it. I wish that I was, and I don't think Monster Chuck's gonna be the greatest fight for it either, if I'm being honest. Get your Lego Pocket Hive? Yeah. So yesterday I got Lego Pocket Hive and Crab Gantuas. So I do have like everything that I need for the build in the highest level. I also got some Lego Wing Sabers. It's just, I'm not gonna use the Wing Sabers, of course. No mage, no warrior build. Pocket Hives on the side burner until I actually get bug fixes for the build, and then Crab Gantuas on the back burner until I can actually upgrade it. So I still need to make an alt, farm up some more spark shards, and then from there ball out. But yo, on God, might trade mounts for spark shards. That might just be the play. I have so many fucking mounts. Let's see. I don't think I have an extra red actually. Yeah, no extra reds. Where does a red one come from? I have 6 blues and 2 purples. I definitely need to get on the mount grind. And then don't we get like a skunk mount from Munster Chuck? Lady B is red? Okay, word. Word. From the actual, like, chest from her? Because I know I have it. I'll flex it. So I have the red one. I guess I haven't got any extras yet. So we'll get that all sorted out. I'm sure I'll have plenty of time to grind those bad boys. I wish I had an extra though. I need to get that shit up. I want to do a bunch of mount giveaways with a lot of the extras that I do have. It's just like right now, I only have like 8 mounts to give away. So, farmer will buy with crystals from you. I'd rather shards than crystals, bro. I can make alts for crystals and like just run out. I don't want to have to fucking farm the entire game for goddamn shards. I want more spark shards. Shards then? All right, bet. I gotta work on some Munster Chuck first. Because I want to get my Lego Ram. So, like, if I'm gonna be using Ram for a while, I feel like it's gotta be Lego Ram, Lego Bee Fury as the first 2 upgrades. And then I'll work on the Crab Gantuas after the fact. Do we get another bonus for upping it to 5 stars? Or is it the same bonus as a 3-star upgrade? Does 5-star just increase the stats again? Or what's the dealio with that? Because I haven't 5-starred anything yet. I don't really even know what the fuck it does, if I'm being completely real. I just want to 5-star it so it's all done and it looks pretty. Because if I can get a full Lego setup and open my inventory and it's just like, oh! Bro, my gear got stinky yesterday. Stinky. Basically another +2 all. Oh, okay. So it's not like the craziest thing, but White Skunk is for Munster Chuck. I will find a White Skunk today. Any recommendations for a Warrior main hand? A lot of good choices, if I'm being honest. A lot of good choices. A lot of people on Warrior have been scaling Dominion, Cheese Axe, and then Judgment in your arsenal slot. Cheese Axe Dominion is really just like the bread and butter for a lot of people right now. Outside of that, like, I do enjoy Crab Gantuas a little bit more than Dominion, but that's also just from an AoE self-sustain standpoint. It's a little more all-dimensional than Dominion, which Dominion is just, I use armor buff, I hit hard. So, been using Judgment main hand with Cheese Moon offhand on my Warrior. Yeah, I mean, either way works. I think the biggest thing about Judgment offhand is that you get the largest benefit of Judgment offhand, Judgment Arsenal with a 25% bonus damage, and then if you're using it main hand, then it cuts out on getting shield bonuses as well. So that's like the big trade-off there, but yeah, really, the thing about this game that I really enjoy is that so many things can just functionally work. It's not really a matter of you have to play this one thing or the other. You can absolutely complete pretty much every bit of content on any class with any build with minimal struggle. There will obviously be like some struggle on certain classes, especially if you're trying to just face tank mechanics and self-sustain on a class that's not meant for that. But all things considered, I really feel like the ability for people to just cook up a bunch of different builds is incredibly high over here. Like, incredibly fucking high over here. It's just a well-done state of balance right now. Of course, some builds are a little buggy right now, but once that gets sorted out, we're balling. Well, I guess it's up to Munster Chuck for the day, boys. We've had good luck with our Legos yesterday. Yesterday, I got myself a Pocket Moon and my Crab Shield. Day before, I got myself Wing Sabers, which I'm not going to use. Day before that, I got my Bee Fury. Once I got the first Legendary after about 85 hours, the next 20 hours gave me about a Legendary every 4. I spawned a bee! Yeah, they do work! They do work. They're just a little low chance right now, if I'm being honest. Very low chance. What are you using for pants? Currently black Nike sweats. They are banded kind of like jogger style around the ankles. Very comfy as shit. In-game, I'm using high-speed clam diggers. Fate, Fervor, straight across the board. Anytime I can find just Faith single stat, I really like that. Faith is what scales into our abilities more heavily than anything else. Really, the only thing that strength is hitting with this build is our basic attack and half of the modifier on Hive Sunder's damage. which again, it's an equal scalar of strength and faith. So even if you have the faith, it's not like you're missing anything. And faith increases all of our magic damage, all of our healing of our abilities. So faith is really like the double dip for most of our shit, in my opinion. So I have a lot of pieces that are just, you know, that. This is Vit Faith Strength. So again, main stats, Vit Faith Strength. This is Vit Faith, Vit Faith, Vit Faith, Vit Faith Strength, Vit Faith, Vit Faith. And then switch Reclep Pan on over B Trinket for right now. With this build, some people do really enjoy... Is it this one? Yeah. Some people do enjoy this trinket. Magic critical strikes grant you a stack of purified heart, stacking up to 20. At 20, your next weapon skill releases a lightning bolt, dealing 0 magic damage. It's not 0 magic damage. I did this before for a little bit. Rocked it for a wee bit. Do I not have any strange spores or zealotous petals? God damn. I guess I'm gonna have to get some plants on Scover. But I mean, it's definitely not the worst in terms of your options. And really, these getting 10 more faith for 10 seconds really isn't that bad either for like how cheap it is. This really is not that bad. If I attack speed, the plus 10 trinket stronger. Yeah. The plus 10 trinkets aren't bad by any means. Like 10 main stat is a lot. That's over 10% of my main stat, which is huge. So I use Stone of Righteousness. The faith one. Yeah, faith is quite nice. Oh, the crafting station still shows 0. No, it should pull from storage now. Like, it updates everything else. I literally just think I have 0. But yeah, Stone of Righteousness really isn't bad. Hold on. I'm gonna go back and make one of those real quick before I get too into it. We'll try one of those out today and see how it feels over the crit. Because the crit does feel phenomenal as well. But Stone of Righteousness is probably going to be really consistent. We'll try that one out, and then I might make one of the lightning ones today. I'll probably just have to get some herbs to do that. Also, Henry asked what kind of coffee I drank. I drink a lot of coffee. A lot of coffee. It depends. Like, right now, I think this is just a 5 o'clock coffee medium blend. I think. I want to say. But I have a bunch of different beans at the house. I fresh grind the beans every morning. Make just a basic drip pot of coffee. Nothing too over the top, but I do love my fresh beans. I have a little coffee setup. I have an espresso setup as well. But I don't really make espresso drinks that much at home at this point in time. Espresso is usually like my treat when I go out. I'll get myself a nice little cappuccino with an extra shot, no matter how many shots come in it. Always an extra shot just for the vibes, for the culture. So that's been a big thing. Yeah, that'll probably be pretty solid because that's a dealing damage as well. And I am constantly getting damage ticks out. So I mean, that'll probably be pretty large with the massive instances of damage that this build pumps. I mean, we'll see over the dummies real quick how long it takes to actually pop this. Because it should not be long at all. Coffee is discussing T's life. I like both. I don't really have a preference one or the other. Dragons, what up, dude? Thank you for that much love. I appreciate you. Sir. If we're just slapping... Oh, yeah, it's already up. So we already have the buff out. And then we'll get into some more instances of damage, and we'll see if we can just perma-maintain it. Is there an internal on it? And if so, what is the internal cooldown on it? Because as of right now, it's backup. Like, that's speedy as shit, if I'm being honest. And that increases the damage by a lot on everything, too. You're 100% up time on mine? Yeah, it seems like there might be a small internal and then it just procs again, if I had to guess. So let's keep track of how long it's down for this time. So 3, 2, 1, down. 1, 2, no. Maybe not. Maybe there's no internal on it. I thought it'd be like a 5-second internal. Or like a 15, I should say. But it might not have an internal. It just looks like the stack can't override, maybe. So the stack's not auto-refreshing when you do damage. So it has to fall off, and then it has to go back up. Yep, that's exactly it. So the stack just can't refresh itself while it's already up. There's no internal cooldown but the stack cannot override the stack. It's a unique stack modifier, so it'll fall off, and then you just have to proc it up again. That's the only downtime that you'll experience. Basically, perma plus 10 faith. Yeah, it's fucking stinky. Fucking stinky. Raclette pan for crit is also good if you need crit, but like it's a large amount of damage. And people have also, like I said, they fuck with the lightning trinket a little bit over here because we crit so much. But the trinkets are honestly, you have a lot of options. The fact that this is level 6 is fucking stinky as well. Make one of these for an alt, and then you just go around like Thanos. Alright, I'll be right back. I am gonna top up my coffee. What's a crit one do? Raclette pan. Every time you do damage, you get 0.5% crit, stacking up to 10 times, so just 5% flat crit, which probably less than a consistent 10% faith in terms of the value of it, but if you're a crit facilitated build, really solid. All right, I'll be right back, one sec.
Cat with abs is absolutely S tier.
Coffee acquired. We're on tremendous. Yo, Joe. I can follow myself. I have mild food hungers. We'll stop being a bitch. Somebody out there hasn't eaten in a week, and you're out here complaining you probably ate yesterday. It's fucking ridiculous. Fucking ridiculous. Selfish, even. Absolutely hate to see that shit. How to get the most faith on your gear? Does the same armor piece drop different variations of stats? Like more or less faith? No, everything's static in terms of the rolls. So you basically can just like find where your faith stuff drops. I got quite a few pieces of just the raw faith from like Crab Farm. Every boss has a different loot table with armor though. So you'll definitely want to go through and figure out like what drops where, or just explore like I did. I didn't go through any like databases and compile anything like that. I myself just focused on like, you know, I want to explore, I want to figure things out on my own. So I tried to do exactly that, and I had a ton of fun doing it. So now my armor set's really solid. But everything's just like static, really. So using I'm on due to the crit percentage from that trinket, since it guaranteed crits with a weapon ability, or I'm mistaken on how the ability actually works. So you get crits on your next weapon attacks, but the crit itself doesn't scale up to your abilities, which unless you are a fizz scaling build, then your weapon attacks are going to be a very small percentage of your damage comparatively to your overall like ability usage. So having crit chance still for your abilities is great, but you also have the double down of like faith works on your abilities as well. So in this scenario, faith and crit, faith gives more healing too. Honestly, faith is probably going to play better on the trinket than the crit side does. But yeah, crit's still useful from an ability standpoint, because this just empowers your next 3 attacks, which go off of your attack and your smite. When you're looking at, you know, sunlight crits, when you're looking at your, you know, your crits on all of your abilities, that's coming off of your just raw crit chance, which Amon Ram does give you 10% of, which is just kind of a cheat code inherently. Like, Amon Ram is so fucking good. But, wait, I wasn't supposed to come up this way. I ran the wrong way entirely, huh? Golly, we're saying is that the ability only affects weapon attacks. So having additional percent crit gives your abilities more chance. Exactly. And Amon Ram, when you consume 5 stacks, does give you 10% fervor and 10% crit just on a baseline. So you do get that benefit of it. But in terms of the guaranteed crit on the Empower, where you're just not playing RNG at all, that side, I went the wrong way. That side is going to be based on your actual character crit percentage, which is a little bit less guaranteed there, so to say. Playing in a taking too long now. Is there a problem in the game? I mean, they dropped an update today. I haven't heard of any login issues though. Mine was smooth today. Doesn't mean that there aren't issues, but like mine was chilling. I don't know though. Twice today actually. Wait, you ate twice today, bruh? The fuck you got hunger pains from? Goddamn. I usually don't eat till after stream. I had a singular harvest snap pea because Carla wanted me to have a harvest snap pea. Excuse me. Very first attempt to log in took forever, around 11:30. Weird, really. Huh. You know, I mean, noted to not log out, I guess. That'd be absolutely fucking tragic. Yeah, no, I wasn't aware there were issues with it. Will definitely keep my ears open. I mean, they pushed a patch today, so like anything could have gone right or wrong with that patch push, in all fairness. So not entirely sure. My game's been running pretty smooth. I haven't started bossing yet, but I was doing some ephemeral heart grind to start the day today. So we'll see how it is in bosses. I'm about to go do some monster asshole, but so far it's been pretty smooth on my end. How's the temperature today? Oh my god, it fixed itself. It's so much better. Global warming's fake. The temperature today, like actual outside temperature, is 64 degrees. The stream room is 73. Perfect temperatures. Literally no complaints whatsoever. I got sleeves on. Like, I am cozy, I'm comfy. I fucking napped before stream on the couch because I took apart the entire dishwasher and then put it back together so I could clean it before stream because I was feeling so motivated with the fact that it wasn't just insanely hot. I did all of that, and then I laid on the couch for a second, and I just fucking... Oh, wow, wait, what? We got new icons. Wait, did we get new icons? These aren't the same icons, right? What's different about this menu? I feel like something's different about that. I might be tripping, but I definitely think something's... Wait. Are servers fucked here, too? Am I cooked or not? Okay, we're up. We're so up. It also says locked. Interesting. But they still couldn't fix Beef Fury. Hey, you see it? You got the daggers after 500 plus runs. Oh my god, brother. 500 runs is insane. I don't even know how many I had for my legendaries when I was chasing those down. Like, my first one, I did not get until I was 85 hours of playtime in. Now, not all of that was explicitly farming legendaries, but, like, I'd say I probably spent about 50 hours just farming legendaries, exclusive motherfucking piece of shit. I hate this fight so much. I need to not read chat at all. That is not a good start to me being here. God fucking damn this fight. Dude, I hate it so much. Alright, I'll see you when you come down and stop being a fucking asshole, Chuck. Jesus Christ. Got legendary, she's been in the first run. Yeah, that's cap. That's cap. My cap detector is off the charts. Off the fucking charts. Astronomical. I don't need issues with trains from here today. They're a lot slower going across, so you don't get flung. Are they slower? Because I'm not gonna lie, that motherfucker came out of nowhere this time around, dog. Literally came out of nowhere. Swanton bombed my shit, if I do say so myself. Left me completely without any tools at my disposal. But good news. Yeah, they actually do look like they're coming a little slower. So is it just a momentum transfer? Trains are trying to hit you with the same speed, but the ones taking you over the platform are slower. Oh, okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. So I didn't get worse overnight. I'm still just as careless. That actually checks out. Okay, cool. We're so set. We're so set. Motherfucker. That one did not hit me. You were a piece of shit, Chuck. You're a piece of shit, and everybody knows you're a piece of shit. Fuck you! Fucking hate that guy, bro. I swear to God. Between Chuck and Hayden Seek, I genuinely, like, I want to file, like, lawsuits and shit. I don't really know what I can do to pursue them, but fuck those guys, man. Can you get hurt? Me? Yeah, I could get hurt. This build can take damage. I just have a lot of healing as well. Like, if I stand in shit, it's perfectly possible for me to die. It's just like, this build is kind of built around sustain. And damage was always a secondary part of this build when I had it in mind. It was the fact that I can... Oh, wow, that is way slower. Yep. Yep, that makes sense. But I always kind of thought of Priest inherently as an incredibly sustaining class in the first place. It almost, like, doesn't make sense in my mind to think of it as anything else. So I was like, alright, I'm gonna beef up. Get as tanky as I possibly can. And then I'm gonna see how I can add damage in after the fact. And unfortunately, I wanted to do that on my B build, but they haven't fixed B Fury at all since I have been here. Like, at all. So we're still slightly down horrendous in that regard, but you know, everything's fine. Pally time, bro. I love me some Paladin builds. I'm not gonna lie. I absolutely adore Paladin in pretty much every way, shape, and form in most games. It's a melee that typically brings in enough diversity as a class to not just be one-dimensional ooga booga warrior, which I like that, you know, I like that diversity the class brings in with the gameplay. It's quite nice. It just makes the class feel dynamic, I think is the best way that I can put it. And I'm also someone that typically, like, I don't have any PvP to focus on right now, but man, oh man, I love me some PvP. And as soon as PvP systems come online that are giving me something to, you know, something to chase down synergies with other classes with, something to, wow, this is such a slow trip now. This is such a relaxing trip across the way. Are those guys now dropping loot when they weren't before, by the way? I feel like that loot did not drop last time. Like yesterday when I was here. I might be tripping though. I might have just ignored it the entire time. But part of me feels like we did not get loot from that. New day still on the build guide? I know. I'm the fucking worst. I will say, I did want to make sure that the build wasn't going to get completely fucking cooked today. And that there weren't going to be any drastic changes. I probably would have actually jumped off a bridge if I made a build guide, posted it, and then the build I was playing got substantially changed. So, now that this patch is out, this seems to be where they've tweaked a lot of weapons, a lot of small balance things. So, I'll definitely be throwing one out. The thing about my build guide is this is probably going to be 20 minutes of build guide. Just taking you through what I'm currently running. And then also, one thing I try to include in my build guides a lot that some people love, some people hate, are the flex options where it's like, this is what I run, but these are also other good choices for you to run if you don't want to run the exact same thing that I'm cooking up. Because not everyone will. So there's a little bit of a catch there, right? I'm not the best at, like, concise build guides. I can get a little wordy with them. The whole 8-minute video concept is a little bit dead to me. So, Should these trinkets in the Alchemist? These are insane, I didn't know. Oh yeah, I mean, a lot of the Alch trinkets are quite good. It depends on what you're trying to do with the build. But I mean, plus 10 stats pretty much all the time is quite good. Because we're watching your stream every day to look at your build anyways. See, that's kind of the advantage to me, and sometimes the disadvantage, depending on how you want to look at it, is that I'm a streamer, not a YouTuber. So what I lack in YouTube, you know, videos that I put up, I make up for in the fact that I'm here as like your live support that you can call and ask questions to 8-10 hours a day. So it's like I have office hours. I'm like a college professor. You can come in and get all the information that you need, but it's gonna be sometimes a little bit more restrictive. I'm here most of the day, but sometimes I gotta wait. Didn't they have that fixed yesterday with the platforms? Did they revert those changes? You have the respawn after this fight now. 2 to get loot, so that people died, they can get loot too. Oh, wait. So if people were dying in a group setting, they just weren't able to get back to the other side to get their loot? Okay, yeah, that does make sense. That does make sense. Kind of unfortunate. They could add another phase to the fight and make it every 20% instead of every 25%. But somebody would probably kill themselves if they did that. So don't do that. But they could do that to make it end on the same platform. That would be a very bad change. I would hate that. I would not come back here. But they could go that route. We'd end up on the right platform. It would just be another like down and back and another set of ads. But that would also make the fight harder because of the poison that goes on the ground if the poison doesn't dissipate. That last platform that you're on would be like the ultimate oh fuck scenario. So but Prism first character, because I another impression the game was an MMO and I wanted to be a support role, but never it wasn't an MMO. It's still like the game of Priest. Priest plays so much more Paladin than Priest. I stand on that business like very, very, very thoroughly. That if they renamed this Priest as just Paladin inherently, and then said, hey, we missed the mark on giving you a true Priest, we're going to, you know, name this Paladin. Continue with this class as though it is a Paladin main archetype, and then give you a true Priest delivery soon TM. I feel like from a class design standpoint, that would hit harder for me. Now, I'm a Paladin enjoyer, I'm a melee enjoyer, and the fact that I'm playing a Priest, and I can thoroughly say that it feels like a melee class, even with its its class abilities, not just the weapon ability side of things. I feel more like a Paladin than I do a Priest. Great for me, not good for people that want the organic priest supporty healy type vibe, which I feel will probably be most priest pickers. I feel like a lot of people really like that supporty type beat. Like I got a fucking YouTube comment on one of my VODs that was like, man, playing priest and not wanting to support the group's crazy. Maybe you should play warrior. I was like, brother, there isn't even a group to support in this bitch, and I don't even have supporty type abilities. I have nothing to support the group with. I don't have any options here. I've tried Scepter, Faith Int. Yeah, I mean, I leveled with Scepter and some range weapons. Even then, like, yeah, it felt a little more casterly at that point. But even with Scepter, you're looking at a flamey pet that's following you around, healing you all the time. You're looking at an explosion based off your flamies that's proximity based. So I guess you could say that's like a Holy Nova-esque, you know, explosion. But then it still just brings you in melee range most of the time. I feel like we don't really have a ton of options that play true range. Like clam slamming brings us melee for 4 DPS comms. Wait. What you mean? What you mean? But yeah, no, definitely I don't know that I have found myself thinking this is very priesty. Is there like a hunter/ranger class? So they have a rogue in the game right now, and the rogue can use bows, and there's also like a shuriken weapon that you can use. So there are some range weapons that you can rock on rogue too, just to get a little of that ranger feel. But it's not going to be like the true ranger feel, because you get some abilities from your weapons, right? And then you get other abilities just from your class inherently. And the class abilities are on the right side of the screen in the middle, like that big circle that I put out, my judgment, that's from my class ability. And I empower that judgment with different, you know, different actions to give damage, healing, and shielding on it, if I do it right. So, range really underwhelming at the moment. Yeah, I think most people play range because it's fun, rather than meta, if I'm being honest. The thing that makes every build just cheese through content the easiest, in my opinion, right now, is very simply put, sustain. You just build a lot of self-sustain, and then you just self-heal constantly. Oh, piece of shit. That's not ideal! Jesus fucking Christ, brother. What if we just fucking relaxed a little, man? What if we just chilled? Shrieking daggers can do something, but then you just die. Yeah, I mean, inherently with solo games, like, I do feel as though you either have the two options of, I guess it's three options. Kill stuff before it kills you. Great for clearing trash and things from, like, you know, maps like Path of Exile or Greater Rifts in Diablo. Phenomenal for that. Boss killers that have a decent amount of damage and a lot of sustain for longer boss fights, so you can actually get through and you have mechanisms to either avoid the damage or live through the damage of a boss, right? And then you have your brick walls that are basically bound to group play, and those are like your 0 DPS type builds. And this is just like canonically in the games. You have your full supporty type builds that aren't really meant to do anything too remarkable on the, you know, the eye clear sense. But when you bring in a group element to it, they bring in a whole lot of impact because they can just sit here, hold aggro on shit. You know, your tanks. They can support, they can hold aggro, they can do whatever they need. If it's a CC chain, they bring in a lot of validity there. And I feel like out of those builds, you always see one of those in solo scenarios struggling a little bit more than any of the others. And to me, I always see glass cannon, no sustain builds, going through the battle of, well, I hit really hard, but if something hits me, I die. This build sucks. And I'm like, okay, well, I hit hard enough. And if something hits me, I just instantly heal through everything and don't really have to worry about it. Maybe you should drop a little bit of your damage for something that's going to keep you up longer. Because there's not really an enrage timer with any of these bosses. A couple of them have a soft enrage, but a soft enrage is not a big boy enrage. So, like, mayhaps just drop a little bit of the big number type shit. But, you know, teach their own. Excuse me, sir. Bro, I swear to God, he is doing devious work to try to get me onto these fucking tracks right now. I do not know where he's pulling this out from, but it's like they changed the mob AI overnight to somehow be more conniving. I fucking hate it. He's, like, actually growing sentient at this point. He's learning from all of the encounters that we put him in so far. Soon he's just gonna start sitting on the train track and fucking teabagging us. I'm gonna hate that shit. Larger number, better person. Larger number, better build. And if you do not have the largest number, then your build is absolute dog shit. Remember that. Remember that. And even if you're dead, the larger temporary number is what powers you through all trials and tribulations at all points in time. And if you forget that, you're fucking cooked. Shows me around all the time. Dude, he's a fucking asshole. He's like that one homeless dude in New York that pushes somebody on the fucking train tracks for no reason. I don't enjoy it. I feel like it's detrimental to be around, if I'm being completely real. I think I have every, like, armor piece from here that I would need at this point as well. And the RNG is already not on my side. Chat, where are we getting pumpkins? Because, honestly, with Cauldron working and with pumpkins existing, I'm starting to think that consumes will fuck as well. And we'll just push our clear speed even higher. Now, Cauldrons are a little bit extra because I could just make a shitload of Elixirs of Faith, which I would just need strange spores and fresh flower powder for, and then just rock those instead. But if I pop an Elixir of Faith, and then I pop Planeswalker Feast, that's probably going to be stinky. Now, On the other side of that, a pumpkin pie for the 420 might actually go crazy for me. It very well may. The 4-4 from the sea omelet, also quite good. I'd need to kill a shitload of crabs. Pumpkin from any Consumabs? Okay, word. Word. That'll be a super easy farm then. Thing is, I don't want to get into the 15-minute food. That's the shitty part about all these. This is an hour buff. Somebody just drove by on a fucking lawnmower. Jesus Christ. Anyways. Fucking rude. I don't even know what the fuck that was. Bro, that literally sounded like it was struggling. That didn't even sound nice. 15 minutes is wildly low time. Listen, 15 minutes would be a record for me. But yeah, I mean, the Planeswalker Feast immediately goes up to an hour. So is it a little unfortunate to have to source all of these? Yeah, but also, is it incredibly worth it? Yeah. Yeah. And if I had to guess when the auction house is added in, these and consumables are just going to sell like fucking mad. That is my early predict on it. I don't really see a world where anything else is selling, or sorry, cosmetics. Consumables and cosmetics. I don't really think gear is gonna go that crazy. I think people will definitely want gear, but it's gonna be shards, it's gonna be crystals, it's gonna be cosmetics, it's gonna be consumables. Don't they fix that duping before they were obtainable? Yeah, I mean, think about it though, is every other mat's going to be duped to shit at this point. So, dupes do still unfortunately exist to some capacity, and probably always will to some extent with the game's lifespan. It's very unlikely that the game will really ever hit a completely dupe-free state. I would love it if it did, but it's not really reasonable to think about, because any loot table-based multiplayer game is very susceptible to, at some point in time, have loot table bugs, dupes, exploits, just something impacting the fidelity of the economy. And it's unfortunate, but it truly is just kind of the state of shit. And even when the auction house is out, it's still going to be hard for it to be a completely 100%, you know, ethical economy. There are always going to be bad actors. I do like that they're actively putting in a lot of effort to combat dupes, but it's truly a cat and mouse game in every way, shape, and form, where no matter how much they do try to combat it, there are going to be more bad actors that do come in and try to get around their combatants of it, their defense. It's literally a never-ending back and forth. So, as long as they continue to fight it, that's really all we can ask at this point in time as players. It's fucking hard for them to fight. Really is. I don't see a scenario where really any multiplayer game is able to go completely dupe or exploit free. But even when things are duped, the good news about this game is that there's not a lot of competition off of the duped shit. Now, I'm not quite sure how consumables carrying into PvP is going to work. That could be like the one caveat where, you know, kind of changes that. If people are duping consumes like crazy and people are popping consumes in PvP and then you don't have to spend money as a result of that, then that could be something. But also, there's not really much of a use for gold right now. Just, like, at all. So for me personally, I'm not too caught up in, oh my god, I'm not going to be able to afford anything off the auction house. Bank, thank you for the follow, much love. I'm not really caught up in that side of things. There's not really a gold sink. Actually, there is. A gold sink? Craft full buff food, you need 1k. 1k is like nothing though. 500 pot. Oh yeah, from the from the vendor. Yeah, but I mean 1k is still like very little, all things considered. Maybe it adds up, but we'll see. There isn't like a lot of gold sink right now, and honestly, since materials drop in such high quantity, people are just gonna start vendoring all their shit instead of salvaging it, and then money goes up like crazy. So, like, materials drop in such reckless abandon and are attainable in such reckless abandon, but what about food? Buff out food and stone. Wait. Where'd my train go? What the fuck did I do? I had my ticket and everything. Chat. Did I miss something, or was I just on the train and I just poofed? I don't think did I jump off while I was reading chat? I don't think I jumped off. Huh. Regardless, so I mean, even this, I'm gonna sell this for 225. So, farming bosses, I make that 1,000 gold in a few boss runs. Like 300 gold if I'm getting double blues between the weapon and the armor piece. So like 3-4 boss runs, I'm working that off. So even if I'm just farming bosses, I literally have a gold fountain. So even then, the 1,000 gold gets outweighed. Twitchy B ops location. I didn't move! Bro, I was just enjoying the train ride, Hoofs. I was being patient and everything, brother. I was just sitting there mogging on the train as I do so well. I just wanted to fucking vibe out a little bit. And they want to prey on my goddamn downfall. Golly. Also, Hoofs, what are your thoughts on a Renfair? Because there's a Renfair in Maine that Carla has apparently convinced a lot of my family members to attend, including my grandmother. And also a few of our friends, I guess. So we're getting like a large group together to go to a fucking Renfair type shit. And I don't know exactly when, I think it's in like a couple of months or something. But it's a weekend event. And sounds kind of litty. I haven't been to a Renfair before. It sounds extremely lit though. And I feel like it would be hilarious if you brought a lightsaber to the Renfair. Just as a, you know, I have sword, but it is modernized sword. All right, let's try to survive this. Apparently, this is the deadliest part of this fucking fight. All right, one train ride down, chat. Everything is beautiful. Never been to one. Yeah, neither have I. I don't really know what to expect. I figure I slap a sword on my back, go in some commoner clothes, and my entire garb is gonna be the level 1 player that was given an item off spawn. So I'm literally gonna say like I'm streamer loot Renfair cosplay. So I just started my character, first Renfair, but somebody hooked me up with an absolute banger weapon to get me through progression. That's gonna be my entire getup. I don't know what else we're gonna run into, but like seeing a priest struggle and lose HP. Oh, it's more laziness than anything else. I could just like not stand in anything. This weapon was your family heirloom. I exploited for this. Did you buy the flesh rubber off Pog? Ooh. Yeah, but how would you ship it? Like, just a giant box? Oh, seeing anyways. I'm glad that I can help you on your daily struggle. Genuinely, I'm glad my misery brings you enjoyment. It's like, I don't want to be a lol cow, but you know, it's the closest thing I can be. They fixed Bee Fury and stuff with the patch. No, and they also said fuck you. They told me to pass that along. No Bee Fury fix. There is no god. The French are revolting again, and this time it's against all of the fun builds. You really fucking hate to see it. So, all things considered, we wait with open arms for our lords and ladies to get a nice little bug fix in that does say fixed Bee Fury not consuming priest sunlight. Unfortunately, it's still down bad. I tested as soon as I got on. I was really optimistic about it. And then my optimism was immediately dashed by the realism that nothing good happens. Yep. I fucked up.
Cat with abs is absolutely S tier.
Nick, thank you for the follow. God fucking damn it, dude. Why do I do these things? Why do I fucking do these things? Why do I have a habit of just pressing my spacebar? Why the Why? Why can't I sit still? That sucks they didn't fix it though. If there is a god, why does he allow bad things to happen in my Bee Fury build? Checkmate, atheists. He wouldn't allow this to exist in the world. Not how it works. No, that's how it works. That's how it works. Definitely how it works. I prayed 3 times for B Fury to get fixed last night. Literally none of them went through. Dex, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. Chat, what the fuck did I do to my spoon? What the fuck? Bro, I just took my spoon out of my coffee? Hold on. What the fuck happened to my spoon? This was not like this when I put it in my coffee this morning. It melted? I don't know. It's sturdy. Like, what the fuck? Like, I bent it back. What? I put that in my coffee normal today? And, I'm a little intrigued now. I'm a little scared. Bro, I just took it out of my coffee after I stirred because I was like, this feels a little strange. And now I've like, I think I bent it improperly because now it's shaped like a ladle. So I can ladle it. That exists for good to be appreciated. Well, yeah, that's why I'm playing Amon Ram. I can appreciate the good while the bad exists. I must. Well, about to see B Fury fixed awaken your Esper powers. I just started bending that shit with my mind out of anger. Jesus Christ. Now train's on last wave. It goes from the same direction only. Well, it's also, they also move a lot slower, the ones that are supposed to, like, transport you. Which is kind of a W. Kind of a W. They definitely have made the fight a bit more, how do I say this? Functional? Functional would definitely be, like, the way that I would put it. You're not getting yeeted off of every train that transports you now, which is a benefit unless you're my dumbass and you, unfortunately, just jump a lot for no fucking reason. It's kind of a character flaw at this point. But they are working better now. Everything's beautiful. When do you think there'll be new content released? Another roadmap looks promising, but a while more. My guess for new content's July to August, and everybody's been telling me I'm crazy. But when we look at their roadmap, they have a few things planned for release this year, and most of it is planned through the remainder of early access, not necessarily this year. Oh, someone asked me to go through my, chat, remind me to go through my runes on my abilities after this fight. Someone asked me to do that like 20 minutes ago, and I just forgot because I was doing this boss fight and it pissed me off. Somebody asked me to hit my runes on my abilities. Just remind me after this fight, and I'll go through that again. It literally just clicked. I was like, wait a second. I was supposed to talk about this. So yeah. Whoever that was, just remind me after fight. I got you. Twitch drops with the first content update would go hard. Oh, Twitch drops would be so nice. But when we look at the roadmap, they have 2 zones planned, more instances, duels, some collection-based stuff, some horizontal prog. But really, like, the plan this year, I don't see multiple content updates worth of content out of that. I think adding 2 new zones and just doubling the functional map space would be good. I mean, I guess if they want to do 1 zone per 10 levels, great. But I don't really know if we're going to be getting 10 levels per zone. I mean, I guess we're level 20 now, so it may work out to 10 levels per zone. So maybe that would be 2 content updates in each of the zones. But highest level rune drops from Ben. Yeah. You can get the high level runes from Ben. He is the most consistent one because he's level 20. So, what we couldn't do yesterday? Well, hear me out. When Wemby is actually getting fucking mauled and held down, it becomes a little hard to actually do anything. And when the whistle's not blowing, then it's cooked. Like, the fact that OKC successfully challenged 2 calls in the first half, yet because of the NBA's stupid challenge system, the refs were incorrect twice on 2 calls. And as a result, the Spurs... Did I say OKC? My apologies. The Spurs... Holy shit, I don't even know who I'm bitching about. The Spurs challenged twice, successfully. And as a result of the refs blowing their whistle incorrectly in favor of OKC, and the Spurs winning both challenges and getting the call overturned, and proving that the refs were wrong, they lost their timeout and both of their challenges, so they couldn't challenge anything in the second half. if you are correct on a challenge, you shouldn't lose your fucking challenge. Like, that shouldn't happen. The refs were incorrect on calls twice. And then the Spurs just all of a sudden are not allowed to challenge anymore after getting 2 challenges correct. That doesn't make sense to me with a challenge system. Like, what's the point of going into review on it and getting it right for 2 calls over the course of a game where there are likely going to be 10s, if not 100 plus whistles blown? Just food for thought. Anyways, we're trying to hurt him. Oh yeah, you have to. You literally have to, brother. Like, they're about, like, I swear to God, OKC game 3 is gonna bring, like, fucking Zydrunas Ilgauskas and Ben and Rasheed Wallace back onto the court as their new big 3. They're gonna bring Walkers out and then to start kicking the shit out of Wemby. They're gonna bring out Jokic's fucking brothers to start guarding Wemby, and they're just gonna stab him. I wouldn't be surprised if, like, Lou Dort brought a switchblade to the game and just stabbed Wemby in his stomach and tanked the flagrant 2 and then put Wemby out for the rest of the series. Bro, it's the only way that you stop him. Literally just have somebody that's low on the roster actually commit a felony crime against Wemby, and then you win the series. One person takes the loss to stop quite possibly the greatest basketball player of a generation. Holy. Harper got hurt also, though, which is big because Fox is hurt. Harper and Fox being hurt means that they don't really have... Yeah. Like, Stephon Castle has to shoulder a lot of the load now that Harper and Fox would typically alleviate. Stephon Castle's not a primary ball handler. Stephon Castle's a 2 or a 3 more than he is a 1. And we're looking at, like, Stephon Castle very much not being in a spot where he can handle the pressure because OKC's defense is the #1, like, turnover forcing defense in the NBA. So, Castle's proving himself right now. Doesn't he have like 15 turnovers through like 1.5 games worth? Like, he is, absolutely. But the pressure on him as a primary ball handler, turnovers are wild. Yeah, exactly. He's not a primary ball handler. You remember when the Mavs put Coop at point guard earlier in the season and it just wasn't working because Coop's not a primary ball handler? You need to have a primary ball handler setting people up like that. Stephon Castle is a freak athlete and is somebody that you want to, in momentum, give the ball to, let him jab, create space from the wing, penetrate to the middle or baseline. That is Stephon Castle's best use case. Having him, your primary ball handler, I'll handle your balls. Wait a minute. But, like, they just don't have, like, they don't have the depth that they need right now to run their offense in the way that they need to. They can't have fucking Wemby bringing the ball up. If they had Stephon Castle, De'Aaron Fox, and everybody else healthy, like if Harper wasn't banged up last game, if they had a full roster, I do feel like they would be incredibly hard to lock down, especially for OKC, because you'd have your primary ball handlers back in. You would be able to function the offense and spread the floor as you need to, and they would have more depth. Spurs are gassed, bro. They're fucking gassed. And they don't have the necessary depth to, like, go with OKC right now, considering OKC's pace of play is 90% at the foul line. So, OKC fan, but I can't see a way they win unless Wemby's hurt. He's just trying to be some makes plays I don't understand what I make. I've been saying lately, Nabes, Victor Wembanyama is the singular closest thing that we have seen to Kobe Bryant or Michael Jordan. Not even saying that Kobe Bryant and Michael Jordan are my 1-2, but 1 and 2 mentality-wise. I think basketball-wise, the list, Blue Moon, thank you for the follow. I think the list of, like, all-time greats varies depending on who you ask, the era that people watch, favoritism weighs into that. But there are 2 undeniable mentalities of basketball, and it's Michael Jordan and Kobe Bryant. Undisputed top 2 crazy mentalities. And then you've got, like, the KG mentality where he's just a fucking psycho underneath that. I think those are your top 3 mentalities all time in basketball. And you are seeing Wemby emulate a lot of that. Looked up how Kobe Bryant trained, where he went to have his spiritual enlightenment. Chased similar experiences to that. Literally models some of his early play off of Michael Jordan, as everybody does, right? But, like, the mentality that we have just never seen before I don't want to say never seen, but we've seen it like 3 times before, is something that is now possessed in a 7'4" body that has hopefully many years to it, as long as he doesn't get more blood clots. Nin Moin, old man Braun. Braun didn't have, like, LeBron is, in my opinion, one of the best athletes to ever walk the earth, just from a physical specimen standpoint. When you look at somebody as a raw athlete, LeBron's ability to have top-end vertical speed, acceleration, lateral quickness, jumping, hand-eye coordination, ability to catch, ability to throw, ability to do everything, right? He is able to pick up literally any sport and play it on a top level. He very likely could have gone professional, had a very successful career in football as well at his size. We forget that he's a leviathan of a man that is in his 40s, that is more athletic than most peak athletic 20-year-olds, right? He is a fucking freak. I think if you gave LeBron the mentality of like Kobe or Michael Jordan, where he legitimately hated every single person he played against and wanted to kill them on the court, like Kobe ran through motherfucking Pau Gasol's chest because he needed to. Braun wouldn't do that. I don't think Braun has that like cold blood killer where everybody is his enemy. I think Braun knows that he has secured his legacy, and early on he had a bit of that, but as his career cemented more and he like knew he was one of the greatest to ever do it, I feel as though he lost a lot of that pure just like everybody's my enemy, and it became more of the I aura farm everybody, and he just hits like the wide leg walk around, the lay fuck you 3, you know, throwing on people's goggles and shit. Like, oh, fried chicken or cheese dip along with Mexican food. Cheese dip. Just prepared to shit. Also, Doobie, what up, dude? How's it done? Been feeling? Great when I'm paying attention. I might have fucked myself up once. I did have a bug on the train. Like, a couple attempts ago, the train kind of got me in a bad spot, and I just poofed on it. Just kind of weird. But people stopped watching NBA after Kobe Duncan and Dirk era, started watching it after they saw Wemby. Yeah, I mean, personally, I think Wemby is phenomenal to watch, but I think the people that stopped watching in the Kobe Duncan Dirk era really did miss a lot of the evolution of the game. Like, going from Kobe Duncan Dirk, where the mid-range actually lived, to today's NBA, without watching in between and seeing the evolution of, like, you know, the careers of JJ Redick, who in today's NBA, if JJ was coming out of Duke or Jimmer was coming out, they would actually be #1 overall picks that teams would build around as elite shooters that would change the game because of the evolution of metrics. There's been so much that has changed with basketball, even as, like, you know, I look back on having played basketball my entire life, and I was always the tall person who could shoot. Like, I'm basically like your budget Wemby when it comes to no matchups, right? When you're playing against plumbers, actual people that are like 5'6", I feel like a Wemby. So all through school and high school, I was like too tall to guard, but I could also shoot from the outside. For me, I grew up in an era where that wasn't really a thing. So I was told growing up through junior high and high school, you play post, hand up, back to the basket, catch, drop step, power dribble, go up over somebody and try to dunk on them, because I just had the athleticism to do that. If it's somebody that bites on my fakes, little up fake, up and under, finish under with the left hand, and I learned back to the basket post play. Then when it came to college, I was like 6'3", 6'4", my first year of college, continued growing just a smidge throughout it. And they were like, hey, we have 7-foot post players that you're going to be playing against. You play out there now. Longo, thank you for following, dog. Myself. So I started learning how to shoot. And in high school, I could shoot my entire life. I like shooting. I love, you know, I went to every pickup run I could. I was always shooting from the outside there. In high school ball, I just didn't have to shoot. I would just catch, back to the hoop, little baby hook, little up and under, a little something there. And I played like foul line and in. I get to college, and all of a sudden, my first year, they're like, you run the 3 now. And I'm out here shooting from 30 fucking feet, shooting 40%. My entire game changed as I moved up because of the, not only like the evolution of the players that I was playing against, but also the evolution of the game. It was more of a, hey, you're a 3 or a stretch 4 now in a small ball lineup, instead of a, hey, you're 6'5" and can just vertical go up and dunk. You play in the post because we need high percentage shots. They're like, if you are guarded directly on the 3-point line, step back 5 feet, get space, and just chuck that bitch. If you shoot 33%, that is 1 point per shot that you're putting up. If you shoot 40%, it's over 1 point per shot. 40% from 3 means you effectively have to shoot 60% from the field. They were just in college like, hey, if you got to step back 5 feet, just fucking chuck it, let it roll. You shoot 40%, we're good. We're good. Career 40% shooters make the money. Cooper Flagg's my favorite player right now. When you watch the highlight reel, it's 90% going to the hole in defense. Yeah, he's a two-way player. He's like Paul George, but white. Yeah. Paul George before breaking his leg. Back when PG was dunking on LeBron in the playoffs and then simultaneously coming back down the floor, locking up on ball because he was one of the best on-ball defenders in the league and forcing a turnover directly after yamming on somebody when PG was the number 1 option with like George Hill. Yep. I remember that team very, very, very vividly. The Roy Hibby time. Dude, Paul George was truly fucking disgusting. I got a Paul George jersey in my fucking armoire. Like, my jersey game, if you were a basketball old head, I don't wear jerseys much anymore, but if you're a basketball old head, you would immediately respect every single jersey that I have, except for maybe one. I have a Danilo Gallinari jersey from back when he was in Denver because I really fucked with how he played. And I don't know how many people have Danilo Gallinari jerseys. I'm not gonna lie. I don't know how many people are out here strutting for the rooster. But I myself was. Dog, I haven't found shit today, by the way. I don't know if they fucked with drop rates or what. But have I found a purple today? Maybe I found a purple today. Maybe I found a couple. Maybe it's not that bad. Maybe I found more purples and blues, actually. I thought I was having bad luck. Maybe the weapon looks actually good. Chat, how have your guys' dungeons been today? Are you guys finding more purples than previously? Less or the same? Because as of right now, looks like I've done 6 clears. And I have 4 purples, 2 blues, and nothing else. So I'm a little interested. It's the best place to farm for crimson armor right now. Are you talking the stuff that's like inaccessible crimson armor? Because some of the crimson armor that people were getting was bugged. Some of it was inaccessible, I think, but I don't think all of it was. I know Willow has a shitload of it. I think transmog pieces. Oh, the transmog ones. Willow has a shitload of the transmog ones. Is that just alt chest runs, or is it Groofy? Groofy? Yeah, just make alt kill Groofy, make alt kill Groofy. Only thing with that is like, what level's Groofy? Ain't he like 15, 16? Isn't he like higher level? New hero was thinking about picking this game up. Is it worth it? Yo, Kames, what up, dog? I mean, I personally, 17? I suck. I personally have had a lot of fun with it so far, if I'm being honest. I'm up over 100 hours in. And I'm at the point in the game where, you know, I've got a level 20 character. I've got really solid armor, really good weapons, and I've got my build in place. So what I'm doing now is trying to optimize. Now, if you're not an optimizer, there's also a lot of exploration in the world. So relatively solid size map, 2 big zones to explore with subzones in each of them. A lot of different objectives, some secret objectives that you can figure out as well, collecting the orbs, finding all the small chests and stuff like that. And then from there, you get into the horizontal prog. So you have mounts, you have gliders, you have companions, and you have transmogs and appearances that you can chase down throughout the world. So there is a lot of that horizontal prog to just fill time once you get out there. And then they also have a really solid roadmap in terms of like things that are planned for the future, both remainder of this year and then past that. So I've been having a lot of fun with it. Important things to note right now. Solo accessibility is like at the forefront of what they're trying to do. You can group with up to 4 players, but the incentivization to do so is light, and every bit of content in the game is completely soloable. So you don't have to feel like forced and obligated to group. You can always just chill and do your own thing. Outside of that, the difficulty scaling of the game, so to say, if you're running certain builds, isn't gonna necessarily be like the WoW mythic pushing, right, level of difficulty. Right now, it's pretty easy, but there will be harder content that comes in. But overall, I'm already 100 hours in, like over 100 hours in. I'm having a lot of fun still. I have, again, been mostly going solo self-found, so that's kind of dragged out how much content I have, because I'm not trading a lot. I'm not really, like, blasting through the content. But it's definitely... It's not an MMO, like, true to its core, like some people have been trying to say. It is absolutely, in my opinion, a co-op exploration game at this point in time. But it will have some MMO tendencies, right? It's... in my opinion, never going to be a full MMORPG. As someone that really likes open world PvX MMOs, it's always going to be a bit smaller scale, which some people are going to love, some people are going to hate. But at the end of the day, I think the accessibility of it at the forefront is really, really, really high. You can just hop on and pretty much do anything at any given time. So it is nice in that regard. Okay, hold on. Somebody wanted to see my runes on my abilities too. I'll wait for them to come back because I don't even know if they're still here. All right, I'll be right back. I'm going to bring my coffee out because it's 6, and I shouldn't be having any more coffee at 6. That would be bad for my sleep. I'm going to grab water, and then we find a legendary first kill after. Because hydration wins, chat. Be right back. Good day. Fupo! How are you, brother? Hope you're having a beautiful day. Sorry, I had to grind up a little more dank. Now we are good. Everything's fine. Starship flight 12 in an hour. Wait, what? What's flying today and why? What do you mean? Where are they going? And is it like astronauts, or are they just like flying a ship for fun? I haven't heard anything about it. What's the dealio with this one? Because I'm kind of curious. SpaceX Starship, the big one. Right, but like what, just like a lap around the block, or like is it like a test flight, or like what's the whole emphasis of today's, I guess today's purpose? I try to drive down to watch those. Oh right, because they launch like in your swamp, right? Yeah, I guess that's like the one good thing about Florida, is that you can see that stuff. But also then, not only do you have to live in Florida, but also I would have to assume the air quality of literally launching rockets into space has to be akin to lighting off a bomb. Like, I'm talking like setting off a large bomb type shit. It's beautiful. I bet it is, but I bet you probably also inhale about as much shit as I do on a daily basis with the amount of bong rips. So, you know, is what it is. Take the Starship to the corner store for a pack of smokes. Going to space, enabling 2 satellites to test, is the all-new developed version with new engines, and actually made to be in space. What do you mean, actually made to be in space? Were the other versions of a spaceship not meant to be in space? Yeah. What do you mean this spaceship is actually meant to be in space and the other ones aren't? Were they capping before with the whole, like, we have a spaceship and they just had a really fancy airplane? Or like what? Now I'm confused. I feel like every starship should probably be meant to be in space. They're meant to be in orbit. Is there a fucking difference? If I'm orbiting, I'm pretty sure I'm in space. I'm not orbiting the Earth from the fucking Earth. Like, I don't think I have an area code at that point. Just really durable and well engineered. So it's actually just a fancy airplane? I'm gonna be in orbit, but I really would be a launch vehicle. There's a launch vehicle. So this would be like what they bring shit to Mars with, theoretically. If they were trying to colonize Mars, they would do like the Mars Costco runs with this. They'd load this up, and then they'd fly by Mars. And then, well, not necessarily this, but like this adjacent. So they'd load this up at Costco. They'd fly by Mars, and then they would just do like a drop-off on Mars. And somebody would be waiting on Mars to retrieve aforementioned drop-off. And then Mars would have base, eventually. So my question is, who do they bring out to Mars to like make the first base? Is it gonna be like architects and engineers, or is it just gonna be some fucking like redneck dude with a hammer and some nails that's willing to die to do something cool? Because I feel like you've almost got to protect the smart architects and engineers and probably just send out some dude with a contracting company from Maine to slap something together. Like, no one's really going to notice if some random dude dies. But if we send out like 10 of the top scientists and then they all get fucking got, bro, that would suck. That would be really detrimental. Literally robots. Ooh, I forgot we can send out robots. Wait, so what happens when a robot... Oh, we send out robots that can work on other robots. Wait. We send out robots that literally have the ability to triage and help other robots, which would then allow them to also build further versions of those robots, which would then autonomously build a society on a planet and would continue to produce offspring while mending the other, you know, the wounded's wounds and ensuring the success of the robots in the long term. Where does this sound familiar? This sounds like oddly, vaguely familiar from somewhere. Must be like a movie or something, maybe. I'm not quite sure. But that whole That whole concept of a species being developed elsewhere and then like being deposited somewhere and then finding out that it can protect itself from dying and then produce more offspring and then slowly building a society. It's almost like us, potentially? Chat, we're all robots. It's cooked. We're actually in a sim and we're just trying to get the sim going with another layer before our sim gets ended. Well, it's all cooked, man. It's all cooked. It's happening here as well. The robots are coming very soon. Well, what if we're the robots the entire time and we're just developing the next us? As someone who played New World in Ashes, what's your thoughts on Forever combat? New World light, basically, is how I'd put it. It's less heavyweight, a little more like floaty and, you know, movementy than New World is. Like, you just kind of like skate a little bit more. And there's a lot more, you know, your jump lasts a little longer, and it's a little more fluid. Like, it's a little bit different fundamentally than New Worlds as well, just in the sense that you get an actual, excuse me, you get like a target lock, so to say. It's the little arrow icon that's above the mob's head. When he comes down, you'll see it. But it is still based on your reticle placement. So it is still action combat. But like when he comes in range, you'll see that little arrow. So that means that all of my attacks are going to focus on him. So it's not necessarily like New World 1-to-1 in the sense that I have to point my reticle at somebody and then I have to hit them and I have to be in range to leash to them. It does lock for you. And then a lot of the abilities are like, you know, AoEs, ground targets, shit like that, frontal cleaves. So there are some fun abilities as well. It's more New Worldy than Ashesy, but it's definitely still a little bit less long and clunky than New World, more quick and like agile than New World is the way that I would say it. China actually has really good robots. I'm not shocked. I feel like realistically, if the whole US-China beef ever ended and then they just worked together for shit, I feel like that could probably just solve most of the problems the world has. But for whatever reason, everybody just wants to kill each other. I don't really know much about that, but what did you say? Listen, brother, look at China's technological advancements and then look at our technological advancements and then look at everybody else's technological advancements. And then imagine if we all stopped trying to kill each other and for like at least a week, we were just like, let's all cook something cool up. Bro, we could actually have fully functioning robot hussies probably in a week straight if we sent like our robots with China's robots and like, I don't know, like India's robots and like, I don't know, fucking Japan's robots and like England's robots. I don't really know who else has robots. I'm just naming places that might have robots. But like, that shouldn't be sick. They would probably have insane amounts of progression in like an hour and a half. You just put all the geniuses of the world in one room. Oh, have Mr. Beast do it. Holy shit. Wait. Because Mr. Beast also translates his channel into different languages. You bring in Jimmy Donaldson and he says, I took the world's 100 top international scientists and put them in a room until one of them solved cancer. The first one didn't die. Boom. Instant 1 billion view YouTube video. And no more cancer. Probably like an hour flat for the solution. One of them probably already has that shit. You start the video and they're like, done. Fucking pre-solved that shit. Motherfucker pre-fired. Got it. Turns out it's just weed. I'm gonna say, like, maybe. I just like Mr. Beast. I don't trust him. I don't know him, but like, he always does this everywhere he goes, no matter what. And I don't trust Mr. Teeth. Stop. Mr. Teeth is crazy. It's like his nervous response, dude. Carla and I watched Survivor. And Survivor 50 was this, the whole gimmick was like in the hands of the fans. and they had like celebrity appearances, and Mr. Beast made an appearance, and he was so awkward the entire time, and he just kept saying a one-liner and going, I don't know why. I think he has veneers, just first things first, because those shits be pearly. And I also think he's supposed to, like, I'm pretty sure a PR firm tells him to smile so he's more appealing to families, like on a presentable level, because if he's ever caught with like resting dick face, then that's going to make him look like a mean, less presentable person, and you don't want to come off as intimidating. If you're somebody like Mr. Beast, you want to be always approachable. Source, PR firms are fucking stupid. Fucking stupid. Here's a cookie turned YouTube from fun quality stuff into money farming. I disagree. I would actually say that he was the person who put out a lot of originally quality stuff that ended up inspiring a lot of other people to money farm, because he made money putting out what he wanted to put out, and other people realized that there was cash in doing that past other things. And I think it's the same evolution with everything, where basketball, like, same shit. A lot of people say part of the issue right now is that basketball, especially professional basketball, has evolved to people just trying to maximize the amount of money that they're making and set up generational wealth and then retire happy, instead of trying to play basketball for the love of the game. And that's content, like, and it's not Mr. Beast's fault, it's not Asmongold's fault, it's not Soda Poppin's fault, it's not like anybody's fault. It's literally just the evolution of things. Once people realize something can be monetized, they will absolutely monetize it. Look at the small businesses that are bought out by a large business that then ramp up their monetization by 50x and end up making clams off of it. It's anything, right? And unfortunately with Twitch, you've also seen the same evolution where some people made an extreme bag off of Twitch, right? You're talking like the Asmons, the XQCs, the Summits, the Shrouds, the Ninjas, like, you know, the people that made generational amounts of wealth, right? And at a certain point in time, people realized that this streaming thing that was populated by just a lot of nerdy gamers who really love the video gaming became this clout fest, right? It went from Instagram models to Twitch streamers. And you had the people who were originally posting on Instagram that really loved photography, that were the use case for Instagram in the first place. Your photography enthusiasts. And a lot of people really loved that element of Instagram. You'd post a, you know, a picture of a flower and you'd get 3 likes. And it was a way for people to share their, you know, their passion. And then, at a certain point, people realized, oh, I can garner a following on this. And a following where I get more likes increases my dopamine. And then monetization came in, because where there is a following, there are impressions. Where there are impressions, there are advertisements. Instagram, Twitch, it's all the same thing as a TV advertisement. It's just delivered in a different way. If I say I shave my dick with Gillette, I actually use, what do I use? I use a Manscaped razor. If I say I shave my cock with a Manscaped razor, that's all of you getting a Manscaped ad, which isn't an ad, by the way. I actually use like a little Manscaped, but either way, that inherently is the same thing as a TV commercial playing on a channel that not many people are watching. And as people realize that, it became sponsored posts at first, where it's like, hey, girly pop, I will wear your brand in one of my Instagram posts and shout it out when I go to this concert if you send me some cute clothes to wear. I appreciate you. And then you had the whole meme of, you know, I'll pay you an exposure type beat, which eventually evolved to companies not just saying, hey, you'll pay me an exposure, I'll actually pay you for the exposure. And everybody that used to make the joke about I'll pay you an exposure ended up realizing that that was literally just a sponsorship for the company weighing through. And then everybody that was a content creator now wants to hit up Logitech with their, you know, their 50 followers and have Logitech send them a free mouse and shit, when you got people with millions of followers that aren't getting sent everything by Logitech. And fuck everybody who is. I would like cool Logitech stuff too. But everybody immediately starts to see the dollar signs in something, And then it becomes less about the passion that drove, you know, the original people to create those dollar signs. It becomes more about the, well, this person made a shitload of money, so clearly I can too. And it's unfortunate. And that's part of why I try to, you know, with what I have, remind people I could make more money on a yearly basis if I worked a minimum wage job. The amount of hours that I, you know, work doing this, granted, this isn't really work. This is the coolest job in the world. But I would make more working a minimum wage job the amount of hours that I stream. Just for perspective, with our overtime kicked in with my hourly, I would make more. I do this shit because I love it. I have no intent of ever being a millionaire off of this, retiring off of this, and I know very well at some point it may dry up and, you know, become something where it's not viable anymore, which is part of why I stream every single day right now. At some point in my life, there will become a time where I can take a day off, and it'll probably be against my will, whether I have to get a job, if stream dies, whatever it may be, right? So in the time that I am afforded the luxury of streaming all the time and chasing the dream, I choose to do so. Then you have people that are like, I can make money off this. And it's immediately about, you know, extracting the pockets. It's immediately chasing, you know, chasing any form of monetization that they can, or trying to just get from point A to point like Z without any stops in between. It's unfortunate, but I was thinking about getting Twitch Turbo. Do you make more from subs or from viewers that watch ads? Hard saying, if I'm being honest, like on a per viewer basis, because it breaks down to like how many ads you watch, etc. I can literally tell you what my breakdown is. So basically, my ad revenue is approximately 25% of my revenue, and out of that, roughly 20% of that revenue is turbo. So effectively, ads generate 80% of the ad rev, turbo generates 20%. So I think turbo actually pays out like crazy comparatively to ads, if I'm being honest. And if enough people in chat get turbo, then I can run 22 minutes of ads per hour and then farm off you guys. I'm kidding, unless I actually run 22 minutes per hour and then farm off you guys. Because I would actually make like decent money off ads if I ran 22 minutes per hour. I just don't run anywhere near 22 minutes per hour. 22 minutes reported? Listen, if you're a broke boy, just say so. A banana's $6 away. You can collect cans on the side of the... I'm kidding, by the way. Get turbo, though. It's a huge value. Yeah, 22 minutes is heinous, by the way. I run 6 minutes per hour because anything under that... Calm down, Pokey. But yeah, I run 6 minutes per hour. It's the happy medium of like, you know, 2 longer ad breaks where, you know, it's not oppressive, it's not too invasive, and it's also enough to be a decent portion of my revenue for things, which is always, I think, important to keep in mind. Is that, you know, I don't really have a lot of money. I'm not a millionaire or anything, so that all helps out. But yeah, 22 minutes is fucking heinous. I personally, anytime I've gone past 6, it feels really bad, and it kind of like knocks the flow of things. Because right now, we do 2 3-minute ad breaks in an hour. So I think it's like every, I don't know, do the math on that. Probably every like 30 minutes or some shit. I don't really know what the cadence is. I'm pretty sure it's every 30 minutes. There's like a 3-minute ad break. So just kind of slaps down in the middle of something. Rather watch paint dry over 22 minutes of ads. Brother, you would be fucking shocked how many massive creators, because like at my size, right? If people come in and they're just like absolutely getting lambasted with, you know, with ads, people are gonna leave, and that's gonna hurt my viewership because I don't have a ton of viewers. If I had 10,000 viewers and a lot of them were just AFK lurkers throughout the day anyways, then it really doesn't matter if 100 people get mad about ads at 22 minutes an hour. But if I have 150 viewers and 20 people get mad about ads at, you know, 22 minutes an hour, then that's going to be very detrimental. So I definitely like, I don't like to run a lot of ads. I feel like they ruin the viewership experience. Also, YouTube has far fewer ads than Twitch does. I did enable money on YouTube if people like, you know, membership side of things, if people want to super cheer and stuff like that. But That and people who have the pre-ad before being able to watch, instant turn off. Well, that's also because Twitch puts that on if you don't run a certain amount of ads. So there are some people that are like, I don't run ads because I don't want to ruin the viewership experience. Twitch runs ads for you on your channel anyways. You don't just, like, actually not see any ads. And it's a pre-roll for every single person that comes into your channel at that point. And you also don't get revenue off of it. Like, at that point, you're getting revenue off of your manually run ads, which you would be throwing out yourself. And if you're not running ads, then, like, you're just self-cucking. Have you seen the Google Project Genie demo yet? The demo, no, but I've heard the concept. That's the thing that's basically having AI just be the answer for everything on Google, right? Yeah, I don't like that. AI has to source information from somewhere, and when you devalue the makers and the compilers of the information from putting the information out there in the first place, then, like, AI won't be able to source any information. Not that, it's a world generator. Oh, wait, what's that? That sounds cooler. The new AI search is totally different. Oh, okay, wait, what's the world generator? That sounds fucking sick. Do you have DPS meter? No, I don't like using DPS meters, if I'm being honest. I don't really think they have a spot in this game, if I'm being real. I think this game is far too simple to start forcing the min-max of a DPS meter. I think it's extremely easy to just set a timer to check their kill time on bosses. And even when there's a DPS meter, my large frustration with it is that so many people don't know how to test for the things they're trying to test. And they'll hit a dummy and see higher DPS and immediately assume that that DPS on a dummy translates to higher DPS on every boss fight in the game. Thus, a faster kill time on bosses. And that simply isn't a correlation that's true. There is something very different than raw DPS in a vacuum. And actually, like, going into a boss fight with the mechanics and the variables and actually, you know, experiencing the boss fight. Which is why I really hate damage meters, and I really like just setting a timer on my phone for my kill times and seeing what ends up being faster. Because a collective boss kill is factoring in damage, self-sustain, everything, right? It's your collective build as a whole. It's bringing in your cooldown rotation. It's bringing in your management over a very... Whoops. Oh, shit. I don't know how I saved that. It's bringing in your management of everything over a very long term instead of in short bursts with a lot of variables in place as well. The dummy's not going to make you sidestep an ability. The dummy's not going to make you do any mechanics whatsoever. And so many people just get a damage meter, sit at a dummy, smack a dummy, and then call it good. And it really makes me sad to see. Is the thing that will end game development like we know it sooner than later. Wait, so what is it? What? It's like a straight up world generator. Can look later. Labs.google/Project Genie. Interactive worlds generated in real time. Wait, hold on. You need a Google AI Ultra plan to explore and create worlds using this experimental model. Wait, so I have to have a Google AI Ultra plan? And I don't have a Google AI Ultra plan? Or can I? Hold on. Needing a plan for it means dead on arrival. Well, maybe it'll let me in without... No, I don't think it'll let me in without a plan. I don't think it'll let me explore without a plan. Watch playthrough? Okay. So we can watch the playthrough. I think their website's kind of boo-boo. I'm not gonna lie, I don't think this is intended to look this chunky. So what? Like, this is just supposed to generate these worlds from scratch? Or like, what is the frames aren't looking the greatest. Sandstorm over the Golden Gate Bridge. This just looks like... Oh, look at that sign. I don't know what that sign was supposed to say, but frames will increase as I keep working on things. Right. I mean, as will the fidelity of things. That sign's not looking the greatest. I mean, this is cool, though. Like, I could see this... A photorealistic claymation game would be real cool. Golden Gate Bridge? Yeah, this was Sandstorm on the Golden Gate Bridge. It was called Golden Desert. This is Puddle Jumper. Hop through a rainy day on watercolor canvas as a pink rabbit. So is it just like procedurally generating the world, or did it already create the world create the world ahead of time off of prompts? Because that, like, it just can't do text. AI can't do text. LSD the game. Bro, this is interesting. I wish I could explore it. Explore a city as a tire. Is apparently this one. So now we are a tire in an RPG. Seemingly an open worlder. Yeah, I don't know, man. Yeah, I still have problems with Texas Wild. I just... Navigate a sunlit living room as a cat atop a Roomba. Like, what? Is this attempting to design an entire game from scratch, or like, what is this? It has physics on this one, so that's cool. I don't even get this. It seems like game dev brain rot. If I'm being honest. Like, it strikes me as game dev brain rot. It's like image generation 3 years ago, 3 years ago from now, 3 years from now will be 60 FPS plus easy, procedurally generates from base prompts and then builds from there. So if I say, like, generate me a fantasy-driven world with multiple large world bosses, X amount of towns, blah, 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 I could theoretically prompt a driven world style, but what's the application of that going to be in game development? I could see it from a cinematic state, like a movie development, more than I could see it infringing on game dev, because game dev still has so much on the back end that's also necessary for it. Like, in terms of your server infrastructure to host multiple people, maybe like a single player cinematic game. But I feel like, whoops. I feel like that alone definitely isn't enough for like a multiplayer world, right? Put in assets and then it'll build around that. Give it a map. And it'll do it. And it would be persistent. But that would just be like a single player driven adventure, right? There's no real capacity for that inherently in itself to generate something with massive multiplayer levels of accessibility. At least in the early iteration of it. Because then it would have to simultaneously be able to cook up server infrastructure, host servers, at whatever cost that may be. I don't know, man. Yeah, easily also backend. Long enough knows how to guide it and knows architecture speeds things up immensely. Definitely not fire and forget state yet. Yeah, I'm definitely like, I'm more curious about it than like AI denier, as I'm not, you know, a Silicon Valley person. I'm some dude that grew up in Maine that really loves video games. And I know not of all of the capabilities and the exponential scaling of AI and all that shit to the degree that some others do. It is incredibly impressive. I just like, I don't really know enough about like what the goals are for things. You guys software engineers? Me, yes, I have engineered software before. I installed an add-on for World of Warcraft one time. I used Plater when I went over there for my mythic rating. So it was a blast. It was a blast. I fancy myself somewhat of a developer myself. I'll have you know, I one time recommended a change to a system directly to a developer, and that change was accepted and implemented into the game. I'm basically a top-tier consultant as well. Very successful recommendations. We'll go, but the 100% is where it's going. At what point is the extrapolation of AI taking over, though, and just kind of like assuming control over the direction of everything versus the human engagement if it's just procedurally generating the world? I guess at that point, instead of developers typing lines of code, you would have developers that are running prompts instead. Just like constantly running prompts to evolve it, but that'll be taking over. Nah, I think AI will still be the bitch in it all, but yeah, it'll do the prompts as well. I honestly think that kind of belly flops. Like, I don't really see a world where that doesn't just lead to saturating the market with a zillion products in gaming that never are able to take hold because there's no centralized focus on games. If they're able to exponentially increase the rate at which games are developed, that takes away the scarcity of games on the market, thus creating more opportunity for people to leave games and just go elsewhere. And if every game's developed by AI on the same bar of progression and like fluidity, quality, everything, then that's going to effectively, I think, oversaturate the gaming market, and 99% of products will get nuked, and then corporate entities won't see enough profit on their investment, and then they'll just step out of it. At least that's kind of the problem. I just copy stuff. Yeah. I think there will be an AI bubble, of course, with everything, but as you guys have said, it's all about money. And if the AI products are just watered down versions of human-driven products that don't have the attention or the monetization that human-driven products do, then there won't be money in it. The caveat to that is if there is an early AI that pushes out a product that's able to succeed on a mass level, that'll probably secure a lot of funding, get other people. I mean, shit, same thing that we were just talking about with streaming and content creation. Once there's money in it, everything changes. And as of right now, there hasn't been much money proven to be in fully AI-driven game development, more AI-augmented game development where it's going right now. And I think oversaturation of the market again, as you speed up development of a product, gets rough. Isn't a lot of mobile games already and some others successful? I think a lot of mobile games still have humans at the helm, though, where it's not fully AI-driven in terms of the extremely successful ones. There are a lot of mobile games that exist, and honestly PC games that exist, that are entirely AI-driven, AI-created. But I don't necessarily think those are like your bar for success, right? Gambling addiction isn't a joke. Not in the slightest, brother. And you put gambling with giant bouncy titties. Come on. Come on. Gambling for giant bouncy titties? It's actually insane. It's like mobile games have truly figured out what people want in their off time. I used to have that addiction. What? Throwing money at big bouncy boobs? You and many others, brother. Resources and people shouldn't have to worry about water because of AI. As long as they stay away from Maine, we're chilling. As long as I don't have to worry about water. Keep in mind, Flint still got fucked up pipes. People already got water issues. I feel like we just need like some other form of power. What if we take robots, right? We put them on treadmills and tell them to propel the treadmills, generating power for these data centers. and we make those robots nuclear powered like the submarines so they can sit there and walk on a treadmill for years on end, generating constant power for the data centers. I feel like if the robots want to have their data centers, the robots should work for their fucking data centers and stop being lazy goddamn mooches, chat. Throw some money at some IRL big bouncy boobs. I bet you fucking would. I bet you would. Just golf courses use like 90% more water than data centers do. Golf courses do use a whole hell of a lot of water, I will say. I will say. But the water cycle also be a bitch. So, golf courses also have grass, and the water's still part of the ecosystem. Golf courses do be pretty invasive, though, I will say. Like, as someone that loves golf, let's not pretend that golf courses are this, like, altruistic thing where you're not completely destroying a lot of the local ecosystem to bring in a specific type of grass, curate a certain type of way. Putting a golf course nestled in the middle of the woods or on a mountain is beautiful, but it is definitely a man-made creation that is a little invasive and does bring down a lot of environments as well. So, what, golf course is invasive? Brother, you should look at, like, where golf courses are put and the actual premise of putting a golf course in, you know? Put it in a concrete box with hot metal and electricity going through it. It's all the same thing. I don't think there's really a good alternative to nuking a shitload of trees and shit, but that's just me. The concrete box with hot metal and electricity is honestly the modern day version of having... Yo, Stas.
Apes together.
Thank you for Prime, dude. Much love. Also, download. Coming with a gifty. Goodness gracious, it's raining, boys. It's raining. If we keep this subs per hour up for the rest of the stream, I'm gonna be a fucking rich man. I might be able to build myself a data center. Holy cannoli. Golf courses have existed for a long time and can be sustainable. Direct impact. Incident impact of AI is far worse pound for pound. Golf courses early on did not have a lot of the same sustainability practices that they have now. And a lot of them early on were also made with some very unethical labor at the forefront of it, where a lot of golf courses, when they were being put into communities, especially smaller ones, were actually very harshly met. So there was a golf course that was put into a couple thousand person town in Maine when I was growing up. Beautiful golf course, but a lot of locals actually really hated the prospect of it because it was being put into an area where they would have to renovate the land relatively heavily. And all things considered, right? When we look at the evolution of anything, I'm not out here saying data center's great, but people actually enjoy golf courses that are around them. Not everybody. There are 1000% people that don't like the prospect of golf courses around them, especially if they already had a house on it and now they have people walking by their house all the time. They have more noise, more hullabaloo. Their land is now neighbored by somebody who's drilling a fucking drive through their window. There are a lot of people that don't enjoy golf courses. Like, there's an entire actual, like, section of society that really hates golf courses because of their invasiveness to ecosystems, because they typically have to renovate and destroy ecosystems, and because of the massive amount of sustenance, especially when you go into an area like Arizona, and you have Arizona, which has, yes, a 100-year water guarantee for its people, but you have areas that are actually, like, water short that are still somehow able to maintain golf courses while they're telling their people, hey, you can't have lawns because there's not enough water to go around. People kind of see hypocrisy there, and no matter how you look at it, I think there are a lot of resources that are finite in areas and near infinite in others that are way above our heads. Honestly, I saw something at the store that kind of pissed me off the other day. So I was at a store called Martin's, which is like a surplus and salvage, and there was a McCormick parsley bottle, right? Big ass parsley bottle, about this big, half full of parsley. Bunch of them sitting on the goddamn shelf, and I'm looking at this and I'm like, how many fucking plastic straws died so this extra half a parsley bottle could live? And how many McCormick half-full parsley bottles actually exist in the world? I was immediately peeved. Every shitty paper straw that I ever used that disintegrated in a drink was immediately invalidated by that fucking parsley bottle shelf. Pissed me right the hell off. I want my plastic straws back. If they can destroy shit, I can too, and I'm making a mini golf course in my backyard immediately. And I will be watering it with your dollar. The governmental guarantee, based on BS, the motherfuckers couldn't tell the future. Okay, hear me out. I don't know much about like the whole, oh god, don't reset. I don't know much about like Arizona's water situation, how much y'all got down there. I can say when I went down to visit, they did not have a whole lot of water, which is slightly tragic. I didn't see a whole lot in the immediate area. Up here, we got water like crazy. So I'm just saying, I'm sure, again, I'm a big fan of people working together to solve problems out here. But what if we offer Arizona water for like, you know, a bunch of really cool dirt and some future draft pick considerations if they ever come across natural resources? I feel like a barter economy can basically lift everybody involved, because in a barter economy, you're not just getting money, you're getting something directly useful. If I offer you $5 for the shirt off your back, then you have $5, but you're naked. If I offer you, I don't know, maybe like a cool jacket or a blanket, you can then wrap yourself in that blanket. You don't have something of value as a result. Come to Texas, we sell plastic straws. We have plastic straws up here, which is cool. Paper straws suck. Gotta figure out their water situation here to this, so folks. I don't know, I'm pretty sure water just gets less finite as you go west. Which also, how does California have a water situation when you literally have the ocean? I'm not really like a geo, you know, person or anything. But like, the ocean is right there. When I went to San Diego, I looked out over the ocean. It's because it's a made-up non-issue. We didn't invest in desalination plants. Why would you not invest in desalination plants? I literally was desalinating water in Once Human because I knew that salinated water was easy to come by. And I invested in desalination infrastructure early on in my base build, and it allowed me to get a lot of purified water. The fuck do you mean? Who's the city planner? Helen Keller? You got like the opposite of Geo Rainbow planning that shit out? Yes, California, this landlocked area. Yes. Many freshwater rivers. Like, I understand that shit in Maine, where like 90% of our state's fucking water in the first place. You can't fucking go outside without stepping in a puddle in this whore, but like, you know, listen, if I'm in a desert that's next to some goddamn ocean, then maybe I try to play off the ocean one. Why do we even need to take the salt out of the water to put out fires? I feel like if you just fill up fire trucks with salt water, it's still gonna put out a fire. Am I tripping on that? I'm not a fireman. Chat, any firemen in the chat? Or anybody whose house is currently on fire that wants to really try some tech here? Because I feel like salt isn't necessarily gonna do anything bad in a fire. Water still available enough to the point that desalination is still expensive as an option. Sure, things will change though. Right, but what if we get really good at taking the salt out of the water? Salt water ruins everything it touches though. Salt ruins everything it touches. I live in Maine. Yeah, I had to get new fucking wheel bearings at 60K because of salt water. Just your brother about this stuff? My brother's a fucking biologist. He doesn't know shit. He puts like, he looks at bee populations and stuff. Actually, no, he does water testing. I don't think he deals with, like, the... Yo? Where the fuck are you? Why are there... It's the salt that's the problem, cleaning it's expensive. Okay, hear me out. I live in Maine, right? Deer. Everywhere. In Maine, in the winter, deer will come out and lick the salt off the roads because deer love salt. Introduce deer to the environment. Honestly, the rain kind of solves the salt thing, if I'm being completely real. Like, we put a shitload of salt on our roads, and if I'm looking out right now, there's quite literally no salt on my load. On my load. Jesus Christ, on my road. Whoa. Whoa. That got crazy quick. I was reading Salt Lick Heaven in my head. And then, rain, what's that? Yeah, that's true. I guess if you guys had rain like crazy, then there probably wouldn't be wildfires, because, like, the rain had put out the fires, huh? How heavy of rain would you need to put out wildfires? We don't have wildfires up here, because we have rain. And also water. But, like, how much rain would you need?
Cat with abs is absolutely
First degree, thank you for the follow.
tier.
If salt was on the road, why would deer not be licking it? Yeah, listen, maybe that's how it all gets cleaned up. Maybe it's not even rain. Maybe every single deer comes out of the woods when we're all asleep and then just starts, like, gangbanging the fucking road out here. Just starts, like, getting all up in there. Saltwater, fuck the ecosystem that it was dumped on. Oh no, our ecosystem in Maine is pretty fucking good. And we use a whole lot of motherfucking salt up in this bitch. I'm just saying, maybe some salt would kind of help the situation, considering, hear me out again, not a geography guy, but Maine uses salt on roads, not on fire. Ecosystem's good. California, not dumping salt on everything, literally on fire. I feel like the solution is salt. Amazon levels of rain. So would you say perhaps an ocean worth of rain? What would be better? Having everything on fire or salting the earth? Yeah, that's what's S tier whenever someone follows. Cats with abs. That is our guild, and it is absolutely S tier in every capacity. Salt the earth and no more plants. Yeah, but if everything burns, then also no more plants. It's just one gets it done faster, and then you can rebuild. I feel like... no plants, we dead. Right, but you just salt one section at a time. And then you just rebuild. There are plants everywhere. The ashes is actually good for the soil, it's just bad for humans. Oh, that's fine then. That's chill. As long as it's cool with like Earth, I guess, then that's fine. I just felt like all the smoke could be bad. But maybe I'm just a warrior. Never mind. If it's just humans getting fucked over, then that's good. We deserve it. We're all assholes anyways. Fucking bitching about MMOs and shit. I put in large reverse osmosis systems for a small community for brackish water treatment. It's very expensive and the tech isn't quite there yet for a large-scale city. Why the fuck are you putting large RO systems in? Where the fuck? Where do you find the clientele for that? Michigan weather's absolutely fucked lately. Historic destructive ice storms, historic flooding. It went from 80 degrees to 28 last night. What the fuck? Listen. Maine, salt on roads, not having historic ice storms, and going from 80 degrees to 28 overnight. Michigan, less salt on roads, 80 degrees to 28. I'm just saying the common denominator here is literally that we put salt on everything and we're healthy as shit. Maybe y'all just need some iodine because Maine is vibing. The worst thing about Maine right now is Massachusetts. And I'm hoping at some point that gets sorted out. Like, maybe like the British just come back for that or some shit. Just grab Boston so we don't have to deal with it anymore. But you know, that probably won't happen. But, you know, one can hope. Saw the hell out of things. WNI. Okay, historic snow. Is that New York? Wait. Someone give me an award with how patient I was today. We're talking about salting the earth. We're talking about destroying the earth. You'll be down. I like Boston. I don't like Bostonians. If that makes sense. Like, I don't mean to be discriminatory, but I feel like most people from Boston are just assholes. They're just unpleasant and they always sound angry, man. When I go to any other city, people are so approachable, and like even in New York, I see people that will, you know, give me the little eye contact, like upward head nod or downward head nod of respect. And like, everyone in Boston just like, I don't know, they make me feel uncomfortable, man. They make me feel uncomfortable. It's like you're not welcome there, even if you're minding your own business. It's like they don't want anyone there. They all drive like fucking assholes. The city was designed by a bunch of drunk motherfuckers that had just won a war, so it's incredibly annoying to navigate. Like, it's fucking weird. It's a beautiful city. Gorgeous city. I love it. But it's like, I don't know. If I had Drake levels of motion, but in Boston, and I could just like shut the city down for a day, I'd love to just go explore. But like, I don't want to run into any fucking Bostonians while I'm exploring, man. Like, maybe like 5 of y'all are cool. I don't really know, but like, Kinda buttholes. Kidney stones from salt? Yeah, aren't kidney stones just like calcium buildups? Yeah, kidney stones fucking suck from what I've gathered. But kidney stone surgery in a few weeks, now I hate salt. Oh, wait, that sucks. Yikes. Yikes. Yeah, fuck that shit. I know some people, like, from my childhood who had kidney stones that were adults, and that's part of the reason why I don't go OD with soda despite having a Dr. Pepper addiction, and I exclusively drink water and coffee for, like, 99% of my consumption. Like, most of my consumption is water and coffee, which, obviously, coffee isn't the greatest either, but as an alternative, kind of solid. Not a doctor, but I think if you're drinking a ton of water, you'll likely be fine. Oh, yeah. I mean, water good. Do you guys talk about Destiny 2 dying today? June update's the last one. It didn't die. It just got new worlded. So does 99% water. So is coffee. It's actually insane. Like, actually insane. It's so good for you. But yeah, it didn't die. It just got new worlded because Bungie is a little bit confused right now, I think, on what's going on. They also did not say that they had titles, excuse you, that they were ready to launch. They said they had titles that they were going to start incubating. Which, I'm not a game developer, but from what I Googled, that means that they're, like, far out from actually having titles ready to go, and they are going to start theory crafting and get to ideation for future titles, which is far from where Bungie fans are going to want to see Bungie at, I think. And I don't know what the future of that studio is looking like. I said earlier on stream I could see them getting acquired by one of the giants. Like, maybe, I don't really see Microsoft wanting to get involved there. I don't know that Tencent would want to. Sony owns them? Right, but I can see Sony selling them. Like, I could see Sony just saying, you guys fucking suck, and then selling off, like, what they have associated with Bungie. But I just don't think that, realistically, there would be many interested buyers right now. It's not like Marathon came in and absolutely slapped, and the reputation around Bungie is phenomenal right now. I feel like Sony's looking at Bungie the same way that Amazon is looking at Amazon Games right now. And I also don't think that Amazon Games has much time left, considering there are a lot of articles saying Christoph Hartmann has left the company as of, like, the start of this year that apparently are true and corroborated. His LinkedIn still doesn't say it. But, yo, Ragnar, what up, dude? Why can't you be more like your brother? Bro, honestly, why couldn't you have lived up to your potential? It's absolutely fucking tragic. So, yeah, I mean, I personally think a lot of our longtime beloved studios are going to be at risk because not a lot of them have been performing like our longtime beloved studios. It's also one of those, the inevitabilities, I think, for a lot of top studios. No! No! God fucking damn it. I hate this fight so much. Anyways, I think it's one of those situations where when you're at the top, there's only one way to go. And it's down. When you're number one, you can't be any more number one than being number one. But the second you go from number one to number three, everybody thinks it's the end of the world. Fortnite died the second it wasn't peak anymore. As soon as player base started to decline, I'm talking like season 2, Fortnite was dead game. Back when I was streaming Fortnite years ago, people said it was dead game. Can't believe you're still playing this dead game, Dusty. The fuck. And like, I feel like, again, the only place to go when you're at the top is immediately down incredibly hard and incredibly quickly. And I think we're seeing that with a lot of different companies in general, a lot of different corporations. a lot of companies expect year over year over year over year over year over year growth. And at a certain point, it's definitely going to fall off. And when that fall off hits, it's almost like, all right, let's cut ties. You're accomplished that. NASCAR guy? What happened? No, I didn't hear that. I don't really been on Twitter or anything. I can't find how to get knee Atlan. How to get what? Wait a minute, what? Hold on. Marathon was a Hail Mary into a steaming pile of shit. I mean, they tried. They tried something. The fix the Be Fury Sunlight thing? Nope. Unfortunately, no dice there, my friend. They fixed Bee Trinket, and it now has a slim chance to spawn a bee. It is confirmed working, but the actual spawn rate is not that crazy. And from a utilizing a trinket standpoint, I think the main stat trinket just right now is feeling the best out of all of the options. So yeah, no Bee Fury fixes. And from what I have been told, this apparently has been a bug since like beta, I guess, in terms of the Bee Fury not consuming sunlight. So I put in another bug report today, hoping that it will get up to the right people, because Bee Fury not consuming sunlight literally just makes it unplayable. So this boss still went up north. I was hoping I wouldn't have to do it anymore, because like with today's patch, we can go over the patch notes in a few for those who haven't seen it. With today's patch, I was really hoping that they would fix the Bee Fury issues and some of the outstanding weapon bugs. Unfortunately, they did not do that for all of the weapons, especially Bee Fury. It still has every single core bug that it had. Didn't get a single change. So with Bee Fury not changing whatsoever, I was immediately just like, all right, well, I guess I am just going to continue running on RAM then. So now I'm at the point where I have my Lego Bee Fury in my arsenal slot. I have a Lego Crab Shield that I just need to upgrade. And then if I get a Lego on RAM, then I got the Lego Trifecta, and I have literally nothing to worry about whatsoever. I will be scaled to shit. I will be incredibly beefy. And even while I wait for Bee Fury, I will still have a fully functional playable build that is not suffering from a shitload of bugs. Because honestly, like, Bee build does have potential. It really, 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 in my opinion, does. It takes a little bit to ramp up. But if everything's working properly, I definitely believe that there is a lot of potential with it. It just doesn't fucking work. Check out the PoE YouTube patch notes. Supposed to come out soon, I think. Like, I haven't really done any PoE 2, like, caring for a little bit of time. Not that I, like, don't care about it necessarily. More that I've been focused on, like, the MMO testy realm of content. That's where a lot of my immediate attention's been, is like, you know, these projects, the early accesses and shit. PoE definitely is something that has like mild intrigue to me, but PoE is one of those where, like, at least here I have the optimism that at some point in time we'll end up seeing multiplayer updates and it's not just going to be empty forever. Over there, I know that it's definitely never going to be like a multiplayer based game. So PoE is always a hard one for me. I was really notorious, like, when my brother and I used to play, for starting leagues and playing for the first, like, 2 weeks, and then just quitting after the first 2 weeks. It was kind of like a character flaw. But I would just hit the initial grind because it was fun, and then once I got into, like, the mapping and shit, and just, like, the incredibly repetitive stuff, I would always just, like, fall off. So, one bit for the ARPG MMO. I mean, wouldn't this technically be that? Like, this is pretty much the beta for the air. Are you talking for Chrono? Is that the one you're talking about? The one with the boobs. Chrono Odyssey. Yeah, Chrono Odyssey. The one with the titties is almost definitely Chrono. I do not know exactly when it is, but they tweeted yesterday and said Chrono Odyssey. So I responded to their tweet and said DustyWhy. No? Wait, another titty game? I don't know, how many ARPG MMOs are there with tits? Aeon 2? Oh, Aeon boobs? Oh, okay. Well, that would also check out. Is it Aeon? Ember's the Uncrowned? Embers was the one that had, like, the Omega tits. Yeah, Embers had, like, the ultimate fanfare. That shit was phenomenal. Embers the Uncrowned was, like, the see-through dress lady, right? Where all the soldiers walked up and we saw her feet and her butt crack. Isometric titty game. Yeah, where we saw feet and butt crack at the start of the trailer, right? That's literally the only way I remember it. It's like her feet and her butt crack, and then where'd my rat go? And then she goes to an overhead shot where it's just full titties. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. That one. Embers is Nexon's Lost Ark type game. Wait, Embers is actually being put out by an established developer? Bro, I didn't even know, like, who it was from. All I knew is that there were fucking voluptuous breasts in that trailer. Like, that trailer was designed for gamers by gamers. And I'm not sure, like, who took the lead on that, whether it was Pirate Software's dad or what. But that was one of the single greatest trailers for a game that I had ever seen. And before I even saw that it was, like, ISO, I wanted to play, and then I saw that it was ISO, and it ruined it for me. But really good trailer. Like, honestly, Oscar-worthy, Grammy-worthy, whatever one is, like, for movies, it's like that. That shit was, like, just the peak of all gaming trailers, if I'm being completely honest. So that's just supposed to be very ARPG, right? So y'all said Lost Ark-esque. Lost Ark originally was fun, and then you got into, like, the alt scaling for everything, and it became very not fun very quickly. At least for me. Systems that require a fuckload of alts just to have basic progression really annoy me. Like, really, really, really heavily. Would you be willing to try it if there isn't much out? What, the titty isometric game? Like, the problem is that the tits aren't actually a thing. If I was gonna play an ISO, I would just play Path. Like, I'd play PoE. I'm not inherently opposed. If they sponsor me, I'll 1000% check it out. I just feel like there aren't enough tits, like, actually in the game. Lost Ark was really good until the endgame gearing bullshit. Yup. 1000% agree. When I got into Lost Ark endgame, I immediately was like, all right, nah, this is some fucking baby back bullshit. I hate it here. I don't want to be here. I don't want to be doing all of this extra shit. It is completely unnecessary. And it got old very fast. Very fast. All right, hold on. I have to piddle real quick. So the boss fights were amazing. Yeah, it was fun. And then the actual grind was just terrible. Part of why I really want them to fix the bottlenecks over here is because I know how detrimental those bottlenecks were for Lost Ark when everybody realized they had to make alts to gear their main. And when people were advocating for the Lost Ark grind to not be as alt intensive, they were advocating for casual players and not themselves. And it's the same thing on my end. The balloons, oh, they're still over here. They just, like, are all twisted up. Yeah, no, the balloons are still here. Here, hold on. I'll bring it back. They still exist. Here you go. There you go. Yeah, they're still there. They're perfectly fine. I just had them over to the side so they could chill out a little bit. Because they got very twisted yesterday. I had fans on all day yesterday. So, like, the strings got completely fucking twisted on them. And I have not taken the time to, like, untwist them type shit. So it's slightly tragic, if I'm being honest. I don't really know how to make it, like, spin faster. I don't really know what to do. I guess I could hit, like, one of these with it. And just try to, like, get it really going over here to help it unwind. But yeah, they got pretty well cooked yesterday, if I'm being honest. It was not the greatest set of scrims. This is kind of working, though. Like, that was not the worst effort to get this shit going, if I'm being real. I'm convinced he keeps getting new ones. Nah, these still the same ones, dog. These bitches were apparently $5 a piece per balloon. So, like, apparently, they're just big value. Alright, that actually didn't take that long. Wait, no, it's going the other way now. Ah! It's all bad. Hold on. We freed them. Kind of. There. That took a little bit of time. Those bitches are heavy. They got like weights on the bottom. I get a little complex with those bad boys. If it a Lady B's palace, someone else does make the boss harder. What is the group mechanic on Lady B? Oh, you both get targeted for the floor, right? So you guys just have to stack up for the floor mechanic. I think you both get targeted for like the floor blow up thing. Cause Lady B will send a projectile at you that blows up the floor, just be aware of that. I haven't done it with other people, but I think it's the targeted floor blow up that is the group scaler. Just try to be aware of that and not fuck the floor space and you should be fine. Only one person still, I think it just scales higher. Oh, that's lame. Is there no group mechanic there? Oh, excuse me. That makes that fight way easier in a group then, because you can just have one person blasting 100% of the time, like whoever doesn't get the floor. Huh. More HP, more damage. Lame. Yo, Jonathan, what up, dude? How we doing today? Oh, splendid, brother. The weather is way better today. It's 60 and partly sunny out, so love that. Before stream today, I woke up feeling good. Did a little bit of outdoor maintenance. Hung out with Carla for a bit while she came home on her break. And then I took apart our dishwasher and cleaned it. Like, just thoroughly. So that shit's looking brand goddamn new. And then I passed out on the couch for a few. And then I hopped on stream. Bro, it was a beautiful goddamn day. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful day. Tomorrow we are going to see some family. Grabbing some food with them. Doing a little Sam's Club trip before stream, so that'll be great, but I was going to get bombarded by 5 minutes of ads. Oh no, Twitch cooked him. The sniper's on the roof. Carol, hope you're having a beautiful day, dude. Thought you were going to the bathroom. I was going to. I got distracted talking to you guys. Sorry. Okay, I'll be right back. I'll be right back. Alrighty. We got the full reset. We're up tremendous. Oh my god, brain. Absolute legend. Goddamn. Goddamn. Couldn't kill Lady B. Only level 14 though. What part got you? Was it just losing a ton of the floor space? Yeah, and yes, what up, dude? How's the new update feeling? Solid overall. Solid fixes. We're actually gonna do a patch note review and then I forgore. So we'll do that after this one. I haven't done a full patch note review on stream today. But good fixes, still a lot that obviously it's in early access. We could name probably 50 more things that are on the, you know, the pain point or quit point list for players right now that we really want to see fixed. But overall, it's a great step in the right direction. So still need 4 alt banks. Hopefully not. They bumped storage up to 100 slots. And then they also increased stack size from 200 to 1,000 for a lot of things. So, depending on how much shit you add in your bank, probably not quite as much, but there are still some things that haven't been addressed with the patch. I mean, they brought in some weapon changes as well, a lot of balance things, but they didn't touch Bee Fury at all, which has some very core bugs that are just like fucking it, if I'm being completely honest. Bee Fury just doesn't like exist and facilitate sunlight procs at this point. It's kind of unfortunate, all things considered, that something that could be really strong is unfortunate, but started selling limited leather. Yeah, I was also doing that. And now I'm kind of like, man, what if I need that someday? But also, I feel like their answer doesn't necessarily have to be just like, you get more storage space. If I'm being honest, part of me feels like we almost get too much material in the first place. All things considered, when we're killing something or when we're dismantling, I feel as though they just fill up our bags way too quickly. And there's no way in fuck with the crafting system being the way that it is. I'm inundated with stuff. I have no feasible way to actually use all of the stuff. If I spent all day crafting, I'd run out of the little green things. These guys, the spark samples, because I wouldn't have enough of those from gathering because I can just dismantle shit. Like, I'd hit the bottleneck of spark samples before I ever hit the bottleneck of materials or the required amount of materials needed to craft. Like, I will never want for materials unless it is something I've completely ignored, like herbalism on Scover Isle. Because I haven't been on Scover in so long. So I'll need to at some point go back and do some herbing on Scover. Probably when I make an alt, because I'm gonna have to go back. And unfortunately, I'm gonna have to get spark shards out the ass as well, because I currently am out of spark shards. So I can't upgrade any of my legendaries that I've gotten past 2 stars. So I can't even use most of my legendaries. It's slightly unfortunate. So, you know. There are a few bottlenecks that exist. I definitely... Cool. Thank you for following. What's up, dude? I appreciate you. Like, there's still a few issues that we hope get sorted out soon, as I've been saying. But this is what the early access is for. They're level new guy, basically to get more sparks. Yeah. Just for the shards themselves as well, not to mention the crystal farm, which I've been working on my crystal farm as well. I was hoping that they would take the really low-hanging fruit and make the crystal quest a repeatable quest, just so that way everybody could farm up the ephemeral hearts if they wanted to, run out on their main, and then just complete the quest over and over on their main to turn in their hearts to crystals as a band-aid solution without creating a power vacuum, allowing us to upgrade our shit way easier. They did not do that this time around. I hope that they maybe do that next time that they throw a patch in or something, because it's definitely, like, even if it is not the largest pain point for players right now, because not everybody is looking to fully upgrade their legendaries at this point, I can guarantee you when the casual player base starts trying to upgrade their legendaries and they realize they can't, heads will roll. Casual player base doesn't like not being able to play the game. And I had somebody earlier today that was fucking insistent hell and high water that I only wanted these things changed for myself, and I could not talk this man down that I was trying to trying to get the fucking bottlenecks taken out for casual players because I have infinite time to play the game. Normal players are not going to want to spend their entire day creating 54 alts to run out to an area. For real? Oh, yeah. Yeah, we had somebody that was going crazy about it. North, thank you for the 2 months. I appreciate you. Much love. We had somebody that was going absolutely crazy, like, talking about how they shouldn't let us upgrade stuff. My basic, like, presentation to them, so to say, when they came in all huffing and gruffing that I was saying the quest should be repeatable. They said that min-maxers shouldn't be the ones that are catered to, therefore upgrading legendaries doesn't matter. And I countered with upgrading legendaries being a baseline part of character verticality and progression, which if it's inaccessible, we're not able to access a core part of the gear scaling and whoops, I fucked that up. I killed myself there. I hate this game. The gear scaling and progression, right? It literally just gates us from it. Myself, sweatier players, casual players, if you're not able to access it, it's worse for wear. They give us 1 crystal, so they acknowledge the existence of crystals, and they also have 4- and 5-star options on the gear itself, which indicates that they do want us to be familiar with those things. Yet, for whatever reason, some people are so stuck on the only the sweats want to be able to upgrade their legendaries. Not realizing that in another week, you're going to have casuals who are working their way up and getting their legendary drops. And then they're going to realize that they can't upgrade their shit because they don't have crystals. If they've been upgrading a lot of weapons over the course of leveling, they're going to realize they don't have spark shards anymore. And you're already starting to see it in the Discord and on Reddit of, where do I get more spark shards? I ran out of spark shards. I upgraded a lot of weapons, and now I don't have any spark shards. And people are hitting the realization of like, oh, the only way to do this is making an alt? Wait, what do you mean? And then when people come into chat and I talk about how the quest should be repeatable so we can get spark shards, spark crystals, people are like, oh, well, min-maxing shouldn't be played around right now. I counter with the fact that it's just baseline vertical progression for your character, and it's actually quite imperative to be able to get those things unlocked so people don't feel like they're restricted in their gameplay loop. And again, that it's something every player is going to run into at some point. And people just don't understand it. They just don't understand it. But the majority of casuals will be hitting max level and farming soon. No server issues anymore holding them back. And there's been plenty of time for people to establish their characters. Yes. Yes. Look at the min-maxing. It's just respecting players' time and sanity. It's just progression. If this weapon has 4 stars, I'm meant to be able to see 4 stars. If this weapon has 5 stars, I'm meant to see 5 stars. I also feel like I should not have to create alts to access that thing on my main in a game that's all about accessibility. Oh my god, Dr. Frankenbob. Dr. Franken10. Goodness gracious me, oh my brother, good morning, and I would assume you're liking the game. Holy shit, W. Frankenbob, I appreciate you, my brother. Everything completely, I appreciate you. Listen, I never say things so people will agree with me. I speak my mind, and those that dissent are more than welcome to dissent respectfully. But man, some people are just so set on like streamers are bad and every streamer only wants to do stuff that pushes their own like agenda. And this guy was so like pilled into that mentality that he just couldn't trust that what the streamer was saying was for the welfare of the game itself and not just for me, the sweaty player, to min-max. And he kept going back to like, oh my god, Hoofsy's come out of retirement. The SpaceX IPO was in for a little bit longer, baby. We got time. We got time. Hoofsy with the 10 as well, boys. You know what that means. We got a giant hype train that is ready to leave the tracks. We have a big hype load that's ready to be blown, boys. Oh my god. Okay, I was gonna say 1 prime. Brain came in with the 10 gifties. Jesus fucking Christ. Brain says, fuck it, I'll do it myself, boys. Check your primers. Came into a weird moment, it seems. Oh, you can come whenever you want, Zelgi. Don't worry about it, brother. You're free to come here whenever you please. Yeah, we're talking about the ephemeral heart grind right now and a lot of the alt grinding itself. Yeah. And some guy earlier was just like really offended that I was talking about how that quest from Lee Van Glyph to turn your hearts into the crystal should be repeatable, and how chests and open world mobs should also be repeatable and drop spark shards for us, the blue ones. Because without those, we literally are forced to make alts to just upgrade gear. and they were arguing that upgrading gear is min-maxy and is not the core progression of a character. And I was like, brother, I just want to, like, use the gear to the capacity that's intended to be used to, and I can't do that, and I want other people to do it without making alts. I have to make 54 alts and run each of those alts an average of 6 minutes across the map after ensuring that I grab 10 ephemeral hearts from my storage on the way through without dying, without distractions, without getting lost any of the times, without fucking up. That's like 6+ hours of total grind from character creation screen, load screen, delete, reset, get the loot, put the loot in the storage after I have the crystal. 54 alts. You don't have to do that. I don't have to, but if I want to progress, which is the core part of the game, then I do have to, which is the unfortunate part. Hoofsay! Appreciate you, brother. Much love. So, like, it's not that I have to do that to play the game, but progression shouldn't be gated behind 54 alts. And as of right now, progression in a normal character vertical sense is gated behind me making 54 alts after farming 540 ephemeral hearts, which is the inherent problem. Now, 6 months down the road, when we may be looking at heroics in the game and crystals are dropping, then great. But then we still have the problem of the shards, the blues, that we still can't get. I hate this fucking fight. I hate this fight so fucking much. I read chat for half a second and I die. I hate this fight so much. I can't stand it. Anyways, the ephemeral hearts, like, inherently there. I've been saying, I myself, personally, don't really give a shit if they don't fix it immediately, because I'm here all the time. This is my day job. I have the time to run 54 alts across a map and spend an 8-hour stream telling everybody I'm compiling my crystals to upgrade my legendaries. And then when I have fully upgraded legendaries, everybody will go, wow, awesome, Dusty. That's so cool. Awesome. Great. A casual player and somebody that has a job, wife, kids, ambitions, responsibilities, vitamin D, will not want to make 54 alts simply to experience the progression of the game. No, we don't need to upgrade at this point in the game. You don't need to, but why is the game limiting people from accessing those upgrades if they're in the game? You don't need to collect every mount that's available in the game, or you don't need to have shiny companions. Why are the shiny companions available, but the shiny weapons are not available? It doesn't make any sense. It is a game about accessibility, and a core part of the game is inaccessible with us not being able to upgrade despite it not being necessary. None of this game is necessary. It's meant to be accessible, and the lack of accessibility around a core point of character scaling, albeit not necessary, is important within the game's progression. You don't have to be able to have multiple mounts. You don't have to be able to have a transmog. This game is built around people doing the things they don't have to do, but what they want to do. And if you want to get a legendary item that can be upgraded 5 times and upgrade it 5 times, you should be able to test upgrading that 5 times the same way somebody else can go through and they can collect all of the mounts, all of the companions, all of the gliders. And keep in mind, it's not just min-maxers that are going to eventually want to upgrade something to max. It's the casuals as well. Everybody is going to eventually have a legendary weapon just off of playing the game that they'll want to upgrade to 5 stars. And when they realize they can't, that will be a letdown. So if they don't want us upgrading, why not just only give us up to blue weapons? Because they want us upgrading. It's very, very, very reasonable to think that the whole inaccessibility of certain mats was an oversight on the dev side and not intended, rather than people aren't intended to actually progress in the game, which is what some people are so set on. They're like, well, maybe they just don't want the min-maxers having everything full bis. And I'm like, brother, it's not just the min-maxers, please. Please. When the game add-ins heroic will be able to upgrade as intended. Correct, but heroic is likely going to be not this year. Purple for heroic mode. Likely not this year. So if we think that people aren't going to want to upgrade their legendaries at all this year, that's fucking delusional. People will want to be able to upgrade before heroics. Game is done. Correct, but that also doesn't mean that people should accept literal walls in progression that clearly aren't intended to be there and not provide feedback. So going against this, I need to remind people, this is not just a competitive issue that impacts your sweats. This is a throughput and progression issue that impacts casual players, competitive players, and anybody who wants to play the game normally. This is a system that's not functioning the same way as if you weren't able to collect any new mounts or gatherables or gliders. It does not break the game, and it is not the end of the world. However, it is a system that is not functioning properly that should definitely be brought up as not functioning properly. And when we're talking about the bottlenecks, what do you have to say about the blue bottleneck, where it's not just purple shards, the crystals that you're going after, it's the blues that you have to get from open world events and chests that you can only get once per character that aren't even necessary for fully upgrading to legendary, but they're necessary for upgrading to level 2 to 3. Even if you have blue that you want to upgrade, you're bottlenecked there. Should that not be fixed either because the game's not done? No, that should absolutely be fixed because it's putting a wrench in normal player progression and forcing people to make alts and deviate from what they actually want to do. It's so incredibly simple, but people are like just ignoring that and being like, well, the game isn't supposed to have sweaty min-maxers. And it's the same people that are fucking running damage meters in this goddamn game. Bro, I don't understand it sometimes. Like, people that are literally defending DPS meters and shit in this game will be like, well, people don't need to be able to upgrade their weapons right now. Nah. Bro, I don't understand it. Also, Gurge, what up, I go? What do you think of the live PvP? Shit, duels this year according to the roadmap. Battlegrounds not for a while. And then the open world system, which is presumably just going to be like an open world region, based on what we've heard, like open world force flag PvP region, incentivization to be determined. That also next year, according to the roadmap. But I also have some concerns on that.
Thank you for boarding the Dusty Express.
If I'm being honest, I really want to be optimistic about it and excited about it. But I really have concerns about the open world area because their layer size is 20 people right now. So, like, you can only have a 10v10 realistically if both sides are evenly stacked at this point in time if they were to implement it right now. If they got their layering up to 50, which was their goal, they said, that gives us 25v25, which is still not the highest scaling. And when you're looking at groups of 50 people, if layering is functioning properly and you can invite people into your layer, then I could very easily see a 50-person layer being overwhelmed by one guild and it not being a 25v25. So if I'm being honest, I worry the most about the open world area as a big, like, a lot of moving pieces, a lot of things that could go wrong with it, and a lot of things could go flat. So, in Devin Cannon's interview, said they seem to want geographical layers, though, so like server stitching, I assume, could be part of the solution. Even then, anytime layers are involved, open world PvP is compromised, because the second I lose an open world PvP and it's layered, I just go elsewhere. The second I cook somebody, they go elsewhere. Everybody layer hops. So then you have to have an internal, like, layer cooldown where you can't layer hop. But then if somebody's getting farmed, then they're gonna have to stay and get farmed, and people just, like, won't be doing that anymore. I worry a little bit, if I'm being real, about the open world area. Just with the structure of this game. I'm an open world PvX enjoyer. I worry a little bit. I think it'll still be fun, but I think it's gonna get real one-sided real fucking quickly. Real quickly. Also, Sauce, what up, my goat? I see you out there. Someone plays I'm against PvE or PvP. It's always funny to me seeing the push for PvP. Most normal thing, but my brain still laughs. Yeah, I think a lot of people that play PvP, keep in mind I'm PvX enjoyer, I love myself some good PvP. I think a lot of people forget that the PvP enjoyer is like the Sasquatch of the modern MMO world. And it's way more common to have somebody that wants absolutely nothing to do with PvP in today's MMOs, comparatively to somebody that really wants consequential, punishing PvP at the forefront of a game. And typically the people that are wanting aren't cozy appearing MMOs. It's an interesting, like, you know, back and forth. Now, I'm personally really excited for PvP, but I also think that's coming with the full expectation that PvP isn't going to be at the forefront of this game. It's definitely going to be a side thing. It's going to be, you know, a small part of the experience and not what makes the experience, right? And I think that's perfectly okay, but there are definitely people that have been told that this is an MMO and that it's going to have an open world PvP area. And they think that it's going to be like an AOC level open world PvX emphasis. And it's not. It's not. A side thing like upgrading weapons. I hope they cook everybody's collectibles. I hope they take away every fucking casual player's mounts. Fuck them. Take away their mounts until I get my goddamn weapon fixed. What? You heard me! Back to the default pony for everyone. You fucking heard me. I'm taking them until B Fury's fixed. I don't want to hear it anymore. Until we get the progression bottlenecks fixed, and until B Fury's fixed, I'm taking all your collectibles. No companions, no mounts, no gliders. They've officially been confiscated. Fuck you guys. This is some baby back bullshit. If I can't have my fun, you can't either. I will be holding them until future notice. Rainbow Pea Pony. Bronies everywhere are cheering right now. Like, all three of them that still exist are absolutely loving this new policy. Oh, look, all about sausages until those weapons are fixed. Bro, I'm telling you. I'm telling you. Give me the weapon fixes. Give me my crystals. And give me my shards. Or give me death. That is literally all that I need. I want my spark crystals. I want my spark shards. I want my B Fury main hand fixed. And nobody gets hurt. Give me faster premium mounts. Ain't no way you're asking for premium mounts and you don't even have a sub badge. What the fuck is this? You cannot, in the same 24 hours, complain about ads and then ask for things in a cash shop in the game. I won't allow you to. That is irresponsible spending and you need to know the priorities here. Me. Fuck your mounts. It's gonna fix every weapon except B Fury 2. What if they just hate me? Like, what if they actually just want me to fuck off and stop streaming the game, but they can't, like, legally tell me to stop streaming the game, so they're like, anything Dusty wants changed, we're just not gonna fucking change it? Bro, really? No, I'm just giving you shit. I'm just giving you shit. I just like giving people shit. I like to hit an occasional Pokemon. Give all my money to Dusty? Fuck yeah, brother. Fuck yeah, as it should be. Listen, somebody's gotta work hard to support me, and it's not gonna be me. And I appreciate that it's many of you. Genuinely, couldn't do it without y'all. So just one of the beauties of life. They're scared of you. They don't want to see me at my full potential. They know if I can cook my build, then it becomes the death of the game immediately. Give all my money to my weed guy. Why do you still have a weed guy? It's fucking 2026, brother. Your weed guy should be a corporation at this point. Your weed guy should be sourcing from all of the weed guys. Where the fuck do you live? B-Trink got fixed, so that's another dub for B-Build. Yeah, the proc rate seems not the worst on it. It's just that B Fury physically doesn't work right now. It's a little unfortunate. It's great as an arsenal weapon, but in the main hand, it literally just, like, is pool noodle levels of damage because it doesn't proc anything. Like, this build isn't even doing one thing that hits extremely hard. It's throwing in a lot of additional instances of damage to make the entire build's DPS very, you know, very suitable. But that's the same thing with B Fury. B Fury right now just doesn't have the additional instances of damage being procced because we're not getting the sunlight procs to stack all that shit up. I don't have my, like, I don't have anything other than my auto, so maybe Fury's just too strong right now with internal testing. I have no idea how to balance it. The infinite B build, it's truly too strong. It cooks too much. Listen, if I can summon a bee in under 3 seconds on average, then I have undying infinite gigabees, which I think would be fun. I think that would be very, very, very fun. But I need to have less than 3 seconds on my average summon time, or I'm basically cooking myself and I won't be able to sustain the bees. Now, I'll still be able to get a lot of bees out, but I'd like to be able to have infinite bees. That would make me very happy. To be honest, not a balancing warrior exists. Yeah, I mean, like, warrior had some slight tweaks come into some weapons. We'll go over the patchies after this, because I think Cordal is home, so I'm gonna say hi after this kill. But like, some weapons were tweaked, and I think warrior will probably be in a maybe a slightly better state. Shit's still about to be strong as hell, but I think it's doing slightly better today than it was yesterday, all things considered, in terms of the whole, like, being a literal fucking god, which, again, still really, 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 really strong, but I think a little bit less OP than before. Wait, is the rocket launching right now? So are there people on it, or are they just testing the rocket unmanned? Like, what's on the line here? Is this just fully experimental testing, or do we have rats in the maze? Because I feel like it's less fun if there's nothing on the line. New Starlink on it. Oh, that's fucking lame. Who cares? They can make more Starlinks. They can't really make more astronauts. I feel like there should definitely be like life on the line. I think the oh my god, I almost threw that. I feel like if it's just satellites, like, we can always make more satellites. What's a satellite cost? Like a couple $1 million. An astronaut probably was worth way more than a couple $1 million. They should probably make an astronaut drive the satellite. And isn't it 2 satellites? T-minus 40 seconds, doing final checks. Why are they sending satellites up on a big rocket instead of just launching the satellites? Can't they just do, like, baby launch for the satellites? Like they have? Like, what's the big deal about them bringing up satellites on big rocket when we already have a shitload of satellites? I guess I'm kind of, like, confused there. Just slightly. Fill me in. All right, hold on. I'll be right back. Un momento.
Cat with abs is absolutely S tier.
Somebody followed while I was gone. Who was that? That was one of you. Crab. Appreciate you, dog. Much love. Alright. We've returned. I smelled food, so I knew Carla was home. It turns out she was making the food for me. I was like, God damn, that smells really fucking good. It smells like a Reuben. It is a Reuben. Jefferson, thank you for the hydrate, brother. Starship can deploy 60 to 100 at a time. And the satellites are larger. Tells of the future rocket to Mars. Current Falcon rocket deploys 22. So basically the Starship is a mothership. And if they can keep scaling it up, instead of satellites, they could put smaller manned vessels, and they could effectively have the mothership go up and sit in orbit, and then they could send out smaller manned vessels that transport people down to Mars type shit. Is that like the long term of it? Because that's fucking tech if so. I might have just min-max space travel. So like, why don't they just take the Starship and then make it slightly larger? So that way they can do humans instead of satellites. Because then we just strap 60 to 100, I don't know, maybe like people from Boston onto the rocket. And then just see if they make it to Mars. And just have them be like the first. Actually, just in the event that they survived, I'm not going to volunteer people from Boston. Bad idea. Yeah, if they make it, we're fucked. Yup. Yup. Nope. And they're resilient bastards too. Yep. Nope. Maybe not Bostonians. Maybe not that. They might go there. The ship that goes, it'll be the ship to go to Mars. V3 now has ports for mid-space refueling. Mid-space refueling from fucking who though? What do you mean mid-space? Like, hear me out. How are they going to refuel it mid-space if they are running out of fuel at that point in space? How are they going to get a vessel carrying more fuel out to that point? It's to refuel from a second starship. So the second starship, instead of transporting like satellites, would effectively just transport fuel, and then they would sack the second starship, and then they would just like transport the extra fuel from the storage into the first one. Yeah, but then how do they refuel? Another series of like starship chains. So then you have to send 2 more with just fuel out to chase that. The first one with fuel runs out. The second one refuels the first one, makes it down to the base, and then refuels the first one. Then you have to have another one sitting at that same midpoint to refuel the original starship to get it back to Earth, and then you can reuse the first starship. I've literally just solved space travel, chat. You just daisy chain the starships together. I basically did this in my once human base as well. Jeff Probst announced who lost in the farm making before it even happened. Wait, what? No spoilers, no spoilers, no spoilers. I haven't watched it yet. I haven't watched it. No, Carla and I were gonna watch yesterday, but it wasn't available yesterday because it was only available live, and I was streaming when it was live, so we're gonna watch it tonight. Wait, no, we haven't watched it. Jeff Ropes leaked it live? No, ain't no shot. Okay. Okay, that's kind of crazy. Yeah, we're gonna watch it. We're gonna watch it tonight after stream, probably. Was what I had planned. That's fucking crazy. Will be fuel production in space. Yeah, but like how? I don't think we have like fossils in space and shit. Don't we need like fossils to break down into fossil fuel? Or are we just like producing the fossils now? What's rocket fuel made out of? I'd assume like the dankest of the fossils, right? That part's down the line still. What if they take that plastid-diesel guy? Is Elon Musk's car still floating up in space? Have you heard of the concept of green energy? Yeah, but what exists in space? I mean, I guess like solar out the dick. But if that's the case, then why aren't we launching Priuses into space? You know? Like, there's not wind in space. It's a vacuum. There's not water in space, because otherwise that would probably be a complete game changer. There are traces of water in places, but everything is crude oil. I feel like if there were oil in space, America would have done way more to get out there than just go around the moon recently. Like, I feel like we'd be up in that shit. I feel like the Space Force would have been way more prevalent at this point in time as like as a prio. I have a feeling the whole oil in space to make fuel is going to be kind of rough. The Roadster's still out there. What do you think it's doing? Like, where do we have a tracker on where the Roadster is? Surely it's like burned up and shit at this point, right? And like actually destroyed, and it's not just in like one piece. All things considered, wasn't it horribly irresponsible to just launch a car into space? Not to like... Uh-oh. Wasn't it like very not... I guess that's for them to figure out, but... Current status as of May 2026. It remains on its elliptical solar orbit. With perihelion near Earth's orbit and aphelion beyond Mars. So it's just going in between Earth and Mars? Bruh. Wait. Yes. Why do I feel like at some point we're gonna get swanton bombed by a fucking Tesla Roadster? Like, you know all of those movies where there's like a comet coming in that's gonna like absolutely nuke part of the world? What would the damage be if a Tesla Roadster crashed down to Earth? Would not make it to the surface. I guess that would be fine then. Starlink satellite will warn us before it happens. Do you think they could just summon the Roadster back up into space? You think it's getting the updates out there? It'll make it to the surface. Would a Cybertruck make it to the surface instead of a Roadster? Because it's all like stainless steel. I feel like the Cybertruck could probably have better odds, right? Over the Roadster. Starlink system is also looking outwards and observing low orbit objects. Bro, we even got cameras in space. It's truly crazy. Freedom is dead, chat. Freedom is dead. Even if you go to Mars, you're fucking cooked. You might have less on Mars. You're always being watched. I'm watching you right now. Who do you think came up with the idea originally of just like, let's launch shit into space? Do you think it was originally the guy that made a trebuchet, but he just came up like way short? And I'm not talking about like the first person to successfully do it. I'm talking about the first motherfucker to like make a contraption that was intended to launch shit a very far way. Like, my thought is like, what was the original intent of the trebuchet? Was it a medieval siege weapon, or was it supposed to launch a small human into low Earth orbit? Like Katy Perry was that one time. Is a potion that increases the drop rate worth it? If you're farming things in quantity, then yeah, I personally haven't seen any correlation between it and rarity. Drop rate's quantity sided. Trebuchet for cows? That is true. That is very true. If you can send a cow to low Earth orbit, you could definitely send Katy Perry low... Wait a minute. Realistically, with consumables, I feel like there's more value as well right now since the consumes are fixed. You check the math on this, and I'm also not sure if you can use them together. But the Alchemist Cauldron are fixed. And those give 1 hour of every single main stat as a buff. Which is really, really, really fucking strong. Really strong. MOS. Have you used it for a lot of bossing? Because I never saw any correlation between it and rarity. I only saw it as a drop rate increase. So if you're doing like a quantity grind, then great. Have you seen increased drops from it or nah? Like, have you found yourself getting 3 drops per or no? No? Ah, yeah, that's kind of tragic then. Do you think it's impacting rarity? Or like, what do you think the best use case for it is? Because I would assume, honestly, I'm probably pretty dumb for not using it while I'm farming hearts. I probably could have saved myself a decent amount of time had I been using it. Just slightly unfortunate, but, you know, live and let live type shit. We definitely learned. I will say, though, I'm really bad about using consumes. I'm like the worst consume user NA. What I notice is you get more rare drops from gathering and normal mobs. Okay, that makes sense. It only says gathering though? Right. So basically, if you're doing like an ephemeral heart grind, if you're going around and gathering like crazy, then you will definitely want to have one of those potions up, like the drop rate pots. But if you're bossing, then you'll definitely just want to have some stat consumes up instead. I don't use a single consume yet. They're really impactful. It's just, I don't feel like I have to. Therefore, I don't. But you close to plus 16 on a stat with consumes. Yeah. You pop a cauldron, and then also, if you pop a cauldron, you can pop one of the big boy feasts. And then you can get all the secondary stats as well. And then you have scrolls. Bro, there's so much. There's so much that you can scale up. It's actually really large. But it's also barely necessary at this point in time. And by barely, I mean like not at all. So I'm not too worried about pushing it up. If I'm being completely real, I feel like I'm clearing just fine without a shitload of consumes and constant investment in that. So I do my best to just enjoy my existence. I wonder though, like, how much faster it would be, because immediately I'm looking at 10 vit, 10 faith, 10 strength, which is another like 6 damage, 12 damage on my brood sweep, my little AoE. It is some good scaling over the course of an entire fight. Maybe it is worth it. We'll see. Kill hard mode with green armor and no upgraded weapons. Oh yeah. Hard mode, especially like if you know the mechanics and do the mechanics. Even on a class like priest, you can do it so easily. I started hopping into hard mode like to gear up when I had first hit 20. I had level 13 weapons. I had green armor and had no idea what some of the mechanics even were at that time. Oh. And even then, I was still just peachy in hard mode. It took some time to actually gear up. And once I geared up, I was like, oh, damn, I'm actually, like, ascending at this point in time. This is way better than it was. And I definitely felt the verticality of it. But it was still doable with piss poor gear. And that's part of the reason why I'm like, you know, I want to progress my character. I want to get legendary weapons, upgrade them, and have the best gear that I can, so that way when new content comes out, I'm prepping to take on the new content as easy as possible, right? But it's also not a game breaker where it's like, if I can't immediately do that, then I'm quitting the game type shit. It's not necessary right now. I just really would like to have that scaling in place and that bit of the grind. But none of it's necessary. The game inherently right now is... I don't want to say it and have like a negative connotation, but like it's easy. It's accessible is the good way to say it. But it's very playable from a lot of people. And there's not a lot of content that really pushes the bar of difficulty that much in any serious fashion. Like I could just pop my R here, or I could just save the fully powered judgment while he does his whole thing here. And since he swept middle first, then I just run over here and then wait for him to come down. Accessible? Yeah. Accessible is like the good way to say it. The game is built around accessibility, and top end scaling isn't necessarily like the emphasis of where their balance point is, especially right now early on in development, nor will it ever really, I think, be their emphasis. I don't think the treadmill of content that we see is going to be akin to like a Mythic Plus system in WoW or anything like that. I would love it if they brought in like a Greater Rift style system with their rifts that they have planned on the roadmap, like a Diablo 3 Greater Rift. I think that would be phenomenal. Giving players some form of a content treadmill to push the top end builds out would be really enjoyable. But I don't see it as, you know, a core pull of this game. I stand on the fact that the largest pull to this game on a mass scale will be that it is a cute looking Zelda-y horizontal exploration game. And these sweaty MMO desirers like myself will definitely be in the minority of the player base here. And I think that's a strength of the game. I think when they have a game that appeals to people who just like to go, oh cute, oh nice, oh cool, and they like to explore, and they like to spend time with their friends and do a little like couch co-op, it's evolved to an online co-op. It's actually a really large appeal for people. It's a big selling point. So Starlink is putting satellites in moon orbit to get broadband connectivity anywhere on the moon by communicating with lasers to the Earth satellites. Lasers, you say? What kind of lasers? Like LiDAR? Or like actual like pew lasers? Where we go? They already communicate with freaking lasers. I think there's a lot of potential for high skill PvE. I think there is as well. I think when you factor in like group content coming in, having people sort out, you know, group-based mechanics, I look at the potential for PvE content over here to be like, for those that played Fellowship, some of the boss fights over on Fellowship were incredibly fun and well done, even in a group standpoint. And they required everybody to successfully complete the mechanic, or it was basically a wipe if you went in without people. And it was incredibly fun to sort out with groups. I yearn for content like that, even if it's on a 4-person scale. Let me go into dungeons with a 4-person group, learn the mechanics with the group, and then go through the boss and actually feel, you know, rewarded for it, because it's not doable without that group. As of right now, yeah, the boss fights scale up a little bit. Yo, Saddle, what up, dude? Hope you're having a good day. Of course, the boss... What up, darling? It didn't heat up well? I'm sure it'll slap. Thank you, love. Anyways, Phil brought me a salmon so it didn't heat up well. I'm sure it'll be fucking delicious. Anyways, what was on? Oh, group stuff, group mechanics. I feel as though if they lean into with their harder tier content, more of that, you know, more of that group play. Obviously, having the accessible content for a lot of solo players is fucking massive, but it sounds like we'll need a survivability nerf for that, or it'll just be face tank. The thing about group mechanics is that it doesn't even need to be a survivability factor, because if you fuck up a group mechanic, you can just make it an instant wipe. There's a certain point where during the boss fights, the boss damage becomes almost arbitrary because yes, you have a lot of sustain. What matters are the fact that the mechanics can wipe you. It's like in WoW, the boss auto attacks, unless it's something like a Magtheridon and a pre-nerf TBC, isn't really a huge thing to be scared of. You know, the actual autos aren't the point of emphasis with many bosses. It's the mechanics that if you fuck up will just physically nuke parts of your group and then will affect the rest of the, you know, validity for finishing that fight. And I'm thinking like, you know, bosses that are like 4 switches that have to be activated, have 4 people stand in 4 certain places, have 4 things that need to be tanked by each individual person in a corner of the room, because if you bring them too close then they enrage. So with that mechanic, as people get gear and get more kitted, you can fight through the enrage. But I think of things like that where it's not as much dependent on the, you know, the vertical scaling of the group. Yeah, you can kill stuff faster, you can play more secure. But it's on everybody having a brain. Because then gear matters. But even if you have the best gear, you don't face roll the content. Something like this train mechanic, right? You have 4 people. And the trains, as they come through, have different V's. Right? And you have to have somebody that's going back and forth, putting the trains in different ways as they come onto the track to avoid having it hit their group, or some bullshit around trains, right? There's so many mechanics where you can have people in the group incorporated in something else, right? You're standing off the side, you have to divert the train. Trains are coming in randomly from both sides. You have to have somebody on each side. One person tanking the boss, one person that's able to float. And then the rest of the group puts some flamethrowers on the trains. Fuck yeah. Maybe like a shark at the start of the train, so that way if there are any smaller fish, the train's able to go through it. I think that's a good idea. I think that's a good idea. Stop sending the train mid. Brother, I can already see the fights over it. Yes. Yes. Just small mechanics like that. This is a bad time to eat a fry. We're safe. We're safe. Everything works out. But yeah, I think there's a lot of opportunity for them to work group stuff in. It's just the conflict that I always have mentally when I think about how great it would be for them to slam group stuff into the game is very simply put, what the fuck was that? Very simply put, would they slam group content into the game? That's almost where I'm like, I don't know about that one. I'm not so sure about that. Because if they do slam group content in the game that forces people to group up a little bit, then like, all good, gravy, awesome, amazing for people like me that like playing with groups. But what about the entire core of accessibility with the game, right? Then they would basically have to draw a line in the sand of like, hey, we are having some content that's a little more exclusive on the higher end for you to strive for that has unique rewards. This is meant to be taken on with a group to encourage you to actually, you know, get out there and embrace the multiplayer aspect a little bit. And maybe they add a group finder, maybe they make it super streamlined. Maybe they even do like, you know, random pug bonuses or something. But it all just depends. It's on their, you know, their side as developers, what they physically want to do with it and how much group incentivization they want to bring in. From a lot of what I've seen so far, many people are getting into this hoping that the multiplayer side does go well. I know a lot of people are also absolutely loving the single player side right now. I'm having a lot of fun with it too. But there are many players who are kind of waiting patiently for more multiplayer incentivization to come in. And they're just, you know, they're enjoying what we have right now, but they're still definitely yearning for something a little more social. The mix that they have right now is good, but Jolta, thank you for the follow. The mix that they have right now is really good. I just think that it's very, for someone like me, single player heavy. And I yearn for just something that's like, hey, you want to play more of the multiplayer side of this? Here is that thing that is for, you know, for you. Here is that thing that you and your friends can strive to complete on a hard level that, you know, you won't be able to do solo. You need to bring your friends. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Excuse me. Bro, I hate this fight so much. I can't read chat during this part. The trains always get me right at the end. Swear to God, he's a little asshole. You can on the solo gameplay and gather a lot more players on the 1.0 release. The call will come 100%. Yeah, I think the solo gameplay and like the accessibility of the solo gameplay is a really good way to garner a large player base. I think dependency on other players for everything in the day-to-day becomes very tedious for players quite quickly because most people fucking suck. Just, you know, calling it as it is. Most people kind of suck to interact with on a daily basis. So a lot of people do like to be able to fuck off and do their own thing whenever. But if you do desire that group content on the highest level, I think that is the strength that they could lean into with the co-op. A supplement to the gameplay, not a necessity. And that supplement gives you an optional harder level of content to go into. It's almost like a player's 8 type mode in Diablo. Weapon should be shared loot. Makes it worse to run a group if you're both farming the same legendary. Yeah, anything other than a full like optimized loot share group is less than ideal, to say the least. Absolutely agree. It's part of the reason why I run solo. Like, yeah, if you run 4 people in a group, you get 4 drops. But even then, unless you have people that just don't need the same shit, you're gonna be less than optimal. They fixed the bug with Raging Smash. They used to loop animation without the damage. Think Warrior's even stronger. Just cleared crap consistently pre and rage. He didn't even try to go to the middle. Wait, what? What the fuck do you mean you killed him pre and rage? Like pre-fixate? Like he didn't even phase? What the fuck do you mean? Like, actually, what the fuck do you mean? What are you running? Are you running cheese with judgment? Like Cheese Moon? Get us really clear? Yeah, you can link in the chat. I'm eating right now too, so that buys me a second. Bro, Warrior's fucking nuts. When people come in and they're like, Dusty, your priest build's so stupid. Priest is so stupid. Nerf priest. Why? I show them shit like this. Oh my god. Was that your Dom? Jesus Christ. What is doing so much damage on all of your finishers? That shit's absurd. Someone posted a video of a priest hitting 2,400 today. What? With what? With what? Dom skills from armor? Right, I know about the Dom scaling, but Dom's not up on every one of his finishers. Like, he's just constantly ticking the additional 300 plus. When it's not Dom. Bro, that shit's stinky. Is it a bleed hitting for like 300? %20 crit damage for cheese? That makes sense. 25% overall damage from axe? Yeah. Yeah, that is fair. Oh, what is it? Dom grit on a dummy? Yeah, I mean... Dom grit on a dummy is a Dom grit on a dummy. I will say. Like, this is fully buffed. Like, all consumes. Coolies popped. Everything ideal scenario. On a dummy with 0 HP. Or, sorry, 0 armor. It's gonna hit really hard. I think warriors could still do much more. And that's a full ideal scenario. This is a 2-minute circumstance. No replication outside of that. Warrior does that shit like all the time. It's fucking stinky. But yeah, I've been saying for a while, Dom, damage-wise, is one big number all at once. Crab Shield is still amazing damage. And over the course of waiting for your cooldown to come up on Dom, you can, in most fights, get multiple crab blocks off and depth shield heals. There's utility with Crab Shield too, which is part of why I love it. But Dom just does such a big, like, one hit all at once damage. People love that shit. Alright, hold on. I gotta bring my plate out. I'll be right back.
Farm him, reaped. Dead. Fucking idiot.
In the morning. Good day. I've arrived. Amount of people run Dom plus some shield for Arsenal. Having insane armor while one-shotting with auto attack. Yeah, I mean, the thing about putting a shield in Arsenal slot is that it doesn't give you all of the stat scaling. It gives you some of it, but it doesn't give you all of it. I would say the crazier thing with armor scaling, with armor scaling, especially right now, is the accessibility of things like this that are just like 100 armor 4 vit offshoots. You can get a couple of those and scale into it. You could easily be, God, I don't want to know what people are running around at, but I would assume you could probably pretty easily hit 2500 armor if you're optimizing around armor scaling, and then that's before the 100% multiplier that you get on your show. So I'd have to assume people are going around 5k armor, if not more, if they're fully around armor and a big dom pop. The thing about Warrior that makes it so crazy is theirs isn't even just like one big dom pop. The dom pop is just like a large number in a sea of other incredibly large numbers. Dude, it's fucking crazy how much damage that shit does. But it's also just subject to dom being changed at some point in time. That's the largest thing about it right now. I feel like Crab Shield's still phenomenal. Dom's usage rate, I would have to guess, is somewhat of a concern to them. I don't want to speak for them, but Dom is used by like most builds that exist right now that it's eligible for. So Ares, what am I go? I hope you're having a beautiful day, brother. What'd you be up to? I'm at 2353 armor without buffs. God damn. God damn. And you can also pump up some consumables that would scale up more armor for you. Yeah, that is, bro, that's a little stinky. Get ready for tomorrow's playtest. I swear to God, you only playtest on days that I'm doing stuff. The fuck, man? The pots had crazy armor. Oh, really? Wait, are you guys popping like a 15-minute pot? Or what's the dealio there? Because consumes are crazy, man. I don't have consumes popped right now because I'm a lazy piece of shit. I have 200 for an hour. That's some pretty fast scaling. Especially when that damage pop is literally just based on your armor scaling itself. That inherently adds so much total damage on that pop. Yeah, it's like there are reasons why Dom does scale up so hard. Now, again, Dom is only damage, it's only single target. It do be nice, but food boss lasting 15 minutes is stupid. Yeah, I mean, they did fix the uncraftable items today. So that's great. Need to change the scale from strength. Or just a flat number, right? Not just a flat number, but like make the 100% additive a flat number instead of plus 100%. Because doubling the armor is just scaling too fucking much. So you could even keep the armor scaling, but you just don't have 100% armor buff on the same fucking thing. Vitality would be a peculiar scaler too, because that could still have the potential to hit really hard if you're making a tanky build. Like, I don't even hate the nature of like, uh-oh. Holy shit, I just jumped over that. What the fuck? Bro, that rat just tried to fucking murder me. Holy shit, I hate it here. I cannot wait to never have to come back in here ever again once I get this legendary ram. I look forward to making 54 alt characters more than I look forward to just coming here to farm up the rest of this legendary ram. It is truly a miserable experience that I would not wish upon anybody else. I'll be back for heroic, don't worry. Oh, I'll probably be back so many thousands of times over the course of this game's existence. And I'm gonna hate it every... why do I come here? Man, sometimes I wonder which dev is in here just fucking with me. Cause like that can't just happen randomly, right? Like that can't just be like a... Alright. Chat. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. It's all okay. It's all okay. Did you get any Legos today? I have got 0 legendaries, only disappointment today. Yeah, no. Zero legendaries. Awesome news as well is that my armor is pretty much fully, fully stank out. Like I'm good there. I don't really have anything else to scale up there. So it's me and this fucking rat until he gives me what I want. I haven't seen him mount either. Just got my first legendary, about 130 kills, crab fist. Were you going for the crab fist or were you going for a shield? Because either congratulations or I'm sorry, depending on how you feel about that result. You never really know what class people are out here playing type shit. My crab shield actually came like really fast. I'm pretty sure I did fewer than 10 runs to get my crab shield mount. A dirty mount collector. God damn. Nobody's able to collect their mounts until my weapon bugs are fixed. That's my new rule. No cosmetic hunting until my balance passes are in. I don't have fat they don't need. Bro, I got like 3 fat on my entire account. I don't even know where I farmed that shit. What's mount? I think the mounts are 1%. I think. They might be 0.1s, but just the one that I was stopping. Are you, like, how many do you have left to complete? We have people in chat that are also going after the horizontal progression of it. And then I'm over here like, I need to get the shiniest weapons that I can. And then go through the pain of creating 54 alts and running 54 times from the start over to Lee Van Glyph. So I can get 54 crystals to upgrade my weapons. I am Sag. Everybody has their grinds, and I think we're all terrible about it at some point. You know, main weapon the last 5 days has been a bug net. That's the grind, though. Genuinely, are you getting all the shinies too? How long are running all those alts take? On average, on a mount, the runtime is roughly 6 minutes if you don't have any, like, distractions or anything like that along the way. So, character creation, probably 30 seconds to a minute. Run to storage is probably going to add on 2 to 3 minutes. Because I have to run to the first guild storage at the first obby. So we'll say an additional 2 minutes there. So on average, probably we'll say about 8.5 minutes start to delete if I'm doing it really optimally per character, a little under 10 minutes per. So I'm factoring in like 6 to 8 hours of grind. And that's literally just making an alt, running it out to a quest giver, and then deleting the alt once I've got the crystal. And I'm like, I'm dreading that. Genuinely. Very much dreading that. Literally pressing W key for 8 hours. I mean, I'll be on auto run for it, which will be good. But yeah, I'll just be running across the world. So I have a lot of hearts farmed already. I'll probably start on that. I'm dead. Oh shit, fuck ass bitch. Clutch pot. Oh my god. Bro, I hate this so much. So unbelievably much I hate this. This fight sucks. This fucking rat sucks. I hate this motherfucker. I hate his family. I hate everything about him. Jesus Christ, man. It's just unnecessary for him to be doing the things that he's doing out here. It's fucking unethical. I hate Chuck so goddamn much, man. I wish he got hit by the trains. I wish him and that fucking fatherless bastard Hayden Seek would both hop in front of the trains. I cannot stand him. I'm like a red leggy bug. I don't run those with you or for you. I would feel unethical if I did that, though. That's the problem. Like, if I'm bitching about it, then I need to actually do it, or I'm not allowed to bitch about it, right? It's like if I bitch that, you know, being a contractor and having to do manual labor was too hard, except I'm not a contractor doing manual labor, I don't really have a right to bitch, you know? So if I'm not out here on the front lines actually like doing that thing, I can't complain. Can't complain. Who the runs with you? Shit, we could probably get a fucking 20-person layer out here doing it, realistically. I just don't know if I can break the solo self-found mentality. Although technically I did swap many for resources once. I have taken, not taken, but I have traded for one thing, and it was some of the leaves from Scover Island. I needed a few of those bad boys. So I have technically traded for one thing already. Could I trade you a legendary judgment for your wing sabers? Intriguing. But I'm gonna probably give these bitches away soon, honestly. I think next time a large updo hits, and there's like, you know, a weekend around it, I'm trying to save up mounts and save up some Legos, so that way I can do some giveaways for them and hook some people up. So hold on to your judgment and pray that that shit gives you good RNG. I do appreciate the offer. I genuinely do. I enjoy giveaways far too much. And my legendary luck hasn't been good enough to just like trade shit and have more to give away. So I definitely want to give away to people that, you know, are looking for things, but they also might not have the opportunity to farm that all up. Singers are still here, not having any luck with Amon. Nah. Not having any luck whatsoever. I hate this dungeon. This dungeon hates me. It's like this mutual thing. I want it to go fuck itself. It wants me to fuck off, but it won't give me what I want, so I can fuck off. It's tragic, and I don't think it's ending today. I have a feeling in the pit of my stomach that I'm probably going to be here for quite some time, smacking the shit out of Munster asshole Chuck. So I break my day up to a tolerable grind, where I started out today doing some ephemeral heart grind, because I'll need 540 total ephemeral hearts. I farmed up 180 yesterday. I farmed up like 130 so far today. So I'm trying to do some of those each day. Trying to come over and get some asshole reps in here. And then after this, I might go out and maybe get my crafting shit finished up. I'm not 1000% certain, but I mean, I can now actually level my cooking. Could farm up some pumpkins. Make myself a couple of feasts type shit. Might not be the worst idea. You still enjoying streaming? No, I fucking hate it, dude. I hate sitting here playing video games every single fucking day and talking to a lot of people that give me money. It's the fucking worst. Genuinely, this shit sucks. Shit's ass. Worst job ever, man. It's so hard. So hard.
Farm him reaped.
Fucking hate this shit. Idiot. You're the fucking idiot, bitch. Give me more money. Sorry. My bad. Yeah, no, dude, I love streaming. Like, I say all the time, I got an 8 to 5, you can work for me. You're telling me you get to take an hour break in the middle of your day? God, your job's so fucking easy. What the hell, dude? I only have 3 minutes to go smoke my bowls, or people start making fun of me for being gone too long and accusing me of pooping. And everybody knows I don't poop during stream. I do it before and I do it after. You can ask my girlfriend. I do not poop during stream, because I feel like if I'm gone taking a bong rip, everybody will know that I'm gone taking a bong rip, and I'm very consistent with my routine. I walk in, I check on Carla, I see how she's doing, give her a smooch, go take a bullski rip, and then I come back. Everybody knows the timing on that at this point. If I'm gone too long, then people know that I've deviated from the plan. I did a 24-hour stream and I didn't poop last 24-hour stream. Actually, any of the 24-hour streams. So, just a small fact. So, you know, that 8 to 5, I could poop for an hour. Can enjoy my time. But, no, dude, honestly, I've said up and down. I tell everybody that comes in, I've streamed for 10 years, full-time now for about 3. And every day that I stream is a literal blessing, man. There's a lot of shit that goes on in a lot of people's lives, and nobody, I think, lives a perfect life with no stressors whatsoever. But I can definitely say that streaming has been one of the largest blessings to me. And it's been something that is entirely from the generosity of others, which has been an incredibly humbling way to live. Like, I'm not a large enough streamer that I'm getting brand deals and sponsorships and shit like that. I'm not represented by a talent agency that's bringing me in all of this money. I don't even do a lot of, like, sponsored content in general. I just play video games, and people happen to be incredibly generous and make this possible. So, for me, I've said, like, up and down, man, as long as I am able to full-time this thing, I will be here doing it full-time. I wonder if I can make a penis with the poisons. Yo, chat. Hold on, beep. Chat, look at it. Look at it. This is the tack. Oh shit, I'm gonna die. Chat, that shit was beautiful. Oh my god. That was fucking wonderful. Might be kind of scary though. I don't rely on strangers, or the rent might not be paid. Yeah, I mean, there's always that element where it's incredibly inconsistent. Like, it's basically a commission job, but you don't really have a product you're selling. You're just a store that has a donation jar at the front, and you're like, hey man, feel free to leave some money if you want to. I don't really do anything for you, but like, if you want to throw me a couple bucks, I'm sitting here for you. That's the entire streaming journey, right? So part of what's been really fun for me, I grew up incredibly poor. So I'm not somebody that was like, you know, living a life of luxury, just, you know, in a lavish house with parents driving a Beamer. Like, my mom was a waitress and my dad drove tractor trailer over the road while he pursued the dream of having a band, which he did quite well with, and I'm incredibly proud of everything that my parents did. But they worked incredibly hard to provide the bare minimum for me and my brothers, and so we always appreciated everything. What that also taught me was an immense amount of frugality and, like, financial discipline. So, like, I worked a job for $7.25 an hour for my first job ever because I was, you know, Maine minimum wage when I was working at the time. So off of that, I originally learned how to budget off of $7.25 an hour at like 30 hours a week was roughly what I was working through high school. So when I first started budgeting, it was literally like I had nothing. I was budgeting around nothing. It was, you know, put gas in the car, minimize the spending. If my friends ask me if I want to go to like Walmart or something, I'll go along for the ride, but I don't buy anything type shit unless I actually need something, right? And I kind of adapted that to everything that I did. So when I was going through college, I was playing sports, so I couldn't work during the years. Dr. Frank and Bob, that generosity, dog. No, you guys are actually fucking legends. Genuinely, brother. It is the only reason why I'm able to do it, man. I say up and down, like, there are a lot of people that are my size that have to take on additional, like, supplemental stuff while they stream. I'm immensely grateful for my community, man. Like, genuinely, it is everything to me. But, like, you know, for me through college, I also had a budget. Like, I went to college on Pell Grants and student loans that, to this day, I'm paying back. My family didn't have the money to pay for college out of pocket type shit. And, you know, I got some scholarships along the way. But I was not like a full ride, you know, Division 1 level athlete. It was still me paying for some college type shit. So again, through college, I'm budgeting like crazy. I'm taking $100 and I'm stretching it for 3 weeks. And I've always minimized my spending to an element of like, do I need this or do I want this? And I put away every single month, bare minimum, 80 to 85% of what I take in off stream. The more successful months of stream, I've been able to put away some months more than 95% of my stream income. and it's something that, you know, I invest. I try to set myself up for success in the future. Carla, my girlfriend, is just getting a new job, so she and I are both looking into starting, you know, just additional supplemental Roth IRAs and just juicing those with 7K a year. I put away effectively everything. I don't make much, but I put away pretty much everything that I get, so it feels like I live a life of luxury. Good God, yeah, I don't spend anything. My rent has everything included except for my internet. My internet's $100 a month. Carla and I divvy up rent, so I pay 600, she pays 400. Well, technically I pay 700 because the internet's on me as well. But either way, like, all said and done, it's 1100 total because all utilities are included. So it's 700 on me, 400 on Carla. So I have $700 there. My car's paid off. Carla drives my car. When she came up, she didn't have a car because she came up from Arizona. So she drives my paid off Civic. So we just put gas in there. Rent alone's 40% of my monthly income. High cost of living area. Yeah, that'll cook you. That will absolutely fucking cook you shit. Very, very, very heavily. We buy all of our groceries on sale. Like, all the time. 1,100 rent's insane in this economy. Technically, it's 1,000, and then I have internet for $100 as well. But $100 a month for internet. I pay 25 euros for 2.5 gigabit fiber. Yeah, welcome to America, buddy. Also, Maine is very rural. So, like, the infrastructure here for, like, internet and phone services tend to be a bit more expensive than, like, developed areas. My mortgage is 10K a month. The fuck do you live in, a castle? The fuck do you mean your mortgage is 10K a month? The fuck do you do to get approved for that mortgage? Sell drugs? Congratulations, first of all, because to get approved for a 10K a month mortgage, you're doing quite well with yourself. So if nobody's told you lately, congratulations, brother. You seem to have set yourself up quite well. So first things first, acknowledging that. But goddamn, welcome to California, brother. So my girlfriend and I were looking at homes and ended up having everything fall through, like, while something was under contract. And we kind of looked at everything and we're like, all right, maybe now's not the right time. And we started to take 2 years. We basically are doing like a 2-year rebuild, and we're either trying to jump up in the tier of home that we're getting, or we're trying to just completely build it, right? We were looking at homes that were move-in ready, that were going to be fixer-uppers, not foundationally or structurally, but, like, you know, modernizing them because they were houses built in like 1900 or pre-1900, or like very early 1900s. So a lot of character, but definitely had room to be like more modernized. And we were looking at a total mortgage, all things included, like interest, PMI, everything, 1,400-ish, right around there. I want to say it was like 1,500-ish, and it was, you know, 4-bed, 2-bath yard, nice location, pretty place, but our bank did not heed our warnings of me being a 1099, so there were complications there. You hate to see it. But with all of the projections right now, with where we're setting ourselves up, in 2 years, we're going to be way better off than we are now, hopefully. Hopefully. So, selling kidneys is your job. No, he just harvests them, dog. Harvesting kidneys is way more money than selling them, because then you basically wholesale the kidneys. So you typically get paid from the business front that's covering the harvesting, and then you're also the wholesaler, so you don't have to find the clientele. You just find one person, and then that one person buys, and then is the middleman between you and the clientele. Our taxes are 26K a year for the house. What the fuck? Love New York. What part of fucking New York? Our taxes were going to be like $100-ish a month, I think. Right around there. Maybe like 200 a month if I'm not tripping. Carla has all those numbers. I pay about 23K a year for property taxes. Your property taxes are more than our entire mortgage would have been. Like, okay, I understand California, but like, do you like work in like entertainment or something where you need to be in California? Or do you do something where you could just sell that place and then locate yourself in a lower cost of living area and live like a king and never have to work again? Because I swear to God, based on that, your house is probably worth more money than I'll ever see in my life. It's probably 7 digits. You sell that, post taxes, come up here, buy a house, reinvest the remaining 650K plus that you would get, and then you live off of the interest of almost $1 million liquid that you're now able to reinvest because you simply moved up to Maine. You retire in a beautiful area with 4 seasons, no wildfires, and do whatever you want. But I'm not gonna tell people how to live. I think it's fucking crazy that people don't just, like, move to a lower cost of living area. Brother, I spend less than $50 a week. Honestly, we spend probably like $25 a week at most on our groceries to actually feed ourselves because we buy everything on sale and everything is so cheap up here in the first place. Like, I don't understand, bro. We don't go out to eat. We buy everything on sale because we have an app for our grocery store that we go to. We go to like 3 different stores and their sales refresh and we instantly check all of their sales. And we find the best deals that we can between the 3, between like protein sides, all that shit. And it's very rare that we buy things at the same store, like more than once in a row. But there are some stores that just have things like peppers and shit that are cheaper that we always buy there. But Long Island, oh God, oh God. Yeah, when I was playing Dota, I had some friends that were in like Wantagh, Levittown area. And they lived in a beautiful, like, suburbia heaven of a place. And, like, dude, they had a saltwater pool that fed into a jacuzzi and beautiful sliding doors. And, like, the area was landscaped and it was like an HOA area where, like, you could definitely, you know, I was walking around and I could hear the people calling me poor, but they weren't saying anything at all. It was just their looks, right? It was crazy. Long Island is fucking different. Also, people from Long Island do not like it when you call their little train the lure. They do not fuck with that. It's the Long Island Railroad, and it's like the LIRR, but I called it the lure, and apparently that's like similar to saying a slur in Long Island. So I got a firm talking to about how it is not the lure. He actually does this. Bro, there's no cap in my app. I swear to God, Douglas. I swear to God, the people do not understand the level. Ah! I hate this fight so fucking much. I genuinely want to die. I want to not be fighting this. I want this little rat fuck to drop me my goddamn legendary so I can get the hell out of here and never come back. I hate this fight. I hate this rat. I hate these trains. I hate the boss designer that came up with this. I hate the boss designer's family, and I don't even know them. I'm sure they're wonderful people, but fuck them. God damn it, brother. Holy, just go home to find out my other game is kill. I did play Destiny 2 at one point, but it was not recent. I just want that on record. I have not recently played Destiny 2 in any capacity. You could probably trade those sabers for like a ram. Yeah, but the grind is what makes it worth it. If I just had chat give me everything, then I would have had full legendary 5-star already and I wouldn't have had to do anything and then I'd actually be out of content, right? Destiny 2 is gonna shut down. Not as much like shut down as it is going to a new world state. So they announced today that in June-ish, it would be their last live service updates for Destiny. And then they would put it on like Destiny 2, and then they would put it on Destiny 1 maintenance mode. So, more or less killed, but like Pirate Software lost so Destiny 2 could live. More or less. So Destiny 2 is going to be kept again, maintenance mode. Playable according to the lads, but it's very likely that everything just falls off player base wise and Destiny 2 just becomes not played. Even though I don't necessarily know, like, what their player base numbers have been recently, if I'm being quite honest. There's probably a reason it was killed off, if I had to guess. Now, sorry, I had a burp. part of the announcement that was concerning, for me anyways, I don't even really care that much, but the fact that they said they were killing it off so they could begin incubating other games means that they do not have those other games already incubated and ready to cook and ready to go. This isn't them killing off Destiny 2 so they could focus on, you know, dropping other titles quickly. This was them killing off Destiny 2 so they could start thinking about progression on other titles. That company's gonna get restructured. They're owned by Sony, and I could definitely see them getting sold. Not gonna lie, there was a leak that D3 was starting development last year. And by starting, I mean D3 on a whiteboard. Yeah. I wouldn't be shocked if they got sold off. Like, the entire, like, asset as a whole. All of their IP gets sold off, picked up by one of the Leviathans to add it to its catalog and try to revive the title with the IP. Because Destiny is a really well-loved IP. I could see another Titan buying it and then doing Destiny Reforged, where it's like you want Destiny vibes with all of the, you know, all of the feedback and all of the constructive criticism of mine that you've given Bungie over the years. Well, here's Destiny Reforged, trip into original Destiny with new fights, new quality of life, new classic, new looks on the classic experience. Destiny 2 Classic Reborn as it was on release. Destiny 2 Classic Reborn Reforged Anniversary Bicentennial Pack. Yes, you're picking up what I'm putting down. Microsoft buys it. And then it's just under the Blizzard Activision Microsoft catalog. And then they just relaunch Destiny 1. And then eventually, after all the Destiny 1 content, they relaunch Destiny 2. And then they just slightly change it. And then eventually they have Destiny 2.0, which is different than Destiny 2, by the way. That's Destiny 1 with all of the modernization and quality of life that people will have wanted in Destiny 1's second launch at that point in time that it didn't actually have. So this time they'll slightly tweak some of the boss fights, some of the layouts, some of the progression, and they'll bring in some new mechanics and maybe a couple different, you know, different classes or something. And then after that, Destiny 2.0.0 Classic. I feel like there's still plenty of life left in the IP. But Destiny's cooked. 100% the goal is Marathon goes big and it funds more projects, but Marathon went mad. Now it's time to shrimp fat. Who would have thought? Who would have thought? I also feel like part of the problem, and it's not necessarily a problem, but naturally with business scalability, if you have a record year, you don't want to take the foot off the gas, and you want to take the record year and the resources that you've gained from that record year, and you want to continue to scale up to chase another record year after your record year. And if you sell 1 million copies, next year you want to put yourself in a spot where you can sell 1.5 million copies, especially if you're a publicly traded company, or you're going to miss earnings. And then it's going to look really bad. If you don't have another product ready to ship, if you don't have expansion ready to go, that's all going to cook your earnings. So when people have, or when companies have products that are at the top, at a certain point, you can stay at the top, but you can't possibly climb any more spots. So even shifting from number 1 to number 2 on a corporate level of things can be the death of a product. You still might see Destiny 2 having more players than many people in its immediate subgenre. But even then, it won't be considered a success to the company. New World had 50k concurrent when it was cooked. And even at that point, it wasn't seen as a success to the company, and it was axed in the middle of a content deployment. When games now that are deploying in the MMO world would actually, like, fucking squirt to have 50k concurrency coming over. Like, actually would gush grannies over it. It's wild how the vast differences on the corporate level make themselves known and visible. And to larger-than-life companies, you truly have to have a constantly larger-than-life product, and anytime it's not that, the entire company's at risk, every developer's at risk, every job is at risk. Bro, it's unfortunate. Living in an area called Roslyn Heights, average house here is like 1.5 to 3 mil. Oh my fucking god. Again, just sell and move to Maine. Just cash out. And then move up to Maine, dog. You live like a king for the rest of your existence. You never have to worry about working. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. Another extraction in 2026. Everything's extractions, man. I was saying for a while, extractions have been the new battle royale for a bit. And the thing is, how many battle royales came subsequent to the PUBG Fortnite era? That just didn't make it, didn't last. Might have innovated a little bit, but just didn't really stand the test of time. How many of those battle royales ended up getting cooked, even from reputable studios? How's the Cisco server maintenance jobs in Maine? Cisco server maintenance job in Maine. Let's see. If you're looking for Cisco server maintenance or industrial equipment maintenance jobs in the Maine area, the primary hub for their operations is in Westbrook. For IT server network administration or Cisco device engineering jobs, there are multiple openings across the state. Roughly 20 to 60 active roles in Maine spanning network operation engineers, T2, and data center technicians. So seemingly quite good. I'm not gonna lie, seemingly a very open area. Old parts of my area won't retire and open the market. Oh, dude, Maine is the oldest average age of a population in the continental US. So that's part of like why our housing market is somewhat of an enigma. Despite the whole like houses going up and inflating, if you're looking at houses in Maine, there's a 50% chance that the house that you're looking at is being sold off as a part of an estate or because somebody died and it's being sold off by, like, just whatever, right? Houses all the time in Maine are available and vacated by old people. Job openings go crazy because Maine does not have many people. Like, I think we have 1.3 million in the entire state or some bullshit like that. Like, we have just over 1 million people in the entire state. So if you're applying for jobs up here, most jobs you hear back on within a couple of days, just because there isn't like that massive amount of workforce here. I'm just saying, it's really not that bad. Maybe to Maine, Georgia's Garbo right now. Bro, Maine's fucking lit. You just have to be cool with winters. Like, that's the craziest thing. We have very weird weather, like very bipolar weather, to the point where the last couple of days it was 90 degrees outside and humid as fuck. The stream room actually hit 90 degrees and I was sweating my dick off the last couple of days of stream. Today, it's currently 55 degrees out. The stream room's sitting at a cool 70, and I am absolutely vibing. Absolutely vibing. But in the winter, we get a lot of snow, get a lot of bullshit. Once you learn it, it's fine, but Maine's 1.3 million, number 43 by population. I don't know why I knew that it was 1.3 mil. That's kind of weird. Kind of weird. Golden Mad Anemic almost lost toes in the army. Bro, just go to LL Bean. And then get yourself some nice wool socks. Get yourself some insulated bean boots. And then you get yourself a nice Carhartt jacket. Keep yourself warm. Some insulated pants. Some long johns. And you're good. I swear to God. Tibbs, what up, brother? Tibbs another Maine boy. He can tell you. Tibbs. Zelg's saying that he can't move to Maine even though it's way cheaper. Because it's cold. I told him he gotta go to LL Bean. Get himself all hooked up. Get himself some LL Bean, smart wool socks, some insulated bean boots. Bro, I got my insulated bean boots right outside of the room. What are those 40 degrees Fahrenheit? My body wants to die. Have you tried not being a pussy? That's the greatest in phase 4 starting soon. Hopefully by 2035. That'd be quite nice. Just stay inside. That is also big facts. Also big facts. So part of Maine is the fact that we have, you know, infrastructure. Despite not having a lot of modern technology and infrastructure, we do have buildings and heat. So basically, you go from your house to your car, and cars up here have remote starts. Like, my car has an adaptive remote start where if it's colder than 62, it turns on the heat, and if it's hotter than 62, it turns on the AC. So it has an adaptive remote start to get, like, you know, warm or cool as you need it to be. You go from your warm house to your warm car to the warm building that you have to go to, and then you're fine. There's really not that much cold. The only bullshit in the winter is that you have to learn how to drive in snow, but Carla didn't crash my car once all her first winter driving it, which I'm incredibly thankful for. Like, incredibly thankful for, I'm not gonna lie, I was fucking terrified. She grew up in Mexico and then lived for years in Phoenix with her family and, like, never really saw or interacted with snow. And my advice was the car is very good in the snow, but you just have to accelerate and decelerate literally like twice as slow as you think you may need to. You'll think that you need to do it for a certain amount of time because of the snow, double it. And then slowly decelerate and accelerate, and you will be perfectly fine in snow most of the time. And then learning how to navigate skids is another thing, but that's easy. You just turn into those bitches with a front wheel drive and then Tokyo drift out of those hoes. Black ice issues are not really. I mean, we kind of get all kinds of ice up here. It's unfortunate. Personally, it's like a fuck ice all the way around in the winter and just in general. It is quite unfortunate. That's probably the most dangerous part of driving in the winter. But Maine roads are also treated, and we have like every municipal. I hate this fucking game! Oh my god. How could ice do this? How could this happen? How could this happen? Buy a new $6,000 concept, ship it Star Citizen. Ooh. Wait, maybe we do a dono goal for it. How's that even a thing? Bro, like, somebody came in a chat earlier and they were like, God's definitely real. Explain this then. Fucking explain it. Black ice isn't as big an issue as people think it is. In Minnesota, we get snow as regular, so roads are always treated down. Black ice is only worry if you're on a random backward street. Yeah, exactly. Also, if you're really worried about skidding, then you can get studded tires. So they're literally tires that have little metal spikes coming out of them that are meant to grip the ice a little bit more and give you some friction there. So it's really not that bad. I don't put studs on the tire on the car in the winter. It's perfectly fine as long as you're driving on normal roads, right? But yeah, it's really not that bad if I'm being honest. We don't really have weather events up here. We don't get hit by hurricanes. It's honestly quite chill. It's oddly chill. I'm shocked that more people don't live in Maine. The weirdest thing about it is if you look at Maine geographically on a map, the upper 50% of Maine is effectively not even towns area-wise. It's called townships, where they're like unincorporated, plotted out areas of land that just don't have any governance, don't have any infrastructure there, where theoretically developers could come in and buy up entire township areas from the state under the guise of like developing them into workable towns, and the state would probably give a lot of that land to people to come in and make them towns and bring in population. Only thing is, that would also lead to a lot of land being absolutely cooked because a lot of that's logging industry shit, yada yada yada. So it's because of the clip, yeah, of course. It's a little bit of a catch-22 there, but most of Maine is just like completely unpopulated areas, which is a little weird. Like northern Maine is central Maine, central Maine is southern Maine, and southern Maine is Massachusetts. So it's a little bit of a weird setup, if I do say so myself. Also, man, every time the cheese train. Every time I die to that, I'm taking a bomb rip. Chat. Someone check your primers and smoke them if you got them, please. God freaking heckin' darn it, man. Why always me? I feel like I didn't deserve that. Oh, I left my water. Fuck. Bro, I can't believe this goddamn bitch ass, fucking stupid ass, train ass, fucking ass, dumb ass shit. I swear to God. Ugh. Hate it here. Hate it here. Fucking man versus rat ass fucking dungeon, bro. Like, who designed this? I want to talk. I want to talk. What, like, Fent-induced trip to have an easy cheese spraying ass rat conducting a fucking train station of goddamn doom. We got fucking track incursions out here. Like, the homeless are in the tunnels. It's a goddamn dumbass fight. I hate this fight. But also, I like it. Part of me enjoys the constant risk. It's like walking through an area knowing there's a chance you might get stabbed just so you feel something again. There's no Twitch train emo here, lame. I feel like that should be a default thing. I feel like that should very much be a default thing. Self-torture stream today. You say self-torture, but when I'm out here holding a legendary, I'm on RAM without the capabilities to upgrade it until I put in another 30 hours of content, then who will be the one self-torturing? Then, who will be torturing who? I will win then, my friend. I am a mere finding the legendary and then 20 to 30 hours of content away from actual greatness. Actual greatness. This is just a pre-torture. Yes. And with my luck, my prediction of new content in July to August surely means that will mean new content fucking May 28th. And I will actually be told to go fuck myself. So, I put in 30 hours of server hopping to catch an RGB bug. RGB bug is crazy. I have not even started the horizontal prog yet. That is the scariest part. I haven't even started the true competitive endgame. Bro, I'm fucking weak-willed for it. This grind is nothing compared to server hopping, like layer hopping over and over and over again to try to chase one singular shiny boy. I spent 5 hours of server hopping to get my sparkling tort rock. God damn, bro. God damn. You guys are fucking demons. You guys are gonna get an internal cooldown added to that. I swear to God. I swear to God. I think server hopping is nearly as bad as level 1 chest runs. No, no, no. Layer hopping really isn't that bad. Especially when their emphasis is to have low competition in terms of the game. Like, they don't want friction between players, people having to compete over stuff. Allowing layer hopping is actually, like, really beneficial in a game like this. Because if there's any element of, like, somebody's on your layer that you don't want to interact with, you just leave. If you're contested, if somebody comes up to you and they're like, hey, I want to smell your lips, then you can just kind of, like, layer hop and get out, or you can let them smell your lips, depending on how you want to do it. Third new patch coming out. There was a patch that dropped today that actually had some banger patch notes, huh? Listen, man, MMOs are weird places. You never really know what you're going to run into. Motherfucking piece of shit, stupid fucking trains. Bro, I don't know how Bonnie Blue enjoys this shit. Lose my fucking mind. Something seems off with the server ticks. Yeah. Yeah, I also... Something definitely seems off with the server ticks. Yeah, that's definitely what it is. Wait, did he do... Bro, he reset. I'm gonna kill myself. He knocks me up into the air and then fucking reset. This is awful. This is awful. Dusty, I just rerolled the priest. Show me your build. Anything other than fighting this fucking piece of shit rat. I'm on RAM. Crab shield. I have a legendary crab shield, but I can't upgrade it yet. I'm on RAM. Crab shield. Soon to be Lego. Lego Be Fury. Talents. All three of these. Take the fervor. Sunlight crit hit chance. When sunlight crit hits, leaves a burn for 50% of its damage over 6 seconds. All sunlight damage is increased by 25%. So basically just scales around sunlight as much as possible. Bad thing about Bee Fury main hand is that it doesn't consume sunlight properly, which is most of our damage doesn't consume it at all. And then armor-wise, it's just anything with vitality, strength, faith, or preferably Vit Faith, but either way. So Vit Strength Faith crit, Vit Strength Faith pens, Vit Faith with fervor, Vit Faith with crit. So just general shit there. Crit rings, fervor necklace, and then the level 6 crafted trinket. Dealing damage has a chance to increase your faith by 10 for 10 seconds. That is over 10% of my faith, which is my primary scaler for all of my abilities for damage and healing. Super cheap to make as well, and they come for every main stat too. So you go here, and then they have it for strength, dex, faith, and int. So definitely not the worst idea if you're trying to constantly have that up. They're crit fervor gems. Yeah, I can cut them if you need. Yeah. Resonant cut agate is that one. So I have actually a lot of gem cuts. I have fervor magic pen, armor pen, magic pen, EU, gross. Crit fervor, vit, crit armor pen, crit magic pen, fervor armor pen, and then fervor armor pen. Big one. But yeah, I got the resonant very early on, and I was like, oh shit, that seems quite strong. That seems quite amicable to have. Wonder if that's all of them because I have the same ones. Maybe. I haven't done any recipe farming in a minute, but I do usually do an entire like inventory at Crimson 3 just so I can get like enchanting mats, general mats, spark dust, which turns out I need shards and crystals now instead of dust. Fuck me. But yeah, I was doing a lot of that, and I think that got me a literal fuck ton of materials early on. Sorry, recipes early on. Because as soon as I even got to the spot where I needed to craft gems, I already had those. So I was like, all right, well, I guess I'm just kind of set. So I might have had good luck in terms of material drops, if I'm being real. I seem to have pretty much everything. I think I'm missing some embroideries on the outfitter side. But even then, the current embroidery that I have, I'm just using the Vit Armor one. Let's see. Yeah, I have Int Faith, Vit Armor, and then Strength Int. So, I mean, Vit Armor, not bad. Technically, Strength Faith would be better for me. Just so I could scale up more of the offensive side of things, but... How's the Faith Strength one? Yeah. That's what I would like to get my hands on. I just haven't had any luck with it. No more Destiny updates? Yes, sir. No more Destiny updates. It's getting New Worlded. Yep. Destiny 2 is now Destiny 1, which is also New World. Blotto, my prediction is that they sell Bungie. Like Sony. I don't know why they continue with it at this point. Marathon got cooked. They don't have any more games ready to launch right now. And they were banking on Marathon being like a large success. Sanctified Embroidery. Thank you, Kristen. They're banking on Marathon being like a large success. And it unfortunately didn't live up to that, especially on the corporate scale that Bungie operates. And I have a feeling that they might put it out of its misery soon. And maybe just sell it off, get what they can out of it, call it good, and then move on. Yo, Medbear. Thank you for all much love. Never heard of Marathon. Yeah, dude, it didn't have the best reception. What's it got concurrently right now? I want to say like 20, 30K-ish, if that. They had an okay launch, all things considered. There were games that launched far worse than Marathon. It definitely wasn't Conquered-esque, but it was not the level of game that you would expect from Bungie if they were operating as peak Bungie. But I also think Bungie's kind of been like Tracy McGrady with the Spurs, Shaquille O'Neal with the Celtics type beat for a little bit. So, 77k peak on Marathon, 10k CCU average. I mean, all-time peak 77k is not a failure by any means. But the 10k current concurrent peak, like right now, is rough for them. 10K concurrency is the size of this game that has 15 developers, just for perspective. Like, different formats of game, but like 10K peak is not that far off of FAREVER. It's a little unfortunate to see that's where their success was limited to. And honestly, might have been the nail in the coffin for them, but operating cost difference is massive. Yeah. The OpEx of something like a Bungie title is probably substantially higher. Yes. And when we think of the OpEx on something like an Amazon Games title, perhaps a New World-esque title, we also see that coming in as New World was headquartered at Amazon Games Irvine location in California. So, you know, California game development's quite expensive. It doesn't really have the highest success rate. It's actually the highest rate of failure in any NA game development whatsoever. So, you know, just California things. All things considered. Bungie should be doing hundreds of thousands. I don't know that there are many games right now that are consistently holding hundreds of thousands of concurrents, though. If I'm being honest, like, I feel like the gaming market right now is very spread out and not focused on one genre, one thing. I feel as though you've got your titans that are at that, but everybody's kind of spread. There's not really a zeitgeist. Even your leagues and your Dotas, like in your CSs and your traditional ones, aren't necessarily at their all-time peaks or anything. Like, it's... Uh-oh. I didn't get my heal because the train was moving. I hate this fight. I hate this fight so much. I need a banger. I need a banger. Okay, hold on. Here we are. Here we are. Okay, okay, we're fine. We're fine. We're fine. We're fine. We're fine. I hate this fight so fucking much. AAA games waste so much money. They don't need to. Games shouldn't be costing millions. Listen here, man. Listen here. Listen here. You definitely need 600 developers working on a title, all making $250,000 to have a successful title. Fuck the fact that most of the GOAT titles in each genre were made as a small passion project and were conceptualized not by corporate boardroom meetings, but by some dude that was, you know, already passionate about games that just had an idea. Becomes a different level of it. Like, it sucks that corporate funding is the answer to the evolution of gaming. As system capabilities have increased, the expectation of these systems being used properly and put in place, you know, holistically has also increased. People expect games to be more in-depth than ever, more, you know, functioning than ever, deploying with more content than ever before. And if they don't hit that mark, then it's immediately labeled as DOA because word spreads so fast. And when I was a kid, we learned about video games while we were taking a shit reading a Game Informer. And now, anytime somebody wants to know about this game, they can just come in and ask somebody that's been playing the game for 100+ hours that's actively playing it now, and they can watch the game being played. Word spreads way faster now, and the recovery process for games that don't have a smooth launch is a lot harder, because there isn't an element of like people coming in and giving the game a chance. I think most games are better than they get a, you know, a negative pass for. There are very few games, in my opinion, that are truly worth a mostly negative sentiment. There are some that are worth it, but I think truly from a gameplay standpoint, there are a lot of games that are fully functional as games. They're just not the greatest games because they're compared to such extensive games, and as your catalog of games increases personally, you also have more referential material already, so new things aren't as new to you. If a game deploys in a genre that you have played a lot of, and it's got a ton of systems that for that game took years to implement, but you've already been playing similar systems for 12 years, then you're gonna be like, oh, well, none of this is actually new. I can get through this a lot quicker. Any more Legos today? No, God hates me, and this dungeon is a fucking thieves' den filled with hooligans. Some bullshit, man. Chibi, hope you're having a good evening. That's because I'm over for 2 hours. Man, listen, one thing you'll learn. The untiltable mountain of positivity reigns true at the end of the day. I will sputter, but the job will be completed no matter what the cost is. I will not tilt, I will not falter, and I will not deviate from my plan. I will achieve the legendary. Ever since I started my legendary grind, I told chat I was not going to stop grinding until I got all of the legendaries that I needed to. And then I would be done my legendary grind and I would work on the alts to upgrade my legendaries. And this is the last legendary that I need at this point in time. So after this, I need to make some gear for an alt, send it down to aforementioned alt, and then it's time to start pumping. So I have my goals and I'm going to achieve those goals, whether it takes me 10 hours or 100 hours. And the benefit for me, A, I'm not really mentally stable that much. B, I get to say that I'm working hard right now. Like, not only is this showing that I am clearly very fond of the grind, but technically I can label this as incredible work ethic as a streamer because this is my job. I'm willing to do the nitty-gritty to bring you guys the content that you deserve. Full best-in-slot Dusty Priest gameplay of Doom. Not abusing the minion for one big number every 2 minutes. Playing like a man. Ethical man, not warrior man. Ethical man. Chunking bosses, but moderately. Stream around to fold easily, or is he legit? I have never once folded or tilted in my life. I have streamed 1,000, I think, chat, what's today? 1,056 days in a row type shit? It will not stop. It will not stop. No, not that day. I know today's Thursday because I have to go see family tomorrow. It's Friday tomorrow, which sucks. Just kidding. I love my family. Well, I know it's Thursday right now, but I think it's like 1,056 in a row for stream. If I'm not tripping. I might be tripping though. I'm not the smartest. 1056. Okay, yeah. I changed it at the start of the day. But that's it. Since first stream, only game I know is this. Honestly, I'm kind of a one-game Andy. So, I do like... No! Not like this! What are the fucking odds? I hate this fight so much. I hate this fight so much, I can't fucking stand it. I can't... What are the odds? What are the odds? All of those trains just happened to line up at that point in time. I got fucking... dude, I got just MLG'd by trains. I just got fucking wombo comboed and like actually pre-shotted. I swear to fucking Christ. I swear to Christ. You said you wouldn't tilt? Oh, no. Tilting is when you concede and you allow the objective to win. The objective never wins. This rat fuck deserves to die over and over again, right up there with that pussy ass bitch hate and seek. But I have conquered every hate and seek on the map. And this dumbass fucking rat will also get conquered. And he will know how much I hate him throughout the entire journey. He will. I think his train station is fucking stupid. Smells like shit down here. Air quality's terrible. Tracks are fucking awful. Shoddy as hell. Stupid ass fucking parachute. Dumbass cheese bomb. Stupid fucking goggle wearing ass because he can't fucking see. 4 eyes looking ass. Can't actually walk on the ground with the diabetes ass ankles having ass. I hate him. Alright. I hate him. Dusty, can you get the fuck over here? I can't fucking stand him. I detest every part of him. And I cannot wait to see him die over and over and over again.
Dead fucking idiot.
He's the idiot. He's the idiot. Doing a special loot from him? Brother, honestly, at this point, I'm just happy to see his demise. I'm here for that. I want this stupid fucking rat to feel pain.
But I have it wrapped around my balls.
Much pain.
I'm really trying to retrain
Much pain.
very quickly as efficiently
I'm
as
gonna
I
sit
can
right
to get out
here.
of the whole saying nodes.
And we're not going to get
I'm not
cooked.
good at math. I'm not very smart.
Y'all are just pressing buttons at this point. Y'all don't even know what those buttons do. You guys are literally just pressing those. What is the fact that every time a player wipes that round was a Lego? Now the good news is the good news is the streamer client brings legendary protection insurance, LPI. So if I do have a leg go in the chest, it carries over for 3 attempts. There is still a chance that I could lose it, but that chance is far lower than the normie client. Unfortunately, I had a trade-off of never being able to find fucking legendaries. Everything is tragic. Oh shit, wait, do we have the timeout war now? Do we have the bullying? I think we have the cyberbullying coming out, chat. God, I love— ah! I'm getting cyberbullied by these fucking trains, man. I fucking hate this stuff. Chat, I can't wait to be out of here. Like, I can't wait to be out of here. Due to the paperwork? Did I sign my life away? I was not told that there was any compensation here. Listen. I like trains? Bro, after this, I'm starting to look at them a lot differently. I'm not gonna lie, this is some baby bag bullshit. I genuinely fucking hate it here. I kill it far more than I wipe, but every wipe makes me question why I am here. I think War playing Dominion Shield should go armor or strength on the gear in chat. Do you want to see very big number? Or do you want to see throughput damage? Because, like, the obvious answer is strength scales into pretty much everything in a more reasonable level. But armor makes your Dominion hit hard as fuck on the condition that you have your armor cooldowns up to scale off of it, right? I personally believe that from what I've heard, keep in mind I play a priest, but from what I've heard, warrior scales hard as shit off of strength, depending on what weapons you're using, of course. But strength scaling goes crazy for you. It's just the armor make literally one thing go boom. I can check with my resident warriors on the Twitch side, but chat, my Ooga Booga warrior abusers that are one-shotting bosses. Are you armor scaling everything for Dom, or are you strength scaling? We have a YouTuber curious. Why DustyWhy instead of Dusty only? Because A, there's some Spanish dude that just has the straight up Dusty tag, or at least did. He was a partner long before I was. I don't know what the fuck he's doing, like, nowadays, but I pray on his downfall on a daily basis. Seems cool, all things considered, but, like, really hope he gets a permaban or something. But also, I very much have a reputation with my friends for playing extremely, like, OD aggressive. And that has led to, over the course of the games that I've played before MMOs and even during MMOs, many instances of people questioning why I am the way that I am. And, like, the inspiration hit for me one day when I was playing Dota, when I was getting ready to start streaming. And I was in lane with one of my friends, and I had called him into a 2v3 because we had alts up. And we go to take a 2v3, and the engage goes south. Basically, we got ratted out, and they had vision before we went to jump them. So I was basically like, go through with it. Turns out, enemy saw us coming. I called us into it, and as soon as he jumps in and drops his ult, I immediately jump back out, and I'm like, yo, they saw us, I'm dipping. And as he's dying, he screams, DustyWhy! And then I immediately was like, you know what? This kind of makes sense. I kind of feel that pain. Kind of understand. It's like, it's all for one and one for all if Dusty supersedes all, basically. That's the biggest thing. There's an exception to the rule in the whole, like, you know, one for all. It's kind of like all for Dusty, and then Dusty also comes through for people if it's reciprocated. But definitely all for Dusty first when we play games together. Appreciate the story? Yeah, it's a pretty shitty story, but mostly somebody took my name. So realistically, I don't know what we can do about it. But as far as I know, twitch.tv/Dusty is just like some Spanish dude. So, you know. If that ever changes, maybe I just snipe Dusty. At this point, though, like, I don't have any brand recognition, so that's cool. I could just switch the name to Dusty and people would be like, oh, damn, that's cool. But, yeah, I think that dude still has, like, more followers than me or something. I haven't checked in a while. Hold on. Now I'm curious. Where's he at versus me? Twitch.tv/Dusty. Dusty Twitch. Offline. Yeah, he has 45k followers. But I don't think he's streamed in like 2 years or something. Videos. Last year. You know. Maybe, chat. We might be able to pull it off. We might be able to hit the grand heist. I think you can actually ask Twitch for the name then. Yeah, I think it might have been 2 years or a year since his last one. He might have streamed last year. I think he had one VOD from last year. But honestly, at this point, the OG name would be clean. That would go kind of hard, if I'm being honest. I don't know if I'd want to switch though. Because at this point, it's like people know the DustyWhy. Everybody would go to the wrong channel. I would have to have it set up to like redirect for a certain amount of days or something if I switch through Twitch. I'm sure I could like reach out somewhere. What if I heard you didn't say there was another one shot warrior build to do? Surely not. No, I'll let you think there's not. You live in whatever world you want to, brother. I won't force anything on you that you don't want to hear. But I do have a video. It's not necessarily a one-shotting crab per se. More a killing crab before enrage, like before any fixates go out per se. Which is multiplicatively more damage than I am able to do with this build per se. So thank you for following myself. So, Warrior is still a little fucking stinky. It's not, to our knowledge, abusing any direct, like, exploits or anything like that. It just fucking hits hard, man. Like, they have such good scaling on everything. It's so cooked. This is like a run. Bro, I don't think it is. I genuinely... I don't think it is. Remember where you farm your legendaries? Yeah, everything's a pretty static loot table here. So, I'm farming a lot of my stuff from bosses. Pretty much all just boss runs. So, depending on what you're looking for, I can point you in the right direction. Crab Gantua shield comes from Crab Gantua. From the first area. Bee Fury... Oh, the pants? Oh. Crab, I think. I believe those are crab. And keep in mind, armor only drops up to blue. Uh-oh. Can't get crab to drop them. First dungeon? Wait, that's first dungeon? I don't think I've done the first dungeon, though, since I've been 20. I'm not tripping. Maybe I did it once. But where would I have got these from? If not first dungeon. All the fish dungeons drop them. Crab's not a fish, though? Or is he? They're from fishmen. Crab is fish. Crab is fish? Okay, so it was from crab. You just have to get lucky on crab. I could have swore it was from crab. I was like, maybe I got really fucking fried and ran a different dungeon and didn't remember. Like, I wouldn't put it past me. But I definitely did not remember doing the first dungeon. Oh, fuck you. Fuck you. You rat fucking piece of shit. No! I hate this. I went to see Sheffield's message. Oh, I hate it here so much. I hate it here so much. This is literal misery. Sheffield, hello, brother. Ay, ay, ay. Ay, ay, ay. Oh my god. Just got home from work. I hope work was good. My day has been fucking awful. God damn it, dude. I'm getting cooked by trains that literally just move in a set area. Just got my first Lego, got toothpick, and I'm a warrior. Oh no. I mean, if you believe in trading, then you might have some good benefit there. This guy's a bum. Bro, I feel like a bum. I feel like a bum, fam. I'm getting cooked by a goddamn train that moves in a static area, brother. $1,000 AC kitchen was 110. Oh my god. You wanna know what's crazy? Yesterday, Maine was so hot and humid that it hit 90 degrees in the stream room, dog. 90 fucking degrees in the stream room. I was sitting here sweating my ass off with 2 fans pointed at me. Day before, it was also hot and humid. Same exact bullshit. Oh, dude. I hated it. Hated it so goddamn much. But yeah. If you believe in trading, Dream, you can definitely trade that bad boy for pretty much anything in the game. A lot of people, like Chad said, really like Toothpick just as a whole. It is, it's regarded as the best priest, arsenal. Just by far. I run Bee Fury because I like Bee Fury more and I'm quirky and ooh like that. But genuinely, Toothpick is absolutely fucking insano style in every way, shape, and form. Okay, hold on. There we go. Perfect. All right. Gotta get in position before I fuck it up. Okay, we're up. And then one more all the way over here, just for good coverage of the entire fight. And then we kill this guy, and then we're out. We're so up. No, that's a stray one. Gosh, dang it. Bro, I hate this fight. I'm actually losing my goddamn marbles. I have died on the train when it's not even like... Well, I didn't even fall off the train. I just died on the goddamn train. Everything is bad. I hate this fight so much. I just want to channel my inner streamer loot. And I want to get the fuck out of here. I hate it here so much. Good roast both priest and rogue. Yeah. It's genuinely probably the second best arsenal weapon in the game, consensus. Just overall behind Judgment. Judgment is used in, I think, 100% of warrior builds all the time. And if it's not, then it should be. It's a free 25% damage on every boss all the time. For free. Without having to worry about a singular thing. So it's just incredibly strong. But yeah, I think it's right up there, probably second strongest arsenal in the game. I do love Bee Fury as an arsenal as well. It has constant damage and healing going out, because your Bee Shield always refreshes whenever you're using a weapon ability. It has a little bit of armor coming out as well, but Iron Fin's slightly better than Judgment in AoE scenarios. Yeah. I mean, and if things are CCable, just in the first place. Because, I mean, the only AoE scenario that you'd have where things wouldn't be CCable would be, what, Queen Bee fight right now? I believe. The Fury Tech is nice. Didn't consider the Magic Rest trip on it. The sustain and the... I'm not getting back in time for this, am I? I'm cooked again. I'm so cooked. No! Oh my god. The 1 HP save because I was reading chat's glaze of my build is fucking wild. Holy shit, I hate it here. I do not want to come back here. And now I'm kind of regretting drawing this giant penis. Now it seems to have countered me a little bit. It's kind of cramping my space here. Ay. But yeah, the 40% magic resist going on. I didn't even hit the train! He pushed me in front of the fucking train. The 40% magic res going on to me and being stripped from the mob is absolutely fucking massive. If only it was 40% train res right now, brother. I fucking hate it here. He's shoving me in front of the goddamn trains. I'm getting cooked by this rat fuck. I hate the amount of grief that I am suffering at his hand right now. I have never been this mad at a boss just because of his general assholery. It's so fucked up, dude. I'm so stressed. I'm so stressed. For early build, cheese moon, Dominion shield with Judgment Arsenal is crazy good. Honestly, it's what a lot of people are running even late into scaling, because Dominion just scales up so fucking heavy in terms of the big bot damage. And with Warrior, you can get such good throughput as well. You just have so many damage increases right now as Warrior. So a lot of people have been loving Dominion. On Priest side of things, like, we have great armor scaling still, and I did some Dominion testing as well over here. I just really prefer the overall utility that Crab Shield brings. The fact that it's got heals with it, it's bringing in sustain, the cooldown on the heals is really, like, not that long whatsoever. So, I personally have enjoyed Crab Shield a whole hell of a lot. This is kind of cooked. I genuinely hate what I brought on myself here. I had to use some goddamn potion. Oh my god, why am I standing on the track? What am I doing, man? I'm actually losing my marbles out here. Holy shit. I am trying as hard as I possibly can, I think, to throw. There's no way. I fucking hate this fight so much. Every aspect of it terrifies me in every single fucking way. I don't want to get pushed in front of trains. I don't want to get my shit yeeted. I did not hit that. Genuinely, that was not me. How would you hate this fight? If I could choose between a Lego Walk of Doom and this fight, I would happily take the Lego Walk of Doom 100 times over to get my legendary weapon. I'm incredibly sad. The worst part is that I'm excited to make 54 alts and just run across the map 54 times because I'm not gonna see this fucking douchebag. Like, I'm so happy. Lego Walk is 4 miles. Sold. Done. Done. As long as I never have to see this New York sewer rat motherfucker again in my life, I will take the trades. I hate it here. Just ran the place on normal for the first time. Fuck that place. Yeah, you wanna know the shittiest part? The fucking hard mode is literally just normal, but with a longer fight. One of the walk is covered in hot cheese. I'll fuck with cheese. What do you Arsenal for toothpick? Usually toothpick in Arsenal, and then people will run like Amon Ram and Dom or Amon Ram and Crab Shield, depending on which shield you like. Are you trying to toothpick Maine? What are you trying to do? Cause like toothpick Maine is a little interesting. You put the thing in Arsenal. Which skill do you take? Passive is the largest thing with it. You want to get up to max stacks of that, and then every crit that you pump out gives you 30% shield. Or sorry, 30% of the damage dealt as shield. So passive largest thing, and then honestly, while leveling preference. And the AoE fucks if you can AoE mobs, but I think on boss fights most people are going with the shield, right? The little swirly armor, just because it's more consistent. The AoE pull is nice if you're trash farming though. But when I was using toothpick earlier on, I did prefer the swirly armor just for bosses. It was super consistent. Which toothpick bee fury is kind of an interesting combo as well. If the whole summoning beast thing doesn't work out, because you would just have a constant shield around you. But uh-oh. I'm pretty starting to understand how people are hitting 2 to 3 crits apparently. It's just Dominion scaling. Like, Dominion scaling on a dummy hits incredibly hard. So, keep in mind, the 2400 crit that people are throwing out was on a dummy with every single cooldown up and all buffs up in an ideal scenario. And all Dominion is scaling up all of that armor, popping your buffs, like popping your coolies. They pop both of their cooldowns right before the crit. and they just threw every single buff that they had into it. They had 5 stacks of Amon Ram into it. They had double coolies popped. They had literally every single buff up possible that could have benefited their damage there. And it was food buffs, class buffs, armor stacking on a dummy that has no armor whatsoever. And then they just smacked the shit out of it. Keep in mind on bosses, my crab shield proc crits for 450, almost 500, without any consumables up whatsoever. So with consumes, I can probably push this up another 50 damage or so. Just, there is so much scaling in fucking consumables. So I can probably scale it up to like 550 damage on a crit on my crab block. Which inherently, if I'm doing that every 3 combos or, you know, combination of 3 combos and blocks, I still thoroughly believe in most scenarios that Crab Shield is going to out DPS a Dominion just because you also have damage coming in from your ability, which is coming off cooldown quickly. That's ticking for a few hundred. You have your block, which is every 3, again, combination of blocks and finishers, but I understand why a lot of armor matters, though. Is it a talent that makes it matter? Dominion. So the shield that people are using. Also, hi, Quack. Hope you're having a beautiful day, my friend. What you been up to? Dominion has the ability that gives double armor. So 100% armor for X amount of time. And then Dominion's passive is every 15 seconds. Your next finisher is empowered, gaining... I want to say it's like 15% of your armor is flat damage. I want to say it's 15%. I haven't run Dominion in a couple of days. I want to say it's 15%. 12 or 15. Right off the top of my head. So you basically scale up a shitload of armor. And then every 15 seconds, you have the Dominion like bonus damage coming in on your finisher that scales off of your armor. And then you have the big combo. That's why I always say, like, Dominion's really good for seeing one big boom, but it's not giving you any throughput, and it's not giving you any utility besides the big boom and then the armor. But armor's also just fizz mitigation. It's not doing anything for magic, which a lot of bosses are pumping out magic for their heavier damage. So, all things considered, I don't really, like, other than the gimmick of this hits hard... I don't fuck with that much. Elixir of Armor is 400 armor buff. Yup. You pop consumable buffs with it. You enchant armor on all of your gear. I mean, people can probably, with consumes up, what are you guys, like 3,000, maybe 3,500 armor, and then you scale that into a shitload of additive damage. You double the armor up during coolies, pop any damage coolies you have, hit a dummy with no armor, and then it kind of makes sense how people are hitting so hard. But it's also a really gimmicky build, because what happens if you pop all of your cooldowns, and then guess what? You just don't hit your crit on your proc. Because it's not your finisher itself that does the damage, it's bonus damage on, you know, on your finisher that actually does it. So you need that bonus damage instance to actually proc, or you're getting like 0 value out of it. Not proc, but crit. Or you're getting very little value out of it comparatively. You're going to be missing out on a lot of damage on that side of things. So everybody talks about like the highs of Dominion and just shows off the really large number, but what they don't show is them standing at the dummy for an hour trying to get that one large number, because they kept bricking their crit or having a singular coolie that would wear off or something. And dummies have 0 armor. So they take a lot more damage. My brother in Christ, Charles, please. Can you cooperate a little bit, man? I'm trying my best out here. Thank you. Bro, he's just like inconsiderate. I feel like he was raised by a bunch of fucking rats or something. It's just, it's fucked up. I don't appreciate his social etiquette or lack thereof. I feel like he's not a very good friend to be around. He just leaves a lot to be desired. I'm sorry you guys got to see that shit as well. He's just not pleasant, man. Chat, is this the one? All I have to do is stand here until this asshole lands, and then not get pushed in front of a train at 5%. Surely. Surely I can... Lock in. Lock in. Everything's fine. It all makes sense. It's all okay. You farming legendary or purple? Legendary. And it makes me appreciate life in every aspect a lot more. So if I get legendary here, I have my legendary crab shield, I have my legendary bee fury, and then I would have my legendary Almon Ram while I wait for them to fix bee fury main hand. Then I would put my pocket hive in my offhand. So this would give me all of the legendaries that I currently desire, and then it's just a matter of farming an exorbitant amount of hearts and making, I shit you not, goddamn fucking piece of shit, making an ungodly number of alts. Like an ungodly number of alts. I have 4 things now that I'm gonna try to level, which means my number of alts required is up to 72. I really hope they do something about that. Really hope they do something about that. Alright, Pete. Yeah. Yeah. You know what's crazy? They could stop me from having to make 72 alts by making this singular quest repeatable. Yet patches go by where that quest isn't repeatable. Don't bother, just +4 them. You're gonna do it, then a day later patch it. Even +4ing them, I would still need to get 3 per, which would require me to make 12 alts, which better than 72 saves me about 60. But also, like, is that really any better? If I'm making 12, I might as well make 72. I feel like there's not much of a difference there. Just do +4. I might just do +3, honestly. The only problem is, hear me out, I still have to make an alt to +3. Because I don't have any of these spark shards left, the blues. Because I have explored too much. I have experimented and upgraded too many things. And I, as an explorative natured being, am being punished. This is bullshit. So I'd make an all regardless. Farm shards on the class you want to play. Yeah, I'm probably just gonna make another priest. I'm a simple man with a simple plan. I'll probably make a full gear set, hand it down, and then play a priest again with it, if I'm being honest. Suffer on rogue. Eat my entire ass. If we hit 2,000 subs before I find my legendary Amon Ram, I'll let you guys pick which class I farm shards on. I will agree to that. I will agree to that. But good fucking luck, you bozos. Other than that, I'm playing a priest stock. I ain't suffering that much. I know the privileged life that I live on a priest. I know that this shit's insane. Feel our rogue pain. Why would I do that? I detest rogues. I hate rogues. I hate everything about rogues. Feel like an Ashes fighter all over again. Why do you do it to yourself? I need healing as a level 9 rogue. Wait until I tell you you're gonna need healing as a level 25 rogue. Your life doesn't change. You are rogue. You reap what you sow. You deserve this, rogue player. Got rogue to 20 after I did both warrior and priest. It felt 100 times awful. Yeah. You know, only 15 health every couple seconds at max for your sustain. I mean, sounds doable. Sounds doable. Just need to bring a lot of cheese over with you or some bullshit. Some snackoos. Just a little something to munch on type shit. Because you're definitely going to need all of the healing that you can get, my boys. Thornlace helps a lot with rogue. People were saying Thornlace got a little nerf today. Is Thornlace feeling worse today? Those that are using it are still the same. Doubly unlocked once you get Thornlace for survive. Yeah. Thornlace is everybody's immediate survive. What's your ultimate like survivey build right now on a rogue? Thornlace Arsenal and then what's I don't like Spear main hand. Toothpick? I don't like Toothpick main hand. I don't like Toothpick main hand. What else could you run? Are there like daggers that are good or something? You can Cheese Moon Arsenal now and heal better. Yeah, Cheese Moon Arsenal seems solid. If you use Cheese Moon main hand, can you use anything offhand with it? Or are you just gimping yourself by running a one-handed weapon? I've always wondered that. Nah, like you can't run anything else with it? Rogue doesn't have an offhand. I thought about that the other day. Only shields. Right, but you don't have any shield accessibility, right? Because shields are priest warrior, and then Magma Mia is mage. Mage what? You would be gimming? Yeah, so I guess you're kind of like obligated to run cheese offhand. Mage warrior? Get fucked. Offhand soon, rogue becomes a new warrior. I mean, honestly, Cheese Moon with an offhand would be kind of crazy. Even if Rogue could just run a shield with Cheese Moon main hand, I think that would help with a lot of their sustain issues, because then you could just go Cheese Moon shield Thornlace, and then you could run something like, I don't know, say they brought in a Rogue shield that gives you evasion or some bullshit. Offense are just OP, Warrior and Priest are good because of that. Yeah, I mean, it's great additional armor scaling. It's another set of procs. It's typically something a little defensive. I definitely think that in the main hand side of things, the shields that they brought in are very, very, very strong. Dominion's a huge damage modifier for people that do like that. Big armor modifier as well. And then Crab Shield brings in great DPS and a lot of survivability. I don't really see a downside, if I'm being completely honest. It does seem as though the offhands are incredibly strong right now. And I'm not sure if that's like just by intended design or what we're looking at. But 'tis the reality that we are living in, and we must embrace it. Therefore, I use the shields like my life depends on it. Alright, me and you, Mr. Asshole. Mono Errado on the clean side of the tracks. You die and you give me a legendary weapon, and I smoke the most vociferous of bong rips. Please, sir. We can mutually agree upon this. We can reach a deal. I know you've given them out before today. You have given them to others, and you have mine in there somewhere. You just don't want to relinquish the goods. And when you relinquish the goods, good things come your way. 100% need level 20 versions of starter weapons. Oh, like the rogue base stagger with the little blinky thing? Yeah, people have talked about that. Some people were saying using the starting weapon on a rogue so you have your little backstabby teleport thing isn't bad. I, again, have not started a rogue, but... Oh, fuck you, sir. The priest starter weapon, honestly, was the most priestly thing about this class. As soon as you got into actually having your class abilities, it very... Motherfucker, you're at 0%. You can't just actually die. This is crazy. This is crazy. As soon as he lands... I don't know what just fell. Something just did. Is it a lighter? Alright, well now... Oh, it's a lighter. Found it. Found it! Alright, I'm back. Oh. Get 11 HP? Yeah, he's a fucking asshole. I hate this. Your priest turned into a paladin? I just think the priest abilities play more paladinly than priestly. That's my take on this. I stand on this business as well. I feel as though I do not present as a priest. I am in melee range, yes, partly because of my abilities, like on my weapons, but also my class abilities. I have a movement buff to get into melee range. I have an E that I drop in melee range, And then I have 2 larger cooldowns that give me stats. Inherently, I'm looking at pretty melee range gameplay off of this. So, we talked about this a lot as a chat, but like, I kind of wonder what they would be looking at from a standpoint of potentially renaming the current priest to Paladin. Shipping it as another class. Oh, wait, what? Does this only show in your inventory now stuff that you can actually salvage? Oh, wait, that's cool. And then it also moves the inventory forward so you can just click stuff like this. Wait, since when? That must have come in today's updates? Well, RIP any actual blues that I might need, because that shit's gonna get cooked. R.I. Pissington, my brothers. Another set of drops. Gone. Wasted. Forever. Dead. Never to be brought back. Good news, storage upgrades today were a fucking banger. If you guys have not, make sure that you click the sort button on your storage. You'll notice that a lot of stack sizes go up to 1,000 at this point. So a little bit better now, if I do say so myself. A little bit more workable. Storage update, this. Storage update was fucking huge. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. They gave us some more slots as well. It was actually quite a good update. I think I'm gonna farm up some pumpkins, because I know a pretty good pumpkin spot. Now, were we saying that it was all crimson? So I should do crimson 3, or what are we looking at there? Because I kind of want to see. I'm gonna check south of Exod to see if they're dropping there like crazy. Crimson mobs. Do farmers also drop them or not? Yes? I wonder if there's gonna be more then. Because right down here, like the big boys, do the big boys drop it? Because this pool is a shitload of farmers. Like, a bunch of farmers. You basically just grab these and then run them on loop. And it is so cozy and comfy and chill. Let's see. Stale bread. No stale bread here. Ayo. What it do, Jazz? I appreciate you, dog. Apex tonight. I'm proud. I'm proud. That is slightly better. That is slightly better. Although still Dedge game. Pumpkins! Pumpkins! Okay, yeah. Can confirm this is probably the goated pumpkin farm. He played League 2, man's lying. You fucking rat. You literal fucking rat. Lying to my face like that? Really? 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 No pumpkin from you. Did you fucking play League tonight? You lying to me, you little rat shit? I swear to God. I swear to God, you could be doing so much better with your life. But you choose. He even played rank. That's disgusting. That's disgusting. I don't know why I support you here. Low cortisol gaming. Brother, I was a career support player in Dota 2. I know for a fact that supporting is not low cortisol and ranked. Because no matter how well you play, the game is always in the hands of some fucking idiot that's supposed to farm and know when to push. I don't know what rank you are, but every MOBA is determined by who knows when to fucking push and when not to. That shit is not low cortisol. Bro, I'm disappointed in you. Lying straight to my fucking grill like that, that's crazy. I did just pull a couple of recipes out here as well. Just slight fun fact. I got a swim speed potion. And then we just got an embroidery. Which embroidery did I just get? Was it the Mystic with the Dex in? Those are all kind of ass. Kind of ass. Plat 1 actually. E. Yeah, I mean at that point I feel like you just retire and go to MMOs, bro. I'll be completely real with you. When you realize that you're not gonna make it in the mobile world, let me tell you, the MMOs start feeling nice. I went MOBAs to shooters. Vlad, and thank you for the follow. Much love. I went MOBAs, then I went over to shooters, and the only thing that I wished was that I went over to MMOs quicker. I think there's no game to come out. Sand Raiders of Sophia. Who is Sophia and why do you want to raid her? What are you waiting on there? Brother, I'm gonna keep it a buck with you. If you have a few friends that you want to play with, Forever's fun as fuck. Sorry, I have something in my eye and I don't want to stop attacking. I'm not flipping you off. Oh, sorry. I think Forever's on sale for a couple more days for like 10% off. It's like 18 bucks. And this shit fun as hell. Completely soloable. Can play it with groups. Action combat-y system as well, so you're not gonna hate yourself while you're playing. It's not tab target. A lot of people really just think tab target sucks. This shit's a good time filler if you're waiting for something else. And if you like exploring games. I've had a goddamn blast. And get you off. We got PvP coming out eventually. Duels, battlegrounds. I just demoted to Plat 4. From what? We can duo IADC. Are you a sweat? It's my girlfriend. She's fucking dog shit. I'm quite hardcore. You can't be hardcore in Plat. I admire your effort, but like, man, it's like the 50-year-old dude that shows up to the YMCA for men's league with like a Michael Jordan jersey on and the same sweatbands that Mike wore. Typical toxic, all about me leaguer. Jesus Christ, you must love chess. Oh my god. My mod's ratting me out. Bro, holy shit. Holy shit. That is actual personal attacks. And it's true. I vouch. Platinum, what game we're talking about? They're talking about fucking League, bro. League of Legends. Literally all you have to do is put your mouse on the screen and then click. And all of your abilities go exactly where you want them to. Crazy. Crazy. It's just... It's a shame that we allow people close to us to engage in such habits sometimes. But I also like to watch them burn a little bit. It's a little enjoyable for me. Boys, we got 7 pumpkins so far. How was the drop rate on pumpkins from the Crimson 3 farm? Because... I've just been streaming for approximately 127 days in a row. And this place also up. God, you really hate to see that. There's really not pushing anymore than that with the rounders I get. Bro, I don't know when anybody playing that. I don't. I don't. Out the new world, I started playing League again to fill the time. Forever saved me. Bro. Forever saved a lot of people out here. Forever saved a lot of people. I had no idea when the Scars playtest ended what I was about to do. And I was in a spot where I was like, alright, well, I'm just gonna ride this out until the end. And Forever was getting ready to drop, and a lot of people were like, Dusty, you gonna check out Forever? It looks like it might be good. It's like, I don't know, man. I see it, like, it looks like a cute MMO, but I don't know if it's gonna be much more than cute for me. And I didn't know much about it at the time. That was like my surface level impression with it. And turns out it's actually fun as hell. And it's far more than just a little cutesy game. And it's also far different than an MMO. Effectively, everything had changed. Is your mount a ladybug? Yes. Yes, with its nails painted. So, part of Forever's appeal is that I typically am like a PvX MMO enjoyer, right? I really like PvP in my games. There's no PvP yet. There is on the roadmap, though. So this is a roadmap for the rest of early access. It's got PvP systems, battlegrounds, stuff like that, PvE systems. But you also have this entire map to explore, and all these little transparent things are objectives that I've completed throughout the map. So every area has known objectives that are revealed, hidden objectives that you have to find and explore for, and then also you have a bunch of collectible mounts, gliders, companions, and transmogs, all of which you can, seek out, hunt for. So there's horizontal progression as well that sticks with your account once you get it. So this mount that I'm on right now comes from a boss named Lady B. And Lady B is regarded as an absolute bitch of a boss. Most people hate her. And the boss mounts are typically like very low drop rate, 1% or less. So I got lucky with boss mounts. I have every color of ladybug. I think I have 4 types of ladybugs, just 4 different colors. I have the default horsey, of course, a little houndy boy, and then 2 different crabs. So it's quite nice. It's quite nice. Great sword in the game yet? Nope. Nope. Big sedge. Big sedge. But truly should. I mean, you have a great axe. You have a 2-handed mace. I would assume a great sword's got to be coming out with like the Crimson area, right? Which would be the next area if I'm not tripping. I feel like it would only make sense. But that's kind of intriguing. There's really not a great sword, right? Make sure your invite link was for infinite time being. It's because we ran out of boosts again. For the custom link, we have to make sure that we have enough, like, boosts in the server. And the server done ran out of boosts. So I gotta yell at all the rich people that have their Discord nitros and shit. And I gotta have them slam down a boosty woosty for the boys. There is a great sword. Right now? Is it your penis? Because we don't want that great sword, chat. No? No, not right now, or no, it's not your penis? Both. Okay, there is a great sword, and it's later. Is it from the Crimson area? But what if? What if? Trick question. Not right now. Definitely that guy's dick. Great sword is rumored to cover the boss that comes out next. Okay, cool. That makes sense. And I'm assuming data miners have probably data mined the ever-loving fuck out of everything associated with it. Which leads me to believe that we know it is for what? Warrior and rogue? Or is it like warrior priest? It's immediately warrior what? But I'm assuming if data mined, then we're good. Warrior only. Bitch. Well, I immediately don't care. One of the data miners is the Discord mod. Wait, what? What do you mean one of the data miners is a Discord mod? Like a mod for the game? Huh. I mean, I guess if Shiro doesn't give a shit about data mining, then it's not going to be a big thing whatsoever. Some games really hate data mining and actively take steps against it. So that would be an interesting, like, scenario, you know, if Shiro didn't like data mining. I just don't know their stance on it. I think the information is going to come out at some point regardless. The bad side about data mining is that for a lot of people it can take away the element of like surprise and fresh content that comes out. That is absolutely valid. But I'm a little indifferent on it. I'd rather it go public than be locked behind closed doors for certain people only, which is the advantage to having people doing it publicly. But again, does ruin a little bit. First, think of developmental. How to connect stop talk gaming because these days, yeah. Realistic stance is that the information is going to end up somewhere anyways, and people are so capable and competent to make third-party resources that compile the information. The information will come out to some certain extent. An example that I can give firsthand is in Ashes of Creation. there was a crafting calculator because the rarity of materials that you would use would impact the rarity of the craft that came out. And you could mix and match materials to basically end up on the scale of just into the threshold of another rarity. So you can make a bad, you know, minimum epic or a top tier epic. And breaking into that threshold was really important. So you would want to make like mineral rarity a lot of the time. So crafting calculators were really important because you could determine how many materials you wanted to put in from each rarity and each type of material. Lo and behold, Intrepid, you know, decides that they don't want crafting calcs to exist. And they basically didn't provide information to, and also the person that was updating the crafting calculator itself ended up going on a vacation. So the crafting calculator that everybody was using ended up being, you know, not up to date for the latest update for the Steam launch. So my community made one. We just had people in the guild that were confident taking that on. Oh, that was a lot more pumpkins. Okay, wait. Maybe Crimson 3 is better for pumpkins. That might be the play. The reason to kill the mob. Heard something about Crimson, but I don't want to kill him. Yeah, so basically with the Crimson mobs, they will drop because they're the roaming open world mobs. Level 20 if you're killing Ben there, green gear. They also have a great chance to drop recipes, you know, shit like that, and runes for your abilities. So with the Crimson 3, which is what I'm going to go do right now, you come over to this town right in the middle, Azaram, and then you go off of the west side, and there are 3 Crimson packs right here, and right here. And you farm up runes, you farm up recipes, you farm up green jewelry, which Ben drops these crit rings, and then the 3 that I'm going over to kill now drop necklaces with fervor on them. So if you like crit and fervor, then you can get those bad boys. There are quite a few good things that actually come from them. And today they added pumpkins into the game. This is unintended. Today they added pumpkins into the game, which enables crafting for cooking to actually go up to max level. So, need some runes? Yeah, of course. It's a really good place to get runes. The Crimson 3 is better for runes than just Ben because you have 3 of the mobs. But you can't get your level 20 skills runes from the Crimson 3. You have to do those at Ben because he is the highest level. So I need to basically make one of each of these. And I have no wheat. Where are we getting wheat, chat? The fields just north of the main hub probably yield the most pumpkins. Up here? That's where I just was. And I was getting a decent amount of pumpkins, but then I killed one of the Crimson packs, and they dropped like 5 pumpkins from 1 pack. So I'm kind of intrigued. You know the garlic thingies? Yes. They drop wheat. Okay, so the ones that are like up on the high ground? Jump right off there, and there's fields under the place. Oh, like right under here? Wurge. Okay, these bad boys. That makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. The rice seedlings drop them too. Okay, so I should basically just go smoke a lot of these little balls of fluff over here. I thought they were over here. Are they like further on this side? No, they're up here somewhere. But it's these guys, right? Smoke those balls of fluff. And listen, I might. Oh, shit. Bro, I hate this motherfucker. I hate you, Hayden Seek. And I hope he knows it. I hope he knows every bit of me hates every bit of him. Finally got the pants? Oh, fuck yeah. Good. You get them from Crab? I feel like they didn't take that long for me to get from Crab. If I'm being real. Can I buy the sparkling mob too? Where's Sparkly? Is that like directly under me right now? Just took a million runs. Wait till you start your Lego grinds, my boy. Then the fun begins. Oh, what's all that? Is that Farmer Farm? Because that looks like Farmer Farm. This looks like you should spawn some of the garlicky boys. Am I tripping? Or is this field just empty? I might have gone to the wrong one. God damn it. This is why I hate trade skills. Ooh, wait. +1. Bro, I swear to God, I hate trade skills. I can't wait for the auction house because I can just pay some nerd to do this for me when the auction house comes in. It'll be beautiful. It'll be absolutely gorgeous. It'll save me so much effort. Really won't bother. Drew will likely be my main, so I'll wait for that. Yeah, I don't know when they're gonna bring in like more classes as of right now. I see on the map full pools, 4 pools of water that are left of Tierna. There are a bunch of rice seedlings in those pools. Over here. Say less. I appreciate you, my goat. That also makes sense because that looks like an area where rice would grow. All right, we're up tremendous. I will yos myself off of this and then start an AFK glide of doom. Very curious to see how they differentiate a monk. Maybe more like mantras and auras and like group-based stuff, but even then I don't really see them making a group-oriented class because then in solo it's kind of gonna be ass, you know? Anything that has to scale down because of group ends up lacking something on the solo spectrum. Okay, so like right down here. It's me and you laddies. And then the sparkly is over to the left. Does sparkly do literally anything for me or no? Hold on one sec. I'm gonna get water, and then we're gonna extract wheat from all of these fuckers until the end of time. So I need... What do I need for this? I should probably figure out all of what I need. I need a smoked coyote. Make one of. The wild boar stew. And then I need... Wait, I don't need a wild boar stew. I need a smoked coyote. I need beggar's garbuer. I can make that. I need scover root soup, which I need mixed herbs for. I can make that. And then I need the pumpkin pie. So I need a couple mixed herbs. We should be fine. Sparkling drop sweet as well. Okay, cool. Cool. Hold on. I'll be right back. Momentum. What up, bitches? I've arrived. It is time to cook. Where'd my Spotify go? What the hell, Leonte? My Spotify pause. You really hate to see that shit. My bad, I left you guys with silence. I never leave you guys with silence. That must have been so fucking polarizing. How are the wheat drops out here? I see sweet root. I see no wheat. We gonna be here a while. We gonna be here a while. We've been gliding mounting. This is seamless and refreshing. Yeah. The game feel is phenomenal over here. It's part of what I'm really excited for as they continue to expand and branch into the roadmap a little bit. Oh, we got wheat. We're up. As they continue to develop towards the roadmap, I think the stronger points of the game at this point in time are the most impactful fundamentals of the game. The combat, the world itself being inviting and immersive for players, the movement and the traversing of the world, and the feeling of different routes of progression for players, different things to do. It's great. I have been very optimistic about this game, even through the server issues that it had early on, because I really feel like their foundation is solid. Now, again, do I think that this is going to be the MMO zeitgeist of forever? No, it's not going to be an MMO. But I think it's got multiplayer capability that could be incredibly fun. And I just enjoy my time playing the game. It might not be everybody's forever game. Sorry. But I do think it has potential as it approaches a 1.0 launch to develop a content catalog that would have quite a few people playing it on a routine basis. And it has the potential to keep some people coming back. So it just depends on how they continue to implement. If they can keep development moving quickly. I've actually been really impressed with the rate at which we're getting patches right now. The fact that we got 2 this week. One was an attempt at fixing some dupes, and seemingly fixed some dupes, but not all of them. Of course, kind of impossible to always get everything. But, you know, all things considered, as long as they're working on some. Devs are cooking. Yeah. I have personally thought so. At least just my humble opinion. I have been a part of many projects that had faster content cadence, slower content cadence. I've seen a lot. In terms of updates coming in with a rapid cadence and not absolutely bricking everything, I have actually really been impressed over here. They obviously have a smaller dev team, right? They are far from like the AAA billion-dollar development studio, but that's perfectly okay. We have again received normal content updates. We've received solid communication about when the content updates would be deploying and when we would see them. And I always felt like I kind of have known what to expect up to this point in time, just me, myself, personally. So I've had fun with it. And if they can keep following through again, I still don't think we're going to be getting any like large additional content deployed until like July or August. I really hope that I eat those words and that I am horrendously wrong on those. Like I hope and pray. But I feel like based on the roadmap, we're probably looking at like July, August before we see like level increases, before we see anything like massive in terms of new zones or anything. But I also don't necessarily know. Do we have information on what level the new zone is? Because I have a feeling we're going to get one new zone and then go to level 30 on the roadmap, and then the second zone will take us to 40, and then they'll give us a later zone to level 50. Because they have Peak of Umbral and then City of Ramberg, which makes me think that there's one more planned after Ramberg that's going to bring us into level 50. But I also have no fucking idea, if I'm being real. Because both of those are planned this year. The new boss was level 20 when that guy used speed hacks to fight it. Weird. Maybe temporarily downscaled so they can, like, kill it on internals or something, but... Huh. I mean, yeah, it could also be downscaled because everything's just max at level 20 in the game right now. So maybe they would have to expand it to level 30, like, in-game before we could even see that at level 30. I don't really know how that whole process would work. But, Jesus Christ. That thing was fucking thick. My goodness gracious. My golly. So that's one with the mouth that comes from it. It looks pretty awesome. Bruh. Nah, that's crazy. They should definitely... God, I wish this development team didn't have 15 people, because I would feel a lot more confident saying they should police these things a little more, and anybody that's on the mount should be an easy, you know, nuke of the mount at the very least. But then I remember they have 15 developers, and I'm just like, you know what, fuck it. There's more important shit they could be doing than chasing people who are doing dumb shit in the early access. Like, have all of the devs cook as much as possible. They have larger fish to fry. And I wish they didn't. I wish I could be more vindictive, but I can't. And I hate it. I hate that I have to let logic prevail and understand that all 15 of them are probably extremely busy, and their customer service person is probably also completely, like, flat out. And I'm like, you know what? Maybe just whenever you guys get to it, work on that. Maybe get the problems out as a whole. But, you know, it won't matter in a while anyways. It's not like it's competitive. It's not like there's anything on the line if I'm not the first person to get it. Is this game fun? I fucking hate it. No, it's actually really enjoyable personally. It depends on what your goals are, of course. But there are some people who have come in and they have been told that it's like a fully fledged MMO, or that it's supposed to be. I myself am a really large and avid MMO enjoyer. The scale of this, in my opinion, is nowhere near what, you know, a traditional MMO would have you believe. Group size caps at 4 people. There's currently no raid content. The layering caps at 20 people per layer, but you can still see other people out and about in the open world. There's a ton of collection and horizontal progression and exploration in the open world. Current level cap is 20. There are 4 different classes. There are a lot of opportunities to farm up different gear sets, different builds for your character. And there is a good amount to do. I myself am over 100 hours in, and I'm still working on meaningful character progression just in the verticality as we have it. So some of the farms are a little bit early access and definitely need some quality of life passes to them, but they drop frequent patches. The content itself is really fun. Combat, in my opinion, has been far above my expectations. The game plays really fluid. They're no longer having server issues or anything like that. Servers have been quite stable, at least for me, for about a week now. So that was one thing that really fucked them up early, was some bad server issues. But again, those are seemingly sorted at this point. Game's performance has been solid with the exception of some frame drops, but those are pretty few and far between. So yeah, I would personally, at this point in time, if I had to give my, you know, is it worth it or not worth it for somebody to check out, I personally think for 18, 20 bucks, whatever it's at, there are far worse games that you could play that are $18 to $20. It's just coming in knowing, like, if you're solo, you'll have a lot of fun, or if you have a group of up to 4 people to play with, you'll also have a lot of fun. Anything like above that, you won't be able to fit everybody into your group, and there's not a lot of like social driven content right now other than just running together and clearing together. But you know, I've done most of my, actually pretty much all of my character solo self-found at this point. I've given away pretty much everything that I've player-to-playered. So I do, you know, a lot of just hunting down my own shit because it brings me more content. We have people in chat that are playing with a group of friends, and they're, you know, formatting the content, having fun, just waiting for everybody to hop on and doing the dungeons together. So there is still a good amount of content to do. Some people tell you there are only 20 hours of content in the game. I think they're fucking crazy, and they probably don't even have a legendary, because I didn't get my first level 20 legendary until 85 hours in. Some people run really hot. I did not. But there is definitely a lot of content to do right now. Again, some of it, I'll talk about an alt grind a little bit throughout the stream. You'll probably hear me bring that back up. But that's a big arbitrary thing right now that I really hope gets sorted out in the mid to long term. Because there are quite a few things that, you know, even with 100 plus hours, I've been streaming the game 8 to 12 hours a day since I've come over for it. There are definitely still things that are far from perfect. It's an early access. It's realistic. So you'll hear us bitch about a lot, but really the game at its core, I think, is quite solid and encouraging. Are the game specs in Steam for real? I play on a 4080 Super and a 7800 X3E. Yo, Kitty, thank you for following myself. And I haven't had many performance issues whatsoever. Some people have had issues with some frame drops and some stuttering. It's just, whenever people have issues, I always try to keep in mind that people may have drivers that are out of date. People may have things that are just improper on their setup that could cause performance issues. Could be a one-off or the spec interaction in general. So performance issues like that frame drop that you just saw is the singular worst frame drop that I will run into over the course of my day. Some people will tell you that the game is unplayable. I guess it just really depends. Turn down your render distance. It's the largest difference change. What's mine at right now?
Absolutely S tier.
Informal, thank you for the follow. Mine's on high, and I still run smooth. Informal, thank you for the Z1, dog. I appreciate that. Much love. What's up? Funny how Twitch works. Got gifted a sub, and I've never been here. It's not fucking crazy. The generosity of other people makes it possible for me to be here in the first place. And that generosity also leads to other people who have never been here before just coming through to check out whatever random game I'm playing. Dude, it's a genuinely crazy world. Try low? I don't want to try low. My performance is great. Fuck you. Tell that to the peasants. I don't want to try low. How much smoother does it run? I play this game too? Oh, word. That's great. That's great. That's great. What class do you play? All right, hold on. I'll try it. I'll give it a shot. I'll give it a shot. I think these are the same thing. Wait, so what is it? Oh, it just takes out land and shit? Interesting. Probably have something like 5080 to 5090. I'm not a rich streamer. What the fuck is that accusation? No, I have a 4080 Super and a 7800X 3D. God. I'm not a rich streamer. I am a humble streamer struggling to get by. I don't even have a 50 series card. The accusations are false, but I will say it is dual PC. So this is the only thing that's running on the PC. Combat similar to New World, which ain't a bad thing. Yeah, I spent over 7,000 hours in New World and played thousands of wars over there. Loved my time in New World. At my peak, I was playing 30 wars a week almost. And I had 8 characters on 8 servers. I fucking loved New World's combat. And it's not as, like, heavy and, like, high gravity and weighty, and it feels like you're stuck to the earth outside of the weapon pool. I think it's a little bit more floaty than a New World, but it definitely gives you that action light feel, right? It's New World enough for me to be like, oh, okay, sick. A lot of people have got very, like, Zelda-y vibes from it. I said early on that this is what I would have expected Palea's combat system to be like if it had a combat system. So it's all like positive sentiment. It has really, I know on the surface level, before I came into the game, I was doing a playtest for an MMO called Scars of Honor. Before that, I was playing Ashes of Creation. Before that, I was playing New World, right? So I looked at this when people were playing it the first couple of days, and I was like, oh, this looks cute. And I almost undervalued the depth of combat and the ability to cook up different builds and the synergies and interactions between different weapons and different runes on different builds. The actual depth of the game on a serious level. There are fights that are far from the easiest content that I've ever done. And it's genuinely much more fun than I expected it to be on a replayable level. That's also improved my outlook for the game in the long term, knowing that the roadmap already checks a lot of the boxes that, you know, I'm actually looking forward to. I still have my concerns with things, and I'm trying to remain realistic about it. But they do really, in my opinion, have a solid baseline here. World exploration is fun. I still haven't even got into the, you know, the horizontal progression, really. Looking into the, you know, the side of gathering a bunch of transmogs, gathering every mount, gathering all the gliders, all the companions. That's a route that some people in chat have already spent, God, almost 100 hours on themselves. And here I am spending all my time trying to chase down some goddamn legendary weapons that are all going to get replaced at some point anyways, and they're actually going to have something to show for their grind. We're not all the same. First time fighting Volcano was actually challenged because I had no idea what was going on. Yeah, when I first came in, my chat was very good about not, you know, spoiling the fights for me because I'm somebody that likes to solve things. I love helping people with things, but I also, my first time through, I haven't taken streamer loot on this character. My legendaries, I farmed up on stream, every single one dropped in a VOD. I don't have any mysterious gear, none of that, right? So for me, the grind is addicting. my first time coming in, I fought Crabgantua at level 7 instead of being level 8. And chat was going, oh, it's going to be so hard. You're a level under, dude. You don't have any gear. I don't know if you're going to be able to do it. I don't know, like, I don't know if you got this. And I was using clams at the time with the fire scepter. And I was a level 7 with no gear, no idea what to do. And it was so fucking fun. It took me only like 7 attempts, which still, 7 attempts on a boss for the first boss coming in was enough for me to be like, oh shit, wait, this game's actually kind of serious. I went in and other bosses were one-shots, other bosses took multiple attempts, depended on the boss and depended on the progression of my build. But immediately coming in and having Crab as a first fight, where it may have been a pretty easy cyclical fight, where if you've played a lot of MMOs before, you know, okay, I nuke ads when ads come up. He summons a big wave and there are spouts. I must hop in the spout towards the end of the spout before the wave comes out. Awesome, figure that out. Oh, there's a big red thing above my head. Must be a fixate mechanic where I run around and don't get hit. But even knowing that as an MMO background, right? There were still things that I fucked up early on, and a couple of times I just died to greeting the ad waves down and stuff because I didn't want to get overwhelmed by the ads. Sometimes I fucked up my timing on the wave mechanic early instead of knowing that it was, you know, the 1.5 to 2 second timer. It's just small things like that that really appealed to me, where I was like, okay, with some of these fights, I actually have to put my brain to work. And even in, you know, dumbass fucking Chuck fight, stupid fucking Chuck, that fight requires me to at least pay a little bit of attention. Other fights, I can basically just check out mentally. I don't really have to worry about jack shit. But I should just get all of these so I can flex them on chat. Because I'm rich. Chat, there are vendors that you can buy mounts from. I feel like you should know. Literally fighting Chuck now. Yeah, I've been doing a lot of Chuck grinding throughout the day. The one legendary that I haven't got for my builds that I'm trying to grab, I have not at this point in time seen a legendary Amon Ram. I got a purple, but I have not seen a legendary. So I continue on my grind. I'm trying to balance a few things out because today I wasn't hitting shit with consumables on, so I should probably, now that they actually fix consumes. Right now what I'm doing is farming this stuff for like pumpkin pie and then the shit to make my planeswalker feast. So getting a few of those bad boys put together, and then after that probably getting a couple cauldrons so that way I can pop some of the buffs throughout the day. It is a very solid amount of main stat that you're getting if you have honestly all stats. If you're popping those bad boys, it is quite nice. I feel like I'm getting a lot of pumpkins from the Crimson mobs, but I probably have enough pumpkins at this point. So it took me a while to learn that you have to get them at 82%. Yeah, every 18%. So you can also just like wave over them, but started playing like 5 days ago. Already got my Warrior 20, been a ton of fun. Dude, Warrior's so crazy strong right now too. I know some people like myself, I very much want to stick to like one class most of the time once I figure out what I enjoy and cook up all of the possible builds for that class, become super familiar with it. Some people like to make a ton of different classes. It's all that personal preference that, in my opinion, makes games like this really, really, really fun. And ever since I hopped on Priest, which in my opinion plays more like a Paladin in the first place, I'm just throwing that out there, plays more like a Paladin than a Priest. Sorry. I've had a lot of fun with it. All right, so now we need the pumpkin pie and the scover root soup. The pumpkin pie I need the mixed herbs for. So we'll do one mixed herb and then we'll do a pumpkin pie. And then the scover root soup is mixed herbs and then a crafting point. Bro, I'm gonna have to farm some crafting points up in this bitch. So scover root soup, and then I need 2 hunter sauces. I'll make 3 because I need the crafting points to make the feast in general. Wait. Oh, I need the silver tray. And it's 30 crafting points. God damn, bro. Chat, how do we feel about the crafting point system? I have mixed sentiment on it. Because I don't mind it. But I feel like as someone that doesn't gather a lot, managing enough spark samples to keep crafting points feels like it forces me into like an arbitrary route of gameplay a little bit, but it's not the worst. Stayed up 1.4k crafting points, fine. Yeah, it feels a little tedious. Like, if you put in some time, you can farm up enough to not worry about it, but you're forced to deviate from your loop to farm those things up, which inherently, I don't think it's the worst, but I think it also benefits people who do craft, which is good. Yeah, I just almost wonder if there's like a reason for it. You know what I mean? Whoops. That's kind of where I... Goddamn, bitch. That's kind of where I lie with it. Clip mount for having 10 mounts. Oh, word. I'll check that out. I think it creates value to open world play, not just boss rush all day. Yeah, no, I mean, that's entirely fair. I just inherently think that you can also farm up pretty much all of this shit from boss rushing. I feel like a combat's RMT. I could be wrong, though. You can just trade spark samples. I don't really think that's much of a thing. If I'm being honest, you can just trade spark samples. So you have somebody that they bought and go gather all day. Do you have any points? Right, but you just have somebody run a bot, get the spark samples, and then you get spark samples, and the easiest thing to process in bulk, which if I had to guess, if you're botting all day and gathering, would probably be ingots. So you just make a bunch of ingots. So if I do 10 ingots here, then I immediately have 50 crafting points ready to go. And if I have unlimited spark samples because I have a bot gathering all day, then it's just going to become an arbitrary thing very quickly, in my opinion. So that's the largest thing, in my opinion, that I see with it as an inconvenience. If you have the spark samples as well, things like going into Outfitter, and then I have 2,090 linen cloth. So I could immediately just, if I had 1,000 spark samples, I could bank enough crafting points to not really worry. And that's with selling a shitload of linen. I just feel like it doesn't really add much to the loop, because when the auction house exists, I'm gonna boss rush all day, and then I'm gonna go to the auction house and I'm gonna buy spark samples, and then I'm just gonna like use those. Granted, could be said that that creates a player-to-player loop if they want that, which is quite nice. It just sometimes feels like an extra hoop to jump through, which to me is a little bit like, yeah, but wish they were shared between characters like the bank. Yeah, I mean, even then, I could just run around and gather for some spark samples if I really wanted to. It's just that time spent arbitrarily gathering, which I inherently, again, I don't mind. Either way, I will find my way around it, whether I have to buy them on the auction house or I'm actually, like, farming them myself. I'll be fine with it. I don't really mind. More so just discussion points, though. I feel like it's rather easy to work around. I think my priest has, like, 2k crafting points. Oh, yeah. And I mean, even right here, like, if I'm making weight stones, I'll make myself 6 weight stones. And up we go. And I have 200 crafting points all stocked up now. Right, so then when we go into my alchemy grind, now looking at my elixirs, I'm going to have fresh flower powder, which I'm definitely going to have to do some gathering to get all this shit taken care of, because I do not have a lot of spores. Got 6 spark samples from 1 copper ore earlier today. God damn. No pretty good place to farm spark samples. Get like 10ish a minute. Yeah. Definitely not bad. Rough as right now is spores for cauldron are pretty fucked up to drop in general. Right. Yeah, cauldron's really strong. 10 to all main stat. It's not vitality, but 10 to strength and faith is fucking crazy. Like that. It's a very noticeable amount of scaling, if I'm being completely real. That's a large amount. Takes a whole hell of a lot of input, though, if I'm being real. So I'm probably not going to stress too much about those bad boys. I may find myself cooking up more feasts, but even the feasts are just secondaries. Like, that's not too crazy. Only benefit to the feast is that they're an hour, so. Could only craft 10 cauldron and a gigafarmed AFK for like an entire day. Yeah, it's a little pricey. That, again, is where I see the auction house coming in, which is great. I think them getting the, the top tier craftables out, especially with consumes, those consumes only being a 1 hour baseline, I think they're starting to establish a little bit of the element of, hey, here's your dependence on other players. At least a little bit, right? It's an introduction of what to expect with the grand scheme of things. And there is going to be some codependence between players. It's not going to completely cripple you if you're not playing with others and if you're not buying things off of the auction house. But the fact that there is an auction house is absolutely going to be enjoyed by a lot of people, myself included, to cut out some of these, what would be regarded as arduous tasks at points in time. Need to add something to do with gold before they make it an auction house. Gold's useless right now. I mean, it was talked about earlier today that through everything, someone was saying that through the mats for a planeswalker feast and through cauldron you spend a decent amount, which like a silver tray's 500 and a cauldron's 500. So like every hour of consumes is 1,000 gold technically. But even if I just sell stuff, I can make more than 1,000 gold an hour. Like the feast is dope, it drops like a feast in WoW. Oh wait, what? That's fucking sick. That's very cool. I would assume the cauldron's the same then. But yeah, I mean, there is technically a small gold sink, but I do agree. Between going around to the vendors, anyone know a good spot to farm glossy chitons? If you do the queen bee fight, really good farm for them. The ads that she has will drop them. These bad boys. Dusty knows? Yeah. Dusty knows. Dusty knows. Queen bee fight. So the tech, if you really want to. Queen bee, yeah. So queen bee is over here. I can actually show you the tech for the fight. I'll be completely honest. If you want to farm up glossies, I'm going to show you the dumbest way in human history. You mean Elizabeth? I'm not going to call her that. She's not royalty to me. I guess technically Queen Bee would be more acknowledging her as royalty. I hate that bitch. Yeah, Elizabeth. Playing League after 3 years is like escaping the Jumanji game after being trapped inside. Lesh, why? Lesh, why would you do that? I need PvP. Brother, punch a wall. Get a domestic. What do you mean? Why would you go back to League? There's so many other opportunities out there. The fuck? Why League for your PvP fix? You could honestly walk around and just entice homeless people into fighting. Why League? Bro, you could honestly, you could start a homeless people fighting ring. Get on Deadlock instead? No. 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 Not going to Deadlock. I cannot and will not. Finally, Jesus. What? Hi, Emu. Hope you're having a good day. I will not go to Deadlock again. I will live vicariously through Ido as I cheer for my boy.
Together, strong.
Emu, thank you for 13 months, dog. I appreciate you. Welcome back.
As dist.
Wait, so 7TV cooked your chat? It's kind of cooked. It's kind of cooked. How did it go? Yeah, Ido, a good friend of mine. So, I live vicariously through the boy Ido. Other than that, I did my time in Deadlock when invites were first getting sent around. I got my mowing and my krilling in. I blasted. My win rate was very high. And then I started playing with friends. My win rate tanked and I said, all right, bet. I'm gonna call it good. So I think I went out on like an 8-loss streak and then I just never went back after that. So it was a fun time. So on Elizabeth, first things first, this is a 3-phase fight for those that are wondering, right? But this is gonna be your way to farm up the glossy chitons if you need them in bulk. The feeder bees are the ones that are actually gonna drop them. So you come in on hard mode and to start out, first phase is just smacking all of the ads one at a time. Beater, no, this is Belium's, my bad. He's just melee, flips back and forth, effectively does nothing. A note about this fight is that if you are close to Elizabeth, when she does her big devastate ability or whatever it is, that is going to cause devastation. This one causes more damage the closer you are. Whereas if you are up against the wall in the back, it does way less damage. So, for this strat, what you're going to want to do is just come all the way to the back, and then you're going to want to fight the adds on the back wall. If you have a really good build, you can just do it in the front. It doesn't really matter that much. When I'm trying to clear Elizabeth fast, I just stand up front, tank everything, kill everything super quickly, and usually phase it all by, like, right now at the absolute latest. But when you're trying to do it this way for the farm, you want to let all of the feeder bees accumulate, like, as much as possible. And the easiest way to do that is going to be to keep one of these bees alive at the end before it all goes to shit. Ideally, Beatrice. So, the more of these little bees that stack up, the better off you are. So, when we go into phase 3, I'm gonna do everything that I can to kill Beater and to kill Beliums before Beatrice. And hopefully Beatrice lives. If not, then we're kinda down bad, but we'll take what we can get. Regardless, once this is all said and done, I'm going to want to effectively just let as many adds accumulate as possible. And then I'll eventually go kill the adds before the end of the fight. If Beatrice is the last one standing, bonus points because she hits for absolutely nothing and self-heals. So when you're trying to farm these bad boys up, this is exactly what you want. So you get some for the mobs themselves, but you can just sit here, literally AFK on a wall, keep yourself healed up. The poison does nothing except heal them. She hits you for about 35. So you can just sit back and relax. She'll heal herself as well. This is part of the reason you want to keep her up. She does absolutely 0 damage, and she self-heals. So in an ideal world, if you're priesting, you can use a weapon ability and then an arsenal ability to keep healing and shielding yourself with your judgment. And then she won't do enough damage to kill you, right? So you sit here, you self-heal on loop, and this entire time, look what's happening. Bees. Little baby feeder bees that are accumulating over and over and over and over again. And you're gonna sit here doing this forever. Theoretically, I don't want to condone this, but this farm is very auto-hotkeyable, where effectively you can just sit here and press 2 and then press 3 on like a 20-second timer. And then once 2 and 3 are pressed on a 20-second timer, you press R. And then that's enough to sustain. So, how long until your PC starts chugging? Shit, I'm down to find out. I'm not gonna die from this. I can literally just sit back here. You know auto hotkey? Oh, yeah. Unfortunately. I have had a trip or two around the sun with different games. I personally did not auto hotkey, but from what I've gathered, this game has effectively 0 safeguards. Make Roblox macros with auto hotkey. Yeah, I grew up playing Diablo 2. I started playing Diablo 2 when I was 4. Most recently, the usage of auto hotkey was in a PoE trade macro when I was doing that. It was like an auto hotkey to basically go over the item. It would scan the item and then give me a price check on the item in-game through the auto hotkey, which was kind of nice. Really helped with listing things in my storage tab, but yep, auto hotkey, quite nice. So, quick looking at things as we have it over here real quick, by the way. All of these little feeder bees stacking up beautifully to the point where now some of them can't even heal. They don't attack. They don't hit. They don't do anything. They don't despawn. They just accumulate. So, keep in mind, this fight doesn't go to the next phase until the last ad dies. And Elizabeth, as we've discussed and established here, does... Beatrice does absolutely no damage. So, Elizabeth just sits there, vibing, getting healed up by a shitload of bees. The bees all waddle in forever, and since it's proximity-based damage, you just sit far back, and then self-heal. Easy as shit. Rogues everywhere are punching the air right now. So, what are the chitons even used for? Because this is it. Like, this is This is the entire tech, by the way. I don't even know what they're used for, but all I know is that this is the easiest way to farm them in human history. Crafting armor for me right now? Oh, word, yeah. So, I mean, just doing this once for a little bit will get you probably all that you need. From the time that I was farming this, I had like 250 stored up. So, probably if I had to guess, more than you'll need. Outfitting MBS? Word. Word. Okay, hold on. My keyboard's wireless. I'm gonna go smoke a bowl real quick. I'll be right back. If anybody's wondering how I'm playing, while I let these accumulate, I'm going to smoke a bowl. I have a wireless keyboard. I'll be pressing 2, 3, and R. Over again. Over and over again. I will be right back. I promise. I will return. I will return. Honestly, I'm kind of scared. But I definitely need to just spam the shit out of 2, 3, and R. Alright, I'll see you soon. Dusty, can you get the fuck over here? Uh-oh, it's breaking down. The keyboard didn't like how far I went. I can't cast anymore. Bro, what? It won't let me cast anything anymore. Oh, Jesus. It wouldn't let me cast. I don't know what happened. Bro, it literally wouldn't let me cast. I went too far. Alright, this is what we got so far. I didn't even get to smoke. I was trying to test the range on the keyboard before. No. Can't die yet. I was trying to test the range on the keyboard. I figured it out. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna make Carla press 2, 3, and R for me while I smoke. We're gonna get it this time. Chat, just keep swimming. This is tech. This is the strat she tells you not to worry about. We're fine. It's just 2, 3, and R over and over and over again, dude. I'm walking around with this thing, and nothing will stop me. I swear to God, this sustain is so beefy. It's so good. Battery's down on the keyboard. It's just the range when I go out to smoke. It's slightly too far. Alright, hold on. I'll be right back. I'll return. I will return by night. What item do these bees drop? They drop a mount, and they also drop a crafting mat. It's like hardened chitin. Alright, I'll be right back. I'm back. How we doing? It's been gaming on the toilet? No, I was trying to smoke a bowl and enjoy my time, but my keyboard cut out the first time, so I couldn't do anything there. Jesus, it was absolutely tragic. Got the mouse with you? So, the first time I went to bring the key belt with me, and I wanted to smoke a bowl while these accumulated, and the keyboard range cut out like right when I got to the porch where I smoke. So I couldn't do that. And then I ran back in because I thought I was gonna die and lose this. And I got it stabilized, and then I went out to actually enjoy my smoke. So here we are now. Here we are now. Theoretically, I don't even know if I have to heal at this point. It's a lot of bees. I wonder if I can fill the room. Because I don't really think that I die. Like, unless I AFK for a very long amount of time. You're gonna break the server? Nah, their server should be able to sustain this. Is there a reason? Why not? So, technically, I was asked how to farm glossy chitins. And this is how you farm glossy chitins. So this is the easiest way in the game to do so right now. You ideally go to the second phase of the fight where it's all 3 of the bees, and then you just leave Beatrice as the last one up. And when Beatrice is the last one up, she doesn't really do much damage whatsoever. Devastation, this channel ability, is a proximity-based damage, so it only hits for 31 if you're up against the back wall. And Beatrice moves at the same movement speed as your character. So all you have to worry about healing, even if you're like not a priest that wants to face tank it, is just run around like this, and then she won't hit you, and you just have to worry about devastation once every like 20 seconds. So if you have any form of self-sustain, you're good to go. You're set. Can you technically instant level a lower character from it? I haven't tried it, if I'm being honest. I don't know if I could bring in like a lower level with me and then just kill all of the bees for them. I haven't done this not at level 20 for a sec. If I'm being honest, I wouldn't be able to tell you if they give XP. If they do, then that would probably be the craziest XP in human history. I'll make one right now. Yeah, I mean, if we want to try to smuggle one in and see, you would just have to be able to survive the blast, which I don't know if a level 1 character would be able to, because it's going to hit you a lot harder than it hits me, I think. Even standing up against the back wall, so I'm not sure if you'd be able to, so to say. Also, I can't pull you into this right now, I'm kind of busy. It's also so funny that I just... 2 abilities, full heal and shield. Super balanced. Best part about this... Are they dying? Wait. Chad, does it look like the bees are despawning to you or nah? Can a level 1 even go in there? I thought there was a low requirement. So that's kind of what we're wondering. Like, can we bring a level 1 into a hard mode dungeon? And if not, what is the break point where I can no longer power level somebody based on level differential? Like, can I level somebody that's level 1 while I'm level 20 and just kill level 20 shit and have them get XP if they're in the vicinity? And can we go into a normal dungeon that's like level 13 and get, you know, get XP for that? Hard mode's locked to level 20. Can we go into the normal ones? And is there a range at which their experience is cut off? Because even then... Queen Bee is 19, right? I want to say 19. So if there's not an XP cutoff where like a low level can't earn XP from anything above X levels away, then theoretically I could 1 to 20 a character near instant. I don't want to say like near instantly, but you would just have to sit here while all of these ads stacked up. So I mean, depending on how many of these we needed, like it was per XP type shit, or XP per type shit. We'd have to figure that out, test if they even give XP. Then it'd be like, what's the rate that these accumulate versus us just going to an AoE grind instead and me killing that for you there? Because this is cool, but it's just a couple of mobs trickling in over time. Really, the reason this, I think, would be done in mass is if the glossy chitons are used for anything in bulk, which I don't think they're used for anything in bulk right now. I think this is more just a quirky farm for that, and then the mount, if you really wanted the mount. But like if you're down bad on these mounts, I already have 6 extras, so I'm sure I can get you all set up. Good gold farm? I don't think so. I mean, if you're maybe trying to like vendor the glossy chitons, but even then, I feel like the best gold farm is just bossing and then vendoring the stuff that you get instead of salvaging it. Because we are almost definitely going to have enough, like, enchanting mats if you've played and bossed at all for a few hours. So, there's a couple consumables to drop is big for. Oh, word. Okay, cool. Well, as long as used in something replicatable, then that's great news for me personally. Because this, I don't know if it's going to get changed. I don't know what's up. I don't know if they'll, like, add a timeout on this phase. Where, like, Elizabeth is force spawned or what. That would probably make the fight a little bit harder for first-time clears. But, I mean, as of right now, I have... Chad, do we want to count this? Excuse me. Pardon me, coming through. Excuse me, lads. Pardon me, lads. Thank you. So, I have, at this point, 1 glossy chitin in my inventory. Just for perspective. So we'll keep track of how many I can farm up off this. How long do I want to let this accumulate? Do I just want to like let them line the room? Is the server fucked? No, it's not. Why? Surely the server's not fucked. What do you mean is the server fucked? Surely the server's not fucked. Surely the server's not fucked. I don't personally believe in that. There's no shot that the server's fucked. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. The server is not fucked. This is intended. This is peachy. Queen Elizabeth just needs healing, and she is receiving the healing that she needs. Surely somebody has done this before me, right? Like, I can't be the only person with this severe of ADHD that plays this game. This is certainly something that somebody has thought of in a case of, like, could I fill this room with a bunch of bees, right? Right. Chat, someone reassure me right now. Because this isn't the most reassuring set of circumstances. Doubt it. But, like, how many bees is too many bees? There's no way that nobody's considered, like, how many bees is too many bees. Never thought that before. Really, you guys never let the intrusive thoughts win? Because I immediately thought of this when I realized that it just stalled the phase forever. And I'm shocked that I didn't do it before now. Sir, how are you? Emu, I'm good. I'm good. I appreciate you. Go count. Dog, I can't count that high. I'm not gonna fucking lie. I'll run by and I'll let you count since you wanted to have the fucking idea, Einstein. But I can't count this fucking high. Some of them are like moving and like scrolling around and some are doubled up and stuff. It's like... Oh, it's a large count. I gotta get these guys healed up. Couldn't have them accidentally dying type shit. That'd be a goddamn shame. Wait. If I sit here, then... Hold on. Oh my god, I've done it. Wait, Beatrice can't get through. Wait. I have the tech. 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 Trust me. Hold on. Chat, you guys know what I'm about to do. Beatrice goes to the middle. Direct front and center. And then she stays there. Oh my fucking god, I'm cooking. There's no fucking way I'm cooking this hard, chat. Oh shit, wait, we're geniuses. I might have broken it. This is the new AFK farm. This is your Minecraft spawner in 2026, chat. Sir's about to break thanks to Dusty. Bro, I think we're about to get something changed, like in the mob AI or something. This is... Mount Farm, this is an insane Mount Farm. Yes, I'm not gonna lie. I'm just gonna let this run. If I'm being completely real. Like, this is safe. This is good. Is there an AFK timer? Because at this point, I'm not quite sure how long it would take for all of these to, like, fully accumulate. But keep it going till the horde hits the back wall. Honestly... I might. It's just that we discovered this 7.5 hours into stream. If we discovered this like 1 hour into stream, we'd be fucking Gucci. So you basically just have to hold Elizabeth, or not hold Elizabeth, Beatrice, or whatever this bitch's name is, until you get enough of a wall made, and then you have to put her behind the wall of bees. And you just keep her there. Being there for hours before it hits the back wall. Yeah, and it's honestly probably going to be hours before I die, too. Because I'm going to sit here and do that. Again, the auto hotkey is kind of crazy. I don't have an auto hotkey, but I could. Oh, no! No, watch yourself, sir. Watch yourself. Goodness gracious. Couldn't have him getting hurt. Look at the beautiful mob AI. It's just forming a complete barrier. This is so fucking sick. I wish there was something that would spawn the bees a little faster. Like something I could do to spawn them a little quicker. But I think we're balling now. The question is there somewhere I can go that would maybe, like, reduce my damage even more? Like, is there a corner that I can go to that's just super irrelevant and safe somewhere that makes me completely immune to devastation? That's 25 damage. Which is effectively immune. There's gotta be somewhere I can go that's just completely immune. Because that does damage. 14 in this back corner. Oh, shit. Wait, so at 14 damage per. How many of those blasts is it taking to kill me? It's gotta be like 35 or something, right? Like a lot of them? Because this is fucking great. This is wonderful. You might just be able to stall this. Is there a trinket or something that gives you regen? Not that I can think of. Not that I can think of. About 30 hits. We're up so tremendous. If you had Flame of Argon, you'd be Gucci. Oh, yo, that's so true. That's actually so fucking true. A Flame of Argon for this would give passive heals. Yup. A Flamey would actually clutch it the fuck up. You are so correct. So incredibly correct. Now, the good news... Oh god, a Flamey would completely optimize this, yeah. Because you don't even really need a crazy weapon, you just need to have a good enough build to get the adds down in phase 2, and then you can just sit here infinitely. But a Flamey would definitely do enough healing. I mean, just for perspective, a Flamey at max level is less healing than this potion. No, I think it's like about as much healing as this potion is, but Flamey, the artifact, heals 6% of your life when you get damaged. Wait, 6% of your life when you get damaged? Goddamn. Oh, wait. When you take damage, right? The Trinky? Yeah. That's also solid. I'm just kept going after for 4 hours. Think the mobs despawn slowly with time. See, that's what I was kind of wondering. If the mobs despawn. But it looks like they're all filling out to the edges of the room. I'm not certain if they despawn, because those in the front were the OG mobs that came in, and I put damage on some of the mobs, and we can use that as a tracker for if they despawn or not. But as of right now, it doesn't look like any of them are despawning. They just kind of keep piling up. And it looks like they're not going to the edges anymore either. It looks like we're getting a lot more spawns in the middle. Which means that poor Beatrice, it's just going to be near impossible for her to find her way out. You really hate to see that. Really hate to see that. So what's this give me for damage if I stand here? 13. Okay, I like this. When's the mass murder happening? I feel like I have to give this like 15 minutes. I feel like we do it before the end of stream and just see what we get. Because this is absurdity. Like, this genuinely should not be a thing, yet it is, and I'm so grateful that it is. I'm gonna spawn that time, was scared to reset the whole mass of mobs. Oh god, dude, this is potentially an absurd mount farm. Not that I think mounts are going to sell for a lot or anything like that. But this has the potential to generate a shitload of mounts. Hopefully the massacre doesn't crash the game. Hopefully the game doesn't crash before the massacre. That's the scary part. Oh, bitch! What the fuck? Where'd you come from? Get back in your prison. Jesus Christ, you trifling whore. What the fuck? Show you why we keep our pimp hands strong. You come over here. You're going to listen to me, goddammit. You fly your dumbass right back here. And you sit up. Oh, that was a. What the fuck? Alright, hold up. I'm healing off this bitch real quick. Hold on. How are you getting through there so smooth now? They just like hotfix the mob AI? What the fuck is this bullshit? Okay. Stun her there. She's not stunnable. Boss mobs aren't stunnable. I just gotta bring her around this way. Easy hotfix. No hotfix. No hotfix necessary. Thank you. This way, bitch. Wait, she might be trapped now. Wait, what? She's so shifty. All right, this way. Hold on. Hold on. I can bring her over here. And then we can come through. AI's learning? No, she just got lucky. She just got lucky. She finished through the contact. She was working through the traffic. All right, maybe I get her snagged over here. Is AI learning? Is it sentient? Nah, stupid ass motherfucking bot. Dumbass clanker. All right, we're good. We're good. Everything's fine again. God damn, scared me for a second, bro. I thought we were actually dealing with some fucking sentience out here. That was terrifying, man. No, we're good. We're good. Humans still on top, chat. So how have your days been? Why not leave her on that same side? So, the devastate that goes out, basically this yellow bar fills up, and the devastate that goes out when it fills up is proximity based. So, you can stand back up against the wall, and the devastate does basically no damage. So you sit here, and there is a way as a priest. You could run a scepter with the flamey, and you could technically infinite heal this if you had a scepter with a flamey. Just theoretically. Theoretically. You could infinite heal this with a flamey. You would just have to get it down again to one of the bees left. Preferably Beatrice, because she's the easiest to work with here because she doesn't fly or have range attacks or anything like that. She just chills. You just set it up where she sits behind the wall of bees. Once you get a wall of bees, you get her stuck and she just constantly tries to fly over to you but can't because she's stupid and we're smart humans. You said this plays in 19 on normal? Yes. 19 on normal. What level are you at? Because this is probably a solid XP grind too. Nothing in here hits hard. The hardest part of phase 2 for most people is probably just going to be getting it down to 1B left. But all things considered, that's pretty chill. She's following me. Bro, she's fucking trifling, I swear to God. She's trying to find her route through. I think a lot of these guys legitimately can't even like get up there to heal. Just about at 19. Well, welcome to level 20. Good tech. Isn't it silly? I still like, you're gonna get the mount from this almost definitely, right? If the mount's a 1% drop and I have 300 beetles, then surely I'm nearly guaranteed a mount. So this is a mount farm. If the glossy chitin ends up being used for anything, what's it actually used for, chat? Can we search by ingredient or not? No filter. Is it cooking? Some cooking. I see the crab eggs. Blacksmith armor stuff. Okay. Just general, like, armor crafting shit. Oh, right here. Right. So other than that, nothing too crazy, right? Or is there more of a use for it? Elixir of Dex. She'll need it for Dex elixirs. Healing pots, no. Shield pots, no. Velocity pots, no. Shield pots, no. Duck's rat form confirmed. Only problem is the hardest thing to do this on is the Dex class because you don't have passive healing. I love the dichotomy here. The hardest thing to do this on would literally be the decks. It's so beautiful, man. I love the world. Let's see, what else would it be used in? Wait, decks on hands as well? Let's see. I actually think it's everything decks. I genuinely think it's everything decks. Oh my fucking god. Scroll of decks comes from these guys as well because it's the wings. That's crazy. Moats under alchemy. Yup. Moats of oil. I don't know how to say that, but oil sounds right. I don't know why the fuck we need that many, but I mean, I guess you just make those out of thin air, so that's not too shabby. Spark samples are the large constraint for me with a lot of that shit. But yeah, I mean, in theory, oh wait, we were talking about crafting point grind. So basically, you just do a couple grinds worth of this, and then you get a bunch of spark samples, and then you do moats of oil. Because I don't know what'd be easier. I mean, probably crack stones, realistically. But while you're getting your spark thingies, your spark samples, you can go get cracked stone from gathering as well. I don't know what the best spot for gathering those are going to be. Probably, I would have to guess somewhere for mining, but a level 1 can survive in the room back wall. No, I just need to know if level 19s give me any XP worth a damn. Oh, God. Dude, I want to leave to invite someone in to test. Chat, who can invite Sewer in and kill one of these ads to see if it gives him any XP? Because this could be the goated, like, AFK level and alt. When do we pop? Probably like 10 minutes. I'm going to give it a look to see where we're at right now. I don't think we have enough. They're starting to arc into the water itself. Our OGBs up in the front are indeed still there. So fortunately, nothing is causing any constraints there. 54 world suddenly sounds viable. Well, not as a solo self-found. Yeah, everything's looking solid over here if I do say so myself. Chat, how many bees do you think this is? If it spawns... Oh my god, my frames when I turn this way are so smooth. Instantaneously, as soon as I turn towards them. Chat, this is fucking sick. This looks like an EDM concert. This actually looks like the craziest EDM concert right now. Oh my god, the lasers, it's so beautiful. And I don't think I'm at any risk of dying. Okay. This may be peak. And we've just got Beatrice in the back, trying to do anything that she can to get through. Unfortunately, everything that she tries is not enough. I almost feel bad for her back there. This is fucking crazy. I wonder how many more bosses I could break. I haven't really thought about breaking many of the other boss fights. You can kind of break Crab. Granted, he wouldn't summon ads or anything like that. Because you just have to put him in a jail. Crab next. I don't think he has an ad dupe, though. Like, I don't think he just shits out ads. You spawn crabs? Right, you can spawn crabs, but I don't think there's a facilitator where I could loop him in the crab spawn. I had an army of crabs chasing me? Oh, wait. Because you just avoid, you don't do any damage, then you just float over it? Yeah, you could always manipulate that. I mean, the thing about that is a DPS check. Right. Need to spawn more crabs every time. Right. I was more so thinking, like, completely breaking it with, like, an AFK loop type thing.
Together, strong.
Sir Alwyn. Oh my god, the 5x5.
Booms. Boom. 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 Boom.
Wait. That was 5. Okay, that was 5. I don't know why I was waiting for a 6th. I don't know why I was waiting for a 6th. Thank you for the 25 months, brother. The 5 times 5 with the biggest of booms. Orange, thank you for the follow. Much love. Lads, for anybody that might be new out there and wondering what the fuck is going on, I appreciate y'all coming there. My name is Dusty. I stream every single day starting sometime around 2 p.m. EST. I've streamed for over 1,050 days in a row. I'm currently covering FAREVER. I do stream full time, so make sure, as Orange has done, you drop the follow if it is your first time here. I typically stream between 8 and 12 hours a day. Currently, I am breaking a boss. We have found something a little intriguing. Basically, throughout this fight, Elizabeth summons these feeder bees that just keep spawning, right? Their goal is to heal Elizabeth, and they exist solely to heal Elizabeth. There are 3 phases to this fight. Phase 1, you fight 3 smaller, as you see them, the middle-sized ads trying to flap at me there. Elizabeth up at the top getting healed. You fight 3 of them separately, and then phase 2, you fight all 3 of them at the same time. What I've done here is got the fight into phase 2, and I killed 2 of the 3 ads, and I tanked the 3rd one for a little bit until there were enough bees spawned to create a wall, and then I parked the ad behind the wall, and now they physically cannot get out because there are simply too many bees blocking them in. So, think you could kill Elizabeth through all this healing. No? Probably not, if I had to guess. You want to fight them soon? Your FPS while fighting them is going to be worse? Yeah, but they don't hit. That's the thing that makes this so insane. So the only damage that's going out right now is the feeder bees. Or sorry, the feeder bees don't hit. Beatrice can't hit me. And even if she's back here, she just does a melee attack. No special attacks at damage. She just has a heal. And Elizabeth, anytime she charges her bar to 100%, just drops that devastation, which is a proximity damage. So the further you are away from this, the less damage it does. Notice me taking 8 damage. Full HP, 80 shield. Welcome to the Thunderdome. So basically, this is infinite. This is inevitable. What the fuck? I have an orchestra. It bees in the trap, so to say. There are more in the front as well. Brother, what? I command this army. They won't fix my Bee Fury build so I can summon bees. So I will command an army of bees regardless. When they decide to fix my Bee Fury main hand, I will relinquish their servers back to them. Until that time, I shall be holding them hostage. Sorry. I left for a few hours, dear mother of God. I feel as though the French are the type to take directly to revolt if they do not get what they want, and I must do the same. I wonder what would happen if I encouraged everybody in chat to do this exact same thing, like if we could actually crash the servers. Just look at the hardware right now, wondering it's getting so hot. Bro, the server hamster is getting thirsty as shit. Best part is too, if you're worried about frames, just zoom in and stare at this wall. And then your frames are kind of fine. Wait, was zooming out better? Okay, turns out they might not be fine regardless. Just stand still and stare at the wall and your frames look a lot better than if you're actually looking at things happening. Like, this is actually pretty smooth. And then you can just get your heels off. Start to crash? No, I'm not. Everything's fine. You just have to give the servers time to heal by not looking at them. I think you should kill. I think we got more time. I think she'll survive. Better start lowering settings. I know what this puppy can handle. I know what this thing can do. God damn. God damn. Chat, 1 Twitch Prime and I go smoke another bowl real quick. 300 bees by now? Probably a lot of bees, yes. Yeah, if I had to guess. Probably a decent amount of bees. Don't mess up another boss. Well, I don't even have to kill the boss. I just kill the beast. As soon as you turn around and start using abilities, oof. Yeah, I'm gonna have to be a little, like, tactful about my ability usage with this, if I'm being completely honest. I very well may absolutely nuke myself by doing this. You become a beekeeper. Brother, I just want my Bee Fury main hand build to work. When Bee Fury consumes light or sunlight, then everything's fine and I no longer have to do this. But until that point in time, let's get it down FAREVER lore. I might just do it all day tomorrow for stream. I think I have a scepter in my storage somewhere.
I'm not good at math. I'm not very smart.
Like, I think I have a scepter in my storage. Dusty, Jeffrey, thank you for the hydrate, brother. I appreciate you. What up? Pretty convinced I have a scepter somewhere. And it scales off faith. Where does scepter drop? Is it random world drop or is it farmable? As long as Beatrice does not get in the side pool, I think you'll be fine. Beatrice is in jail. I don't really see a benefit of this. The coins aren't really that useful, and the amounts that you would get, I guess you trade, but you only need one. Oh yeah, I mean, it's not really anything that's truly game breaking. Technically, you could run this AFK and it's a gold farm because you can sell all of the chitons that you get. Every chiton sells for 10 gold. Every wing that you get sells for 2 gold. Mounts sell for 1,000 gold. So technically, you could gold farm off it. The wings also drop here, and those are a farm as well. Used for different, like, craftables. So, you are kind of double dipping there in terms of what the wings are used for. I know it's some, like, alchemy shit. I don't know if they're using anything out here. Alchemy has them for... no moats. Let's see... mine are Dex elixirs. It's all Dex. It's literally all Dex. Let's see. Healing pots, no. Shield pots, no. It's all just Dex stuff. Yo, mature guy, what up, dude? Which legendary you're farming? So, as of right now, the last Lego that I have to pick away at is going to be my Amon Ram. So, I have my Crab Gantuas. I just have to get the shit to upgrade it. I have my Pocket Hive if they end up fixing Bee Fury. I have my Lego Bee Fury. So, at this point in time, I've just got to get my Lego Amon Ram. I did some Cheese Station farm today. And... let me tell you, just about cost my marbles. Get this set up, watch the basketball playoff game, kill boss, get rich. Honestly, if you had a Flamey, you wouldn't die with this. The Flamey would just physically out-heal the devastation. So you wouldn't take any damage and you'd be able to autopilot through every single bit of it. What are you doing? I've become a bit of an apiary. Your computer would crash before you die? I kind of want to stream this all day tomorrow and see how full we can get this. Because theoretically, the bees will just keep spawning. Is my PC hot? No, I'm blowing cold air. We're fine. Might didn't move or attack, so not get disconnected. Oh yeah, I just keep pressing 2, 3, and then R every now and then. I literally just... 2, 3 R and then I self-heal. Oh my fucking god. My frames. My frames. Everything's fine. Just look at the wall. Just look at the wall. It's all fine. Dude, it's all okay. It's all okay. 2 FPS mouse kill incoming. It's fine. Everything will be fine. I need you guys to trust me. I need you guys to trust me. Look at the flowers. Bro, I'm gonna get a small snack. Yeah, so this is interesting. This is what farming cheese station does, okay? I went from drawing penises with mechanics to farming bees. Why are you doing this? Chaos? Madness? Revenge? What fuels the greatest movements of all time? When we really think about it. Why is Victor Wembanyama going to absolutely kick this shit out of the Thunder for the remaining games? Vengeance. No XP until the lower level person is level 19. Pretty sure instead of the skull. And that's what, 10 levels? Or how many levels is that? Because we could almost definitely get somebody like to check my 13. I feel like it's usually 10 levels until you get a skull. But I don't know particularly over here what they got cooking up. I still have to watch the Survivor finale tonight. I was on stream too late to watch it last night. Then I gotta wake up early. And I gotta go see some family. I gotta have some lunch. It's a hard day. Real goddamn hard day. I even gotta stop at the dispensary tomorrow. I don't know how I'm gonna live, chat. How's it looking back here? Okay, it's not that bad. It's actually not that bad. This is honestly moving like a Studio fucking Ghibli animation now. But we're still cooking. We're still cooking. Oh. What is going on in the jacuzzi, my guys? We got some fucking swimmers up in here. Holy mother of bees? No, I am the father of bees. I am their god. I control them. Don't get close. If Beatrice moves through, I think she can get back behind them. Nah, she already tried to jailbreak once. If she can get out, she can get back. That bitch will go where I tell her. We ain't gotta worry about that. I'm like the fucking Mizkif of these bees. These fucking hoes will listen. It's probably some Bethesda bug type shit. Brother, what makes you think this is a bug? No part of this is bugged. I just want you to know. The ability is supposed to be a proximity-based damage ability. The bees are supposed to spawn. And the phase isn't supposed to transition until we actually, like, kill all three of the ads. It's not my fault that I just can't kill that ad because they're on the other side of all of those bees. Oh no, silly me. I guess I just didn't see this coming. This is a feature. This is an enrage timer waiting to happen. Yes. This inherently is a game changer. Chat, what do you think happens first? They fix this or they fix B Fury? They patch this tomorrow? The devs don't watch my stream. They don't watch my stream. And delete your B Fury. That I could believe. And then they tell me to go fuck myself in French when I log in. I get a pop-up. Gold Gavin one run. Bro, I might get a scepter tomorrow. And come out here and do this for stream. Just like park a character out here type shit. This is too good. Like, I am so beefy. And there was a spot that was just doing 8 damage per hit. What new patch? There was one today that brought in some bug fixes and some changes. Middleback does 8. Well, that's what I thought. But I think she's empowered now. Like right back here on the flat part, right? It's supposed to do 8. Because Americans run games, we had to add a rage timer to Queen Bee. I'm just saying. I didn't do it. There is no proof. You cannot connect it to me. The dots will remain not aligned. You have 0 fucking proof that I've done anything. That's a couple. That's a couple. Look at them all, chat. I'm a little apiary. I'm saving the world. It's a goddamn pollination station out here, baby. I want to go look at them, but I don't want my computer to blow up. Off we go. Bro, honestly, kind of looks like a Travis Scott concert. I wonder which one's gonna have more death. Sorry, that was insensitive. That was insensitive. That's my bad. Sorry if you're out there, Travis. Huge fan of the music. Would go to a concert. Backstage passes only, please. Do not want that general admittance shit. Heard it's a little rough in those parts. Yo, honestly, I don't think there is a single ticket that is higher value for backstage passes than Travis Scott, especially if you get to watch the concert from backstage. Better buy VIP or else. VIP or die tickets. Feeder bees don't give XP at level 13 either. Okay, the XP dream might be dead then. How many do we think we have? I don't think this is over 500, by the way. That's not that many. They spawn in waves of 2. So, if we say... Hold on. Chat, who wants to start a timer? I need somebody to start a timer. And then track what we're looking at here. Can you count it? Brother, I can't fucking count. Yo, bitch, you stay back there. Oh, God. Only way to count is math it out. Spawn time equals X and spawn time equals Y. Right. So you basically have to calculate the time between the waves of spawns and then figure out how long I've been in here. And then we can figure out roughly how many waves have gone out without any dying. Because I haven't killed any. 13 seconds. 13 seconds per. And how many minutes have I been in here? Like how many total, when did I come in here? I guess, what time? Because we can figure this out. I need a timestamp on when we started spawning them at the beginning of the fight. It'd have been about 300 bees. How many bees have we been, how many bees? Jesus Christ, how many minutes have we been here for? Because I feel like we've been here for like at least 35 minutes. Maybe going on 40 minutes. Hold on, calculator. 7:13:55 was when the fight started. Like in the VOD? An hour ago? Wait, ain't no way. Did you finish a run or two? No, I don't think so. No, not here. Dude, it's 8:16. That's an hour and 3 minutes. Okay, so that's 63 times 60. That's 3780. In terms of the seconds. So we take that and we divide that by 13 for our spawn. So it's 290.76 spawns, which is roughly 580 to 600 bees, providing I've been here for an hour and 3 minutes. Oh my God, we have over 500 bees right now. We have over 500. I feel like 500 is enough to nuke them. Oh my God. Chat, what is this blasphemy? I feel like there's no way that my game doesn't crash. Alright, we're gonna do this again tomorrow because I need to make sure an ad doesn't roll. Hold on. I'll run one right now and then we'll wait for the ad to be done. That's a good comp. That's a good comp.
I'm not good at math. I'm not very smart.
After this ad, we're good. My game has been lagging pretty bad. I think it's your fault. Can you fucking imagine if I was lagging the entire NA server with this? That would be so fucking funny. Genuinely so fucking hilarious. I would shit my pants. Hold on. Forever Steam DB. What do we have for players right now? 5,500. We get into that late night grind. Surge's point one is running perfectly fine. That's tragic. That's tragic. You really hate to see that. How dare they? This is the homemade DDoS. You just have to coordinate a few people. Coordinate a few people and then you're good to go on it. I guess that's the full tech. All right, we have to wait for the non-subs to be out of their ad. Think you might be lagging your layer because I tried to go to the boss room on my ult and goes so choppy near it. Ain't no way. Ain't no way. Wait. How can I see who's on my layer? Is that like map? How can I type to my entire layer? Is there a way that I can do so? Or nah? You can't. That's so sad. So incredibly sad. Alright, where are my non-subbies? They should be out soon. I think they're like halfway through their ad. Bro, look at the frames. I can't even like spin my character around because of the frames. I'm trying to like WASD spam and spin in a circle. And I cannot. This is the craziest density that I have ever seen in anything. Like, look at them lined up everywhere, brother. They're everywhere! Oh my God. They're on both sides in the water. Could appreciate the fact it's still running. It's still running and it's functioning perfectly. Really, like, we're kind of vibing out here. Even the damage going off. I'm moving around. Oh, this bitch! Ah! Oh, I can't see a goddamn thing. Alright, well, that makes it slightly less convenient. Now, the funniest thing is that I can still just heal through all of this. So everything's fine. Everything's fine. It's a picture book. Honestly, when I look away from it, it's actually quite smooth. Like, as long as you don't pay attention to it, it's not that bad. I think if I try to transition the boss right now, I will probably nuke the entire game. Just from a reasonable standpoint. Am I doing too much damage to her just standing here? Like, is she gonna die to my passive damage? No, okay, she's full healed. We're good, we're good, we're good. I think I have to kill the ads with her on me. Jesus fucking Christ. Bro, this is so cooked. Oh my fucking lord, chat. Look at her just trying to get through them all. Alright, chat, is it time? I think it might be time for the calling. We're gonna send them to Valhalla. We're gonna give them a little parting gift. Something to go home with. And perhaps we will find ourselves with a mount or two. Alright, off to culling. Oh my god, it's so laggy. It is so fucking laggy. I can't press anything. I literally can't get anything out. It's all just damage numbers. I can't see a goddamn thing. Oh wait, she just dropped her goop. Wait, this might crash the server. She dropped her goop. We have her goop in the middle of this as well. So even the things that I'm hitting aren't going to die. Wait, this is chaotic as shit. This is so beautiful. Like, cooldowns aren't even functioning as cooldowns. The cast timers are not cast timering right now. This is the nuke that might end it. Oh no. It didn't reach enough of them. We need to get back in here. Cook too hard? No. We didn't cook too hard. We didn't cook too hard. We didn't cook too hard. Everything is fine. Everything is perfectly fine. You've just got to believe, brother. You just got to believe. This can and will work.
Ni hao, ni hao, ni hao, ni hao.
Ni hao, Grim. How are you, dog? This can and will work. I just gotta make sure that I don't get frame drops and end up dying. Because I can start bursting whenever. I've just gotta, like, play around her little goop abilities. And so as soon as this goes down... Oh my god. As soon as this goes down, I'll drop big burst and we'll get active. Okay, it's down. This is my time to shine. This is my moment. Okay, this is what we need. Wait, holy shit, there's so much goop. I think I might need to start at the inside and kill my way out here. I'm pretty sure that's the play. I have a couple of mobs here. Alright, we're starting to make some headway, chat. We're getting some kills out here. Oh, this is perfect. I just had to create some separation between us and Beatrice. And she's perfectly fine now. She's watching the entire hive get slaughtered. This is exactly what we needed. Just a little bit of separation to start pillaging. And we still have the security in between us and Beatrice. We're gonna couldn't have because of this. No, 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 no. Surely I didn't break that much. Surely. Oh my god. The entire screen's going dark. Holy shit. How are they gonna get GVG to work when one player instance is laggy? Bro, they can't even get their boss fights to not lag. This is crazy. What the fuck do you mean? If they can't get their boss fights in check right now, what's gonna happen on Heroic? Golly, can you imagine? What the heliante is this? Keep in mind, we did the math, well over 500 summoned units that are all just in one area here. This is absolutely fucking crazy right now. Okay, she dropped her goop. I've got to get back over to this side. We'll drop big bursties here. Holy shit, we're starting to clean it. We're beginning to clean it. More still spawning in. Interesting note. Literally zero loot. Legitimately no loot so far. I'm not quite sure what the deal is with it. If only a certain number of them give loot or what. But I'm intrigued. Game lagging so much, no loot. Do you think that that's it? I'm almost thinking maybe only a certain number drop loot. And I just, like, haven't got to the OGs that are supposed to drop loot yet. Maybe that's, like... Oh, maybe that's childish of me to believe. I don't think that I could kill her through this if I brought her out. Because I almost wonder if it's, like... Doesn't drop loot after... Queen phase starts. I guess I could see... I can transition it. We'll see. We'll see. Because we just did 50% here. So now we'll do the other 50%-ish of them during the actual queen phase. Because she's going to get healed. However... I don't even want to do damage. Good news is these won't be getting healed during this time. Okay. So the transition was actually kind of silky, I'm not gonna lie. Kind of smooth. Uh-oh. Oh no, it's so cooked, boys. Elizabeth has ascended. Oh my god, I'm fighting an actual titan right now. This is what we need heroic to be. Holy shit. I need to get into the honey to kill this. Jesus Christ, the damage numbers. Oh, I might be dead. I might be dead. No! No! We're fine. We're fine. I just gotta heal up a little bit. Holy fuck. Brother, the damage numbers, how fast are HP regen? Yes. Like, instantaneously. Any damage that I do to her is instantly healed off. Brother, this is absurd. I can't do enough damage to her. I have to try to play my life enough and like pre-pot enough to get into the water and nuke ads and then get back out of the water before dying is like my entire goal right now. And if I can't do that, then I'm gonna have a very bad time. But it's just in out right now. Jesus Christ, man. I'm trying to clean up everything that I can out here, but it's tough. It's amazing. This is fucking cooked, brother. I don't know if I would qualify this as amazing, but whatever your version of amazing is, sure, man. This is fucking cooked. Oh my god, I'm dead, I'm dead, I'm dead. No! Not like this! None of the loot! I was in the water too long, I got body blocked. That's so sad. Dude, the frames are so cooked with it. Holy fuck. Okay, tomorrow we go again, I think. Was there even any loot? No loot dropped. I think we actually broke the loot. Because if I go through the fight normally... I'll go through the fight normally. Oh. Maybe I won't. Uh-oh. Wait. Chat. Something bad has happened, I think. I think we might have actually crashed something. You killed the server? Did I actually kill the server? Oh my god, it's just delayed by like 30 seconds. Okay, so no loot as of right now. Combat's fine. We'll blast through and see what we got on this end of things. Holy shit. Okay, we're doing this again tomorrow. We're literally hitting this tomorrow. I need to see if I can fill the room. Tomorrow, we fill the room and see what this server can actually take. Tomorrow it is hashtag fill the room chat. That is the goal. All day tomorrow, nothing else. I will be here filling the room until the end of time for you guys. Goodness fucking gracious me, oh my. Let's see, no loot from them right now either. I almost wonder if they like took out the loot from these guys today, because I hadn't run it since the patch today. Guess we'll have server issues tomorrow? No, you don't know that. It might just be smooth and peachy tomorrow as well. They could have. Maybe they did because it was such a repeatable farm. Kind of hard saying if I'm being honest, but because OP glossy farm. Really good glossy farm, I'm not gonna lie. Like, really good glossy farm. But yeah, this is what the fight looks like normally. So you basically just smack the shit out of stuff, and then you transition the fight hella early, come over, and then just GG everything out. Super easy. There's loot. I wonder if that was just from the named mob, though. Because I do feel like I usually see more loot than this from the trash mobs, just like every run. And it almost seems like there has been no loot from the trash mobs. I think that loot was from the named mob, because this is gonna be like the royal jelly, right? Oh, that's wings. Nerf confirmed? I don't want to like hard confirm it, but it kind of seems that way if I'm being honest, unless loot just pinatas out after this. When did this a couple days ago? Every mob drop loot? Yeah, it seems as though that's not the case anymore. Well, we might have been a day late and $1 short on it. Or maybe it's a bug. But no farm there. RIP farm. Yeah, that's kind of interesting. You ever have a look at their batch notes? Does anything about this dungeon? I don't think so. I don't believe it said anything about the dungeon. Like right off rip that I can think of. I might be tripping and stupid, but who knows? Who knows? I just simply exist. I hope for the best. Boys, tomorrow we break it even more. I have an idea. We'll see what we can do. If you are new to the channel, I appreciate y'all coming through and spending the day with me once again. My name is Dusty. I stream every single day, starting sometime around 2 p.m. EST. I'm a full-time content creator, so all the love, all the support means everything. If it's your first time here, please make sure you guys drop the follow so you know when I go live every single day. I've streamed over 1,050 days in a row, so I will be back again tomorrow. We'll be blasting, trying to break the servers, trying to farm up some more legendaries. Probably farming up some ephemeral hearts. Maybe making a goddamn altar too. We'll see what we got going on, but as of right now, it's all sad, it's all bad, it's all terrible. Boys, I am greatly appreciative that y'all choose to hang out here, of all places. It is truly a pleasure to have y'all supporting the stream every single day, making this possible. I greatly, greatly, greatly appreciate all the love, all the support. Give me some more YouTube shit. Link up with self, and then remind me tomorrow morning before I leave for the day, and I can give you perms to start posting on YouTube as a manager. Because then you can just upload shit. We'll have to link that up, and then you can just upload and start ripping stuff and start seeing what does well. Because even if it's like old Scars of Honor stuff, you can just rip anything. So, alright boys, I will catch y'all bright and squirrely tomorrow morning. Love y'all, I appreciate y'all. I will catch you tomorrow. Actually, not bright and squirrely, but it'll be tomorrow afternoon. I got family stuff. But I'll see y'all after that. Peace!